Chapter 231. How could this prince have forgotten? You're drooling over those 3,000 iron mines. Yi Junqing trusted Yao Moen. If she said it was possible, then it was definitely possible. Unknowingly, Yi Junqing's trust in Yao Moen had already disappeared. Moen isn't the only one drooling over it. Chu Mabe is coming. Yao Moen sighed heavily as her eyes darkened. This isn't good news. Yi Junqing's impression of Chu Mabe had never been good. Right at this time, Shui suddenly appeared in the main hall. What did you find? Yao Moen's eyes brightened when she saw Shui. Reporting to Master, this subordinate found that the Sunshine Princess has been afflicted with a strange disease called blood clot ever since she was born. This disease is extremely rare and has only been recorded in the book Ghost Path from 300 years ago. The person afflicted with this disease will have all the blood in their body gradually coagulate over time until it stiffens and breaks. During this period of time, if they consume blood celery, they'll be no different from a normal person before the disease flares up. However, blood celery doesn't cure the root of the problem. If the patient suddenly flares up, there's no way to save them. However, there's a prescription recorded in this book, reported Shui. Is it a prescription to cure blood clot? Asked Yao Moen impatiently. Yes, it's written on the prescription that as long as the pearl of the Eastern Sea, the coral of the Western Sea, the dragon of the Southern Sea, and the mermaid of the Northern Sea are gathered and fed with the blood of resurrection, this disease will be cured, continued Shui. Shui, your storytelling skills are getting better. If you don't become a hidden guard one day, you'll definitely be able to make a fortune with this ability. Yi Junqing nodded approvingly. Prince is flattering me. However, what Shui said is the truth. In Lulan Imperial Hospital, there is a medical center that specializes in researching blood clots. Not only does it contain personal records of Kubu Zhi'er's physical condition from birth to now, it also contains information on blood clots. This is especially true since it's filled with strange treasures from the sea. This subordinate is stupid and can't tell what those things are, said Shui. There's no need to look to know that those things aren't what King Lulan is looking for. Otherwise, it wouldn't be placed there. Yao Moen's expression was grave. She had never heard of the things in that prescription before. No wonder Kubu Zhi'er had said that she had no expectations. Are you telling the truth? The Sunshine Princess actually had such a strange disease? How is this possible? When Yi Junqing saw that Shui had no intention of teasing him, he frowned deeply. Every time he thought about how such a fairy-like girl would shatter like a crystal, he couldn't help but feel stifled. When has Prince ever seen Shui joke around? Shui, leave for now, and secretly asked the clan for help in finding out more about the recipe. Yao Moen leaned weakly against the chair, her heart aching inexplicably. She was going to give up just like this? She couldn't do it. The Eastern Sea has a jade blood pearl, and the Western Sea has a blood coral. There are traces of those too, but dragon mermaids are legends, so how are we going to find them? Especially the resurrection blood. I really don't understand how Gui Daozi, as a doctor, could come up with such nonsense. Yi Junqing's brows were tightly furrowed as his hands instinctively clenched into fists. That might not be the case. Since Gui Daozi said it, then it means that these 5 things definitely exist in this world. However, these rare things can only be found by chance. Even if we were given 10 years, we still might not be able to find them. A trace of sorrow flashed through Yao Moen's eyes. That night, with the morning breeze and waning moon, a shrill cry suddenly rang out in the quiet guest house. Princess, what's wrong? Someone come. Something's happened to the princess. Deja's voice rang out from the guest house. Everyone rushed to Kubu Zhi'er's room. What happened? Yao Moen was the first to rush into the room. When she saw Kubu Zhi'er lying on the couch with a deathly pale complexion and her arms stiff and veins popping out, Yao Moen's heart felt like it had been thrown into a deep, cold lake. Even though she had already mentally prepared herself, Kubu Zhi'er's sudden illness still made her cry. Older sister, don't cry. Zhi'er knew that this day would come. Thankfully, Zhi'er is still in Lulan. On the couch, Kubu Zhi'er smiled delicately. Her eyes shone resplendently, and she was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. Have you been poisoned? Juanxiu, hurry and bring this prince's 100-herb pill. Hurry and go. When Chu Maxin saw Kubu Zhi's bloodshot arms, he immediately panicked and ordered sternly, "It's useless. No matter how good the medicine is, it won't be able to cure my illness. Also, don't you hate me? If I die, then you can monopolize older sister Moen." Kubu Zhi smiled faintly. Her two dimples were indescribably beautiful. "Who says I hate you?" Chu Maxin's voice was a little hoarse as tears welled up in his eyes. "Don't all look so sad. Don't worry, even if Zhi dies in the guest house, Imperial Father won't make things difficult for you guys. It's just that Zhi can't do anything about the 3,000 iron mines." When Yao Moen heard Kubu Zhi's words, her heart ached even more. When she lowered her eyes, tears began to fall. "Who cares about the iron mines? Don't worry, this prince will save you." Chu Maxin wiped the corners of his eyes and walked forward to carry Kubu Zhi. "Don't move." When Yao Moen saw this, she abruptly stood up and blocked Chu Maxin's way. "This prince is going to carry her to the Imperial Hospital. How can she just lie here?" said Chu Maxin anxiously. "Don't move. If you carry me, Zhi will definitely lose her arms." Older sister Moen already knew? Kubu Zhi looked towards Yao Moen in surprise. "Knew what?" "Older sister Moen, what exactly is going on?" A hint of bitterness flashed through Yao Moen's eyes when she saw Chu Maxin's anxious gaze. As a result, she repeated Yin Shui's words to everyone present. At this moment, she only hoped that someone would know where the 5 treasures were. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, she did not want to give up. How could there be such a strange illness in this world? The pearl of the Eastern Sea, the coral of the Western Sea, the dragon of the Southern Sea, the mermaid of the Northern Sea, and the blood of resurrection. What exactly are they? Who has them? Asked Chu Maxin anxiously when he saw that the girl's face was becoming increasingly pale. The pearl of emerald blood and the blood coral are in Lulan. But this old man hasn't been able to find the other 3 even after 12 years. An elderly voice suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone moved to the sides when they heard it. They saw Kubu Dan stagger into the room with the help of his attendants until he reached Kubu Zhi's bed. "Imperial Father, your daughter has troubled you all these years. I'm sorry." At this moment, Kubu Dan seemed to have aged 10 years and was no longer as dazzling as before. "Oh God, Kubu Dan, please take my life. Leave your daughter behind. Zhi is still young." "Zhi, our Zhi." Tears streamed down Kubu Dan's face as he stroked Kubu Zhi's bloodshot arm with trembling hands. "Imperial Father, don't be like this. Zhi is already very satisfied. Being able to be your daughter for 13 years is already a blessing from God. Zhi doesn't want to be too greedy. Imperial Father, when Zhi reaches the heavens, I'll definitely pray for Imperial Father every day." Kubu Zhi looked towards her father with a smile as tears streamed down her face. She also wanted to stroke her father's white beard, but what could she do? Her hands couldn't move. "No, daughter, Imperial Father doesn't want you to die. I don't want to." At this moment, Kubu Dan no longer had the dignity of an emperor. All he had was the sorrow and despair of a father who was about to lose his daughter. Right at this moment, Huangfu Juanxiu hurriedly walked in. Reporting to King Lulan, "Our emperor has ordered this humble subject to present these 2 items." When everyone heard this, they all looked towards Huangfu Juanxiu. They saw that he was holding a jade tray with 2 strange items on it. "What did Big Brother send over?" asked Chu Maxin suspiciously as he walked over to Huangfu Juanxiu with a frown. Chapter 232. Replying, "Your Highness, these 2 are the dragon of the South Sea and the mermaid of the North Sea." Everyone was shocked, especially King Lulan, who had been prostrating by the bed. He immediately got up and walked over to Huangfu Juanxiu, staring at the things on the tray in shock. "Are you talking about the dragon of the South Sea and the mermaid of the North Sea?" King Lulan's eyes lit up in despair. "That's right. My emperor went through many difficulties to find these 2 precious items. I hope I can do my best," replied Huangfu Juanxiu firmly. Good. Come, hurry and send these 2 items to the Imperial Hospital. Have them brew the medicine according to the prescription." "That's great. Our Zhi can be saved. There's hope." King Lulan cried tears of joy, tears gushing out of his eyes. The items he had spent more than 10 years searching for were right in front of him now. How could he not be excited? The attendants didn't dare to tarry and immediately grabbed the tray from Huangfu Juanxiu's hands, as if it was a treasure, and sprinted towards the imperial palace. Even if we gather these 4 herbs, we still lack the blood of resurrection as a catalyst. Resurrection? What does that mean? Could it be that it's resurrection in someone else's body? Chu Ma Xin furrowed his brows in thought. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. When Yao Moen heard the words resurrection in someone else's body, her heart trembled and waves of shock surged through her eyes. If it really was resurrection in someone else's body, then resurrection blood. As she thought about this, Yao Moen silently retreated from the crowd and returned to her room. "Yin Shui." Yao Moen hurriedly called for Yin Shui when she returned to her room. "Master, this subordinate already had Azure Dragon and the others sleep. They'll only wake up tomorrow at noon," replied Yin Shui solemnly. "Well done. Do you have a dagger?" Yao Moen nodded, then took a porcelain bowl from the table and looked towards Yin Shui. "Master, this is—" Yin Shui held the dagger in front of Yao Mo, but she didn't expect that in the next second, Yao Mo would make a cut on her wrist. Dark red blood gushed out of the wound and flowed into the porcelain bowl. As Yin Shui looked at Yao Moen's gradually paling complexion, her heart ached. She immediately prepared medicine and a white gauze. "It's fine. Give this bowl of blood to Bin Lei and tell him." Yao Mo whispered a few words into Yin Shui's ear before handing the bowl of blood to her. This subordinate obeys. After Yin Shui finished treating Yao Moen's wounds, she disappeared from the room with the blood. When Yao Moen returned to Kubu Zhi's room, she didn't attract too much attention. "It's only been a while, but it's already so serious?" Yao Moen's heart ached as she looked at Kubu Zhi's bloodshot face, and tears welled up in her eyes. "Are you okay? Why do you look so pale?" At the side, Feng Yihan looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. He reflexively moved to protect Yao Moen's shoulders, but at almost the same time, Yi Junqing suddenly pulled Yao Moen over. "Where did you go?" "You." Yi Junqing saw the cold sweat on Yao Moen's forehead, so he immediately lowered his eyes and loosened his grip. "Sure, I'm fine. Has the princess medicine not been delivered yet?" Yao Moen looked at Yi Junqing meaningfully. Although Yi Junqing understood what Yao Moen was thinking, he still felt extremely guilty. At the side, Feng Yihan watched the exchange between Yao Moen and Yi Junqing, and a trace of bitterness flashed through his lips. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. "Reporting to your majesty, there's an envoy outside who claims to be from Mystery Nation. He says he's willing to offer up the resurrection blood." The moment the guard said this, everyone in the room sighed. They all felt that Kubu Zhi's life wasn't fated to die. Resurrection blood? Hurry and invite him in. Hurry and invite him in. Zhir, don't be afraid. Imperial Father won't let you die. He won't. King Lulan wiped away the tears in his eyes as he looked at Kubu Zhi, who was no longer able to speak. His heart ached to the extreme. Not long after the guard left, Bin Lei walked in wearing strange clothing with a black veil covering his face. Mystery Envoy Xiao Tian kowtows in salute to King Lulan. Bin Lei held the golden box in his hands and bowed respectfully. "Hurry and get up. Your Mystery Nation's envoy? Where's the resurrection blood?" King Lulan no longer cared about etiquette and hurriedly helped Bin Lei up. Reporting to King Lulan, in Xiao Tian's hands is the rarely seen resurrection blood. As Bin Lei spoke, he opened the golden box to reveal a white porcelain goblet that was flowing with dark red blood. "Is this really resurrection blood?" King Lulan carefully picked up the white porcelain goblet and looked towards Bin Lei suspiciously. "It's absolutely true." Bin Lei nodded firmly. At the side, Yi Junqing looked at the bowl of blood with a troubled expression. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. At this moment, the imperial physician of the Lulan kingdom had already brought in the medicinal soup. When the imperial physician opened the porcelain lid, the entire room was instantly filled with a refreshing fragrance. When one inhaled it, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. "Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. However, the medicinal catalyst," said the imperial physician respectfully As he lifted the bowl of resurrection blood in front of King Lulan, King Lulan stared speechlessly at the bowl of resurrection blood for a long time before finally pouring all of it into the medicinal soup. The moment the blood mixed with the medicinal liquid, the fragrance suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt uneasy. Your Majesty, could this blood be fake? Otherwise, why would the fragrance disappear? This medicine can't be given to the princess. Dage choked up as he looked towards King Lulan worriedly. This is Jur's last chance. We won't give it up. Go away. Kubu Dan personally fed the medicinal soup to Kubu Jair's mouth as tears fell silently. Currently, Kubu Jair's face was completely bloodshot. No one would be able to connect her to that fairy-like beauty. As the medicine ran out, everyone was praying that the heavens would be merciful and not take away such a fresh life. Don't let down a father's love. Time passed second by second. The room was silent and everyone's gazes were focused on Kubu Jair. When they saw that the blood on her face was gradually disappearing, the entire room erupted in cheers. Imperial Father. The word Imperial Father was enough to make everyone cry. When she returned to her room, Yao Moen sighed lightly. She was just about to drink a cup of tea when Yi Junqing charged in aggressively. Yao Moen, you're crazy. There's so much blood. You don't want to live anymore? Yao Moen glanced at Tingyu. Tingyu naturally understood and walked out to close the door. You guessed it? Yao Moen sipped her tea indifferently as she looked towards Yi Junqing with raised brows. Is it that hard to guess? Your wrist is injured and the blood came from Binlei. It's obvious. As Yi Junqing spoke, he slammed a bottle of top-notch medicine onto the table. 1 bowl of blood for 3,000 iron mines. It's worth it. Yao Moen put down the teacup and casually picked up the medicine Yi Junqing brought. She remembered that Yi Junqing had once told her that this medicine was personally concocted by him. Not just anyone had the right to use it. You've really gone crazy thinking about money. Also, how do you know that your blood will definitely be effective? When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen was struggling to remove the white gauze, he decided to just squat down next to her and help. Then he applied the medicine to Yao Moen's wound. It's precisely because I don't know that Moen gambled. As long as we can save Zhaoyang Princess, Mystic Country's contributions will naturally be undeniable. At that time, even if we have to give half of the 3,000 iron mines to Chu Ma Bei, there's still 1,500 that can go to Mengya. 1,500. Yao Moen's lips curled into a smile, unable to disguise the joy in her heart. I really don't understand why you love money so much. Is money more important than your life? You're not allowed to do that next time. Yi Junqing glanced at Yao Moen speechlessly. Chapter 233. If a bowl of blood could be exchanged for 1,500 iron mines, then Moen would really hope to encounter more good things like this. Be gentler. Yao Moen felt a slight pain in her wrist and lowered her eyes to glare at Yi Junqing. With 1,500 iron mines supporting you, do you still know pain? Yi Junqing harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to get up, Tingyu suddenly walked in. Your Highness, this bowl of blood-replenishing soup was sent over by King Qi. Tingyu carefully placed the bowl in front of Yao Moen. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing's cold expression, she deliberately picked up the bowl. King Qi is too considerate. This prince will find a chance to thank you someday. You can leave. Yao Moen dismissed Tingyu and took a small sip of the thick soup. This prince has also given you medicine, but you haven't thanked this prince yet, complained Yi Junqing as he sat back down in a huff. How is Prince the same as King Qi? At the end of the day, King Qi is still an outsider. Yao Moen seemed to have no intention of replying. His heart instantly felt refreshed. Yi Junqing's brows relaxed as he nodded firmly. That's right. He's an outsider. It's good that you know that. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing smile, she felt a trace of warmth in her heart. 2 days later, Kubu Jair was finally able to get out of bed and walk around. She was as beautiful as before, but even more beautiful than before. In order to express his gratitude to Great Shu and Mystery Country, King Lulan decided to split the 3,000 iron mines into 2 portions and gift them to Great Shu and Mystery Country. Afterwards, due to her relationship with Kubu Jair, Yao Moen also received an official letter of eternal friendship between Lulan and Great Shu. That night, Yao Moen accompanied Kubu Zhi'er in the hallway as they counted the stars. The wind blew and the leaves rustled, adding a hint of serenity to the atmosphere. If it weren't for older sister, Zhi'er would already be a star in the sky. Kubu Zhi'er's eyes were clear and bright like shooting stars. Princess should be thanking the Crown Prince of Shu and that envoy from Mystery Country. Moen believes that she didn't do anything, replied Yao Moen indifferently. But Zhi'er remembers how resolute older sister was when you told Zhi'er that no matter what method you had to use, you would let Zhi'er live. Zhi'er believes that if it wasn't for older sister's words, Zhi'er might not have had the chance to sit here and look at the stars with older sister. Kubu Zhi'er turned to look at Yao Moen, her bright eyes shining with a brilliant light. Perhaps. Yao Moen didn't argue any further. She just looked at the stars, her heart filled with complicated feelings. Imperial Father said that Big Sister looks very much like someone. Just this resemblance is enough for Imperial Father to grant Big Sister a wish. If Big Sister has a request in the future, you can come to Lulan to find Imperial Father. He will definitely help you. Kubu Zhi'er's childish tone was exceptionally firm. Like who? Yao Moen's heart trembled as she asked suspiciously. Back then, Imperial Father was running around everywhere in search of blood celery. When he reached Mongyuan, he suddenly encountered bandits. Although Imperial Father had many experts by his side, they were all ambushed and captured. Fortunately, a caravan passed by and rescued Imperial Father. Then they even sent someone to escort Imperial Father to a safe place. Although Imperial Father doesn't know that person's name, he remembers her caravan, Yao Manifest Trade. Kubu Zhi'er narrated the truth with gratitude in her eyes. Heh. Then didn't Moen take advantage of that caravan? Yao Moen laughed lightly. This Yao Manifest Trade was her caravan in Mongyuan. She never expected that she would have such a chance encounter with King Lulan. There's a snake. Kubu Zhi'er suddenly cried out. Before Yao Moen could react, a figure shot out from the shadows. Where? Chu Maxin suddenly pulled out his sword and rushed in front of Yao Moen and Kubu Zhi'er as he shouted. Even if there really was one, you've already scared it away. Kubu Zhi'er giggled. Her laughter was as clear as the sounds of nature. Her face, which was covered in moonlight, was especially breathtakingly beautiful. All right, you actually dared to lie to this prince. Chu Maxin sheathed his sword in a fit of pique and turned to sit next to Yao Moen. Since little prince is here, why are you hiding? Yao Moen looked at the two children next to her and felt a bit of bitterness in her heart. Who's hiding? This prince is just passing by, retorted Chu Maxin stubbornly. Passing by? Then you can leave. Why are you sitting down? Kubu Zhi'er blinked as she looked towards Chu Maxin. Every word she said could choke someone to death. You. Chu Maxin puffed up his cheeks but didn't know how to argue. All right, we're going to separate tomorrow, but you're still acting like enemies. Yao Moen patted Chu Maxin lightly. Older sister Moen, we're going to separate tomorrow. I don't know when I'll be able to see you again. Chu Maxin looked at Yao Moen with a bit of heartache and said reluctantly, there will always be a chance. Yao Moen knew that Chu Maxin couldn't bear to part with her, but how could she bear to part with them? All good things must come to an end. The next day, after Yao Moen and the others bid farewell to King Lulan and Sunshine Princess, they set out on their way back to Yu. Older sister Moen, goodbye. Outside Yi City, Chu Maxin stuck his head out of a luxurious carriage and waved as he shouted. Yao Moen lifted the curtains of the carriage. The moment their eyes met, Yao Moen saw a familiar figure and her body involuntarily tensed up. That was a peerlessly enchanting face. Flawless white jade facial features were exquisite to the point of being impeccable. His long, jet-black hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall and the bangs in front of his forehead fluttered in the wind, bringing with them a breathtaking beauty and vicissitudes of life. What was most irresistible were those long, narrow, and bewitching eyes. His unique brown pupils gave off a boundless sense of mystery and bewitchment. At this moment, that pair of demonic and charming eyes looked towards Yao Moen's direction like a wisp of smoke. When he looked around, he had the power to turn the world upside down, especially the curve of his thin lips. Although he clearly had a smile on his face, Yao Moen felt a chill run down her spine. It's Chu Mabe. Since he's here, why didn't he show himself in Lulan? Yi Junqing followed Yao Mowen's gaze and looked over suspiciously. That scoundrel never plays by the rules, said Yao Mowen through gritted teeth as she lifted the curtains of the carriage. There are very few women who can say such crude things after seeing him. Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Mowen, feeling inexplicably pleased. Half of the duck that was already in your hands was snatched away by someone else. If it was Prince, you'd probably curse even more fiercely than Mowen. Yao Mowen shrugged angrily. This prince believes that Chu Mabe must be thinking the same thing right now. Guessed Yi Junqing? Achoo, achoo. The moment Yi Junqing closed his mouth, Yao Mowen started sneezing again and again without end. The fine agarwood emitted a faint fragrance. Inside the carriage, Chu Maxin was sitting next to Chu Mabe like a frosted eggplant. He seemed to be deep in thought. Yao Mowen isn't a good person. Try not to interact with her too much in the future. Chu Mabe's clear voice flowed out of his mouth like rain pattering on celadon. His long and narrow phoenix eyes shone with a biting cold light. She's very good. If Big Brother gets to know her better, you'll realize that she's just as smart as older sister Maxin. Chu Maxin rarely refuted Chu Mabe's words, but he wanted to clarify this matter with Yao Mowen. The Yao Mowen that you think is very good just now called your imperial brother a scoundrel. Also, she's not smart, she's just good at scheming, corrected Chu Mabe sternly. Chapter 234. In any case, Maxin believes that she's a good person, muttered Chu Maxin quietly. He didn't doubt his older brother's words. His older brother had always done a lot of lip-reading, but this didn't affect Chu Maxin's trust in Yao Mowen. Chu Mabe's long and narrow eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. Yao Mowen was able to grasp his younger brother's weakness in such a short amount of time. On the way, Yao Mowen repeated the same trick. She secretly had Yin Nanxing's people block Azure Dragon's path while she and Yi Junqing went sightseeing back to Great Chu Imperial City. Her relaxed heartstrings tightened the moment they entered the city. She could allow herself to temporarily relax, but she wouldn't allow herself to indulge in the slightest. Thus, when they returned to the Imperial City, Yao Mowen's heart also calmed down. According to Lu Xing's report, a lot of new things had happened while she was gone. Other than Yi Hongyi favoring Yao Suwan once more, the palace maids' corpses would occasionally appear in the palace. The only thing that made Yao Mowen happy was that Mingyu had been transferred to the pill refining room to work. Your Highness, 2 days ago, His Majesty had decreed that Yao Suwan would be conferred the title of noble consortly. Yao Suwan has become more and more domineering in the palace, reported Lu Xing. How arrogant can a paper tiger be? What do you mean by female corpses appearing in the palace from time to time? Yao Mowen wasn't surprised that Yao Suwan had been favored once more. This servant has also secretly investigated this matter. I found that these palace maids either bled from all orifices or their faces were covered in bruises. It was extremely terrifying. This servant originally suspected that it was in Bingshan, but this is different from in Bingshan's previous methods. Also, Bingshan has been staying in the pill refining room and rarely comes out. So, this servant makes a bold guess that these palace maids most likely ended up like this because they were testing medicine, replied Lu Xing solemnly. Humph. Yi Hongyi wants to live forever, yet he wants so many innocent people to die early. The sins he has committed, even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough to pay for them. Yao Wan's gaze gradually turned cold. Her jade fingers tightly gripped the armrest as she coldly rebuked. Right at this time, Tingyu jogged in from outside. Reporting to your ladyship, there is news from the prison that the Prime Minister has contracted a serious illness and is clamoring to find a doctor. The jailers did not dare to make the decision on their own and just reported it to His Majesty. His Majesty seemed to have sent Imperial Physician Li to the prison. Tingyu reported everything she had heard. If one's heart is black, how can one be cured? This consort is a bit tired. You two can withdraw. Yao Wan dismissed Lu Xing and Tingyu somewhat tiredly, then got up and walked into the bedroom. Around midnight, the night was dark and windy, and dark clouds covered the moon. 2 figures swished through the sky and vanished in an instant. Hey, did you see anything just now? The first jailer gulped and looked at the roof timidly. Yes. Jailer B said in all seriousness. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and strike the gong. When Jailer A was about to raise his hammer, he was stopped by Jailer B with a grunt. What could there be? Aren't they just some wandering ghosts? Our heavenly prison doesn't have much, but there are plenty of wronged ghosts. Don't make a fuss about nothing. Jailer A couldn't help but wipe away his cold sweat when he heard Jailer B say this. Yao Mo Wan felt an indescribable feeling as she looked at the disheveled Prime Minister Yao, who was lying on the floor drinking medicine. Does father feel any regret for ending up like this? Yao Mo Wan looked indifferently at Yao Zhenting, who was in the prison. There was no emotion in her voice. Perhaps it was because of Kubu Zhir's influence, but Yao Mo Wan's heart wavered slightly. Emoli? Emoli, you slut. You actually dare to appear in front of this old man. This old man will beat you to death. Beat you to death. The moment he heard the voice, Yao Zhenting abruptly raised his head and glared at Yao Moen. At this moment, Yao Moen clearly saw that Yao Zhenting's face was covered in 7 or 8 fist-sized pustules, as well as his arms and legs. How did Emoli betray Lord? Does Lord want to kill Emoli this much? Yao Mo Wan's heart suddenly turned cold and her clear eyes were covered in frost. Medicine. This old man wants to take medicine. Damned Emoli. If it wasn't for those 2 bastards you gave birth to, this old man wouldn't have ended up in this state. This old man will kill you, and those 2 bastards of yours. This old man can't die. I can't die. Yao Zhenting crawled over like a dog and used his tongue to lick the medicine on the floor as he muttered, Master, he's probably been bitten by a rat, and he's already delirious. Beside her, Yin Shui said in a low voice, Do Xianglan, why are you here? Looking for Lu Yusen? Ha ha ha, you're late. That pretty boy has already been killed by this old man. He died a horrible death. Don't even think about finding him again. Yao Zhenting looked towards Yao Mo Wan with a sinister expression and a strange smile. This is medicine. Eat it, and all of your wishes will come true. Yao Mo Wan took out a green porcelain bottle from her sleeve and expressionlessly threw it into the prison. Medicine. This old man's medicine. This old man wants to live. This old man wants to be the prime minister. This old man wants to have a son. Yao Zhenting picked up the medicine that Yao Mo Wan had thrown in like it was a treasure. He abruptly opened the bottle and swallowed it in one go. Master. Yin Shui looked towards Yao Mo Wan worriedly. This consort still wasn't ruthless enough. Let's go. Yao Mo Wan looked at the crazed Yao Zhenting with dim eyes. In this life, she had never hoped to have a father like Kubu Dan, but she had never expected to have a father like Yao Zhenting either. The news of Yao Zhenting's sudden death came from the heavenly prison in the early morning of the next day. The prime minister of a dynasty had actually died so miserably. He hadn't even been buried in a coffin before being thrown into a mass grave by the prison guards with grass. In the imperial garden, Yao Mo Wan was sitting at the edge of the pavilion with Fluffy in her arms. She was leaning against the railing, feeling indescribably depressed. Tingyu said you didn't eat breakfast, so this is for you. Yao Mo Wan revealed a faint smile as she looked at the pastry in front of her. When did Prince learn to care about Mo Wan? Yao Mo Wan took the pastry and lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Junqing. This prince has always cared about you. But before Yi Junqing could finish, Fluffy suddenly jumped up in fright. Yao Mo Wan hadn't been paying attention for a moment and Fluffy had scratched the back of her hand, leaving behind a bloody mark. Tiske, how could younger sister be so careless? You're making the esteemed prince's heart ache. At this time, a radiant Yao Sulwan was walking over with a fierce dog. Moen, are you all right? When Yi Junqing saw the scratch on the back of Yao Mo Wan's hand, he frowned and glared at Yao Sulwan. You did it on purpose. Yi Junqing rebuked harshly. That's right, this consort did it on purpose. However, this consort was also doing it for your own good. It's broad daylight. Yet you two don't know how to be discreet and actually brazenly have a rendezvous in the imperial garden. This consort has seen it, but if His Majesty sees it, there won't be any way for you to live. Yao Sulwan swayed as she walked forward, but the dog next to her had already charged towards Yao Mo Wan. Woo! Yao Sulwan was furious when she saw the dog that Yi Junqing had kicked away struggle for a bit before raising its tail. Yi Junqing, How dare you? You actually dared to kill this consort's beloved dog? Yao Sulwan rebuked angrily. This prince not only dared to kill that animal, this prince also dared to kill you. Every time Yi Junqing thought of Yao Maxin's death, he really wanted to snap Yao Sulwan's neck. Chapter 235. Prince, don't worry. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. It's just a matter of time. Prince, Moen and second older sister still have things to talk about, so please return first. Yao Moen looked meaningfully at Yi Junqing. Although Yi Junqing was angry, he knew that Yao Moen wouldn't let Yao Sulwan off so easily, so he turned to leave. Only after Yi Junqing had walked far away did Yao Sulwan dare to move. Just now, Yi Junqing's murderous eyes had given her quite a fright. Since second older sister knows to be afraid, then you should obediently stay in Pure Flower's palace. The esteemed prince isn't as good-tempered as Moen, said Yao Moen gently as she used a handkerchief to wipe the scratches on the back of her hand. Yao Moen, you never expected this, right? Not only did Bin Gong not die, Bin Gong was actually promoted to noble consort. How about it? Are you very disappointed? Yao Sulwan walked towards Yao Moen as if she was courting death. Rather than shackling you in Pure Flower's palace until both sides suffer, it's better to temporarily take you in as a confidant. Moen had expected that Yi Hongyi would think of this method. However, second older sister wouldn't be so stupid as to think that Yi Hongyi truly dotes on you, right? Yao Moen looked at Yao Sulwan with ridicule. Why wouldn't he be sincere? His Majesty and Bin Gong are already grasshoppers on the same boat. His Majesty doesn't have any other choice. Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Moen disapprovingly, who knew how much effort she had put into making Yi Hongyi understand this. Second older sister is truly silly and adorable. If His Majesty was truly sincere towards second older sister, then why did His Majesty make Moen Empress? Yao Moen walked in front of Yao Sulwan with great interest and carefully examined her face. Her lips curved in a playful smile. She really was a cockroach that wouldn't die. However, it didn't matter. Thankfully, she didn't hate this kind of cat and mouse game. His Majesty made you Empress? That's impossible. Yao Sulwan's eyes widened, and her voice changed slightly from excitement. If second older sister doesn't believe me, you can go ask His Majesty. Oh, I almost forgot. Father died in prison. I heard he died very miserably, said Yao Moen. Humph, that old thing should have died long ago. Regarding this matter, you should be grateful to Bin Gong. If it weren't for that infected rat, he wouldn't have died so quickly. When mentioning Yao Zhenting, Yao Sulwan's eyes flashed with disgust. Yao Moen was speechless. She suddenly felt a bit bad for Yao Zhenting. No matter how unimportant Yao Sulwan was, she was still a legitimate daughter. Yao Zhenting hadn't treated her unfairly in this lifetime. Yao Moen couldn't help but shake her head when she saw Yao Sulwan angrily leaving her line of sight. How come Yao Sulwan doesn't understand the phrase, a wise man submits to circumstances? Inside the imperial study, after Yi Hongyi finished writing the imperial edict conferring Yao Moen the title of Empress, he was just about to stamp the jade seal when he saw Bingshan push open the door and walk in. Reporting to Your Majesty, Imperial Consort Li is outside and asks for an audience. Then Bingshan waved his horsetail whisk and reported respectfully. Let her in. Even if he really wanted to eat this woman's flesh and skin, some of Yao Sulwan's words weren't without reason. Rather than guarding against her as if she was a thief, it was better to put off their conflict for the time being. At least he would have one less enemy. In reality, they both wanted the same result. It was just that their goals were different. Yao Sulwan wanted to preserve her life, while he wanted to preserve the stability of the throne. However, this didn't mean that Yi Hongyi had forgotten how Yao Sulwan had forced him back then. This subject consort Sulwan kowtows in salute to Your Majesty. Yao Sulwan opened her mouth and bowed. Rise, why have you come here? Didn't Jun say that if there wasn't anything important, it was best not to enter the imperial study? Yi Hongyi restrained the coldness in his eyes as he spoke indifferently. This subject consort naturally has an important matter. That's why I've come to see Your Majesty. After Yao Sulwan got up, she walked over to the dragon desk and lowered her eyes to look at the imperial edict. Your Majesty, you're really going to confer Yao Moen the title of Empress? Yao Sulwan gulped and looked towards Yi Hongyi in shock. Why not? Yi Hongyi asked disapprovingly. Conferring the title of Empress wasn't something he did on impulse. Your Majesty likes Moen, this subject consort knows, but in the end, Moen is an idiot. If Your Majesty makes an idiot Empress, it will definitely become the laughing stock of our Great Chu. Even the people of Great Chu will feel ashamed. Yao Sulwan tried her best to persuade him. The idiot you're talking about obtained the document of eternal friendship with Lulan. You might not necessarily have this ability. Jin has already decided on this matter. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yi Hongyi glanced at Yao Sulwan, then casually picked up the jade seal. Eternal friendship? Your Majesty. This proves that Yao Moen isn't an idiot. Otherwise, how could she have that kind of scheming? Emperor. Enough. Yao Sulwan, Jean has agreed to return your freedom and confer you the title of Gui Fei, but that doesn't mean you have the right to interfere with Jean's decision. Jin must make one of the Empress. You can withdraw. Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Sulwan coldly. But, withdraw. Yi Hongyi roared in a low voice, the darkness in his eyes causing Yao Sulwan to once again fall into danger. Yao Sulwan was speechless. She knew very well that it was difficult to offend a dragon's might. She turned around, but just as she reached the palace gates, she saw that Yi Hongyi had stamped the jade seal on the imperial edict. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone. Blood flowed out drop by drop. For this Empress position, she didn't hesitate to frame Yao Maxin, causing Yao Maxin to be condemned by everyone. She didn't expect that after Yao Maxin died, another Yao Moen would come. It was as if these two sisters were born to oppose her. The next day, when Yao Moen received the imperial edict, her heart was filled with complicated feelings. This old servant congratulates Your Imperial Highness. His Majesty has spoken. The blueprints for the palace for Your Imperial Highness have already been designed and construction will begin in the next few days. For this period of time, Your Imperial Highness, please stay in Guan Osprey Palace. Once the new palace is finished, Your Imperial Highness can move into the Eastern Palace, said in Bingshan respectfully, but Ben Gong doesn't want to move. I've lived here for too long and I can't bear to leave. How about you tell His Imperial Highness not to build any new palace? Wanner doesn't want it. Yao Moen blinked as she looked at Bingshan, her childish voice filled with pleading. This old servant can't make the decision. If Your Imperial Highness doesn't have anything else, this old servant will take his leave first. Then Bingshan looked at Yao Moen's naive appearance and snorted disdainfully. It wasn't a bad thing to have such a fool as Empress. At the very least, she wouldn't care about anything she shouldn't care about. Once Bingshan left, Yao Moen threw the imperial edict to Tingyu in disgust and summoned Yin Xue. This consort wants to see Mingyu tonight. Go arrange it, ordered Yao Moen coldly. That night, when Mingyu appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was extremely shocked. How did you get so skinny? Asked Yao Moen with a frown when she saw Mingyu's dark expression and sunken eyes. This servant thought that I would never have the chance to see Your Imperial Highness again in this lifetime. Now that we've met, Mingyu would like to boldly request something from Your Imperial Highness. As Mingyu spoke, she placed her hands on the ground and begged while sobbing. What exactly happened? Yin Xue, help her up so we can talk. Yao Moen looked towards Mingyu with heartache. If Your Imperial Highness doesn't agree, this servant won't get up even if I die. When Yao Moen saw how stubborn Mingyu was, she didn't force it and indicated for Yin Xue to return to her side. Speak. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Mingyu knows that she doesn't have much time left to live, but Mingyu is unwilling. Why is he, and Bingshan, able to get away scot-free despite harming countless people? Poor Hong Mei and those sisters died so miserably. This servant only asks that Your Imperial Highness allow this servant to see in Bingshan's retribution while I'm still alive. I beg Your Imperial Highness. Mingyu begged while sobbing and banged her head on the ground. Chapter 236. This consort owes you for this. Don't worry, this consort will definitely let you see how miserable and Bingshan's fate is while you're still alive. Tell me what happened during this time. Why did you become so weak? Asked Yao Moen as she looked at Mingyu worriedly. Replying, Your Highness, while Your Highness and the esteemed prince were on a diplomatic mission to Lulan, Consort Li somehow managed to persuade His Majesty and actually regained his favor. The first thing Consort Li did after regaining favor was find this servant to settle the score. This servant had no choice but to beg Bingshan to transfer this servant to a new position. Perhaps it was fate, but although this servant managed to escape Consort Li's revenge, something big happened in the refinement room. And Bingshan's pills this time went wrong, and those palace maids who were testing the pills died one after another. Even us palace maids in charge of refining the pills were infected with the cold poison. In order to prevent this from reaching His Majesty's ears, not only did Bingshan secretly transport those palace maids out of the imperial palace to be buried, even we were forbidden from leaving the refinement room without his permission. Mingyu knew that she didn't have long to live and wanted to fight Bingshan, but Bingshan was afraid that the cold poison would enter his body, so he didn't take a single step into the refinement room. This servant didn't have a chance to do anything. Mingyu sobbed as she told the truth, and Bingshan actually dared to treat people's lives like grass. Mingyu, don't worry. Within 10 days, this consort will take revenge for Hong Mei and those innocent palace maids. I'll make Bingshan beg for death. As for you, don't go back. Yin Shui, send her away from the imperial palace for treatment, ordered Yao Moen in a low voice that was as cold as ice. Mingyu thanks your highness for your good intentions, but Mingyu can't leave the refinement room. And Bingshan sends people to do a head count every day. If he finds out that this servant is missing, he'll definitely alert the enemy, and it won't be beneficial for your highness. Mingyu looked towards Yao Moen gratefully, but refused her good intentions. But if you go back, you'll definitely die, said Yao Moen with heartache when she saw how thin Mingyu was. In the end, this servant still owes Hong Mei a life. This servant's death isn't worth regretting. As long as I can personally see Bingshan executed, this servant can die in peace. Mingyu's gaze was resolute. Yao Moen knew that she wouldn't be able to convince Mingyu, so she could only order Yin Shui to send Mingyu back. That night, Yao Moen didn't sleep at all. The next day, when Yao Moen dragged her tired body out of the inner room, she saw Tingyu rushing in. Your Highness, it's bad. The esteemed prince is shouting that he wants to report Bingshan to His Majesty. Yin Shui is trying to stop him, but I'm afraid she won't be able to stop him for long. When Tingyu said this, Yao Moen instantly became spirited and rushed out of Guan Osprey Palace to the East Wing. Stop! You guys! Just as Yao Moen opened the door, she saw a lump of black stuff throw itself at her. Before Yao Moen could react, she felt a dull pain in her forehead. Then she fell into darkness and lost consciousness. When Yi Junqing and Yin Shui saw Yao Moen lying on the ground with her face covered in ink, they immediately stopped fighting and walked over timidly. Yin Shui, you were the one who threw this inkstone, right? Asked Yi Junqing slowly. Yin Shui didn't reply and lowered her eyes to look at Yi Junqing's ink-stained palm. Yi Junqing subconsciously pulled his hand back into his wide sleeves and his expression turned red. In front of the bronze mirror, Yao Moen had her legs crossed on the dressing table. Her jade hands were clenching the white gauze wrapped in ice as she gently pressed it against her forehead. Left side, use more strength. Did Prince not eat? You're not even as strong as a woman. Yao Moen shook her head in disgust when she saw Yi Junqing's extremely unwilling expression. Right side, be gentler. It looks like Prince won't even need to eat tomorrow night, said Yao Moen angrily. That's enough. Yi Junqing swallowed his anger for a long time before his hair finally stood up in anger. Who is Prince acting like this for? Could it be me, the one who was knocked unconscious and laid on the bed for 4 hours before waking up? Yao Moen gripped the white gauze in her hand as she looked towards Yi Junqing resentfully. This prince has already admitted his wrongs. You can't just keep holding on to this matter and not let it go, right? Besides, this prince didn't do it on purpose. When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen's aggrieved expression, he finally became listless. Does Prince think there's any use in saying it wasn't on purpose after killing someone? Asked Yao Moen. The problem is that you're not dead yet. Yi Junqing was extremely speechless. Does Prince really want Moen to die? Asked Yao Moen with wide eyes. Yi Junqing suddenly felt like keeping his mouth shut was the wisest choice. After 4 hours, Yi Junqing finally understood something. Massaging someone's back really wasn't something a person could do, especially when massaging Yao Mowen's back. Without strong endurance, one would definitely die from anger midway. Only when it was 10 o'clock in the evening did Yao Mowen mercifully call for a stop. "Does Prince really want Bingshan to die?" asked Yao Mowen indifferently as she picked up some food. This prince personally saw him transport the corpses of the 5 palace maids out of the imperial palace. This eunuch is becoming more and more outrageous. Could it be that his life is a life and other people's lives are nothing more than grass? Rebuked Yi Junqing angrily. "Actually, if Prince wants to get rid of this eunuch, you can ask Mowen for help. He's His Majesty's favorite. Does Prince think that His Majesty will deal with him impartially?" Reminded Yao Mowen with good intentions. "You're willing to deal with Bingshan?" Yi Junqing turned to look towards Yao Mowen. Prince deliberately told Tingyu that he was going to report Bingshan in front of His Majesty and then made such a big fuss. It's not that hard to guess why. Yao Mowen smiled faintly as she looked towards Yi Junqing. "No one likes women that are too smart," muttered Yi Junqing as he blushed when he saw that Yao Mowen had guessed his intentions. He admitted that everything he did was to attract Yao Mowen's attention because Yi Junqing believed that as long as Yao Mowen made a move, Bingshan wouldn't be able to live. His heart suddenly ached. That's right. Women that are too smart will only attract jealousy. This prince didn't mean that, explained Yi Junqing when he saw that Yao Mowen was silent. Prince isn't wrong. Women that are too smart are indeed annoying. Thankfully, Mowen doesn't expect anyone to like her, replied Yao Mowen coldly. This prince, if Mowen remembers correctly, Prince seems to recognize Clear Wind Monastery's Taoist priest Zhu Qian. Yao Mowen didn't give Yi Junqing a chance to explain and immediately changed the topic. "Zhu Qian, that swindler. Why are you mentioning him?" Yi Junqing did recognize him, and he would recognize him even if he was reduced to ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhu Qian had the late emperor's death exemption medallion, he would definitely beat Zhu Qian until he was looking for his teeth all over the floor. Evil people have their own evil people. Zhu Qian is indispensable to deal with in Bingshan. Mowen wants to see him tomorrow night. I'll leave this matter to Prince. Mowen believes that as long as Prince makes a move, that bastard will only listen obediently. Yao Mowen's voice was very low, but it was filled with determination. Yi Junqing had no reason to refuse. Even after Yao Mowen got up to leave, Yi Junqing didn't dare to say another word. However, Tingyu, who was at the side, started to clear the table in an unfriendly manner. "What are you doing? This prince hasn't finished eating yet." Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Tingyu. "Tingyu is your highness's servant. After your highness finishes eating, Tingyu should be cleaning the table. Tingyu doesn't care about other people." While Tingyu was talking, she had already poured all the food on the table into the hogwash can. How could this prince be someone else? Yi Junqing had always thought that after living in Guan Osprey Palace for so long, he had become an indispensable part of it. This servant doesn't know if Wang Yi is someone else, but this servant knows that anyone would like a master who is intelligent and considerate like Nyang Nyang. Tingyu's words sounded like she was feeling indignant for Yao Mowen. Chapter 237. That's right. This prince also likes it, said Yi Junqing loudly. But Prince just... Tingyu looked towards Yi Junqing in shock. This prince said the wrong thing just now. Can I correct it now? Yi Junqing looked towards the inner room as he spoke. After interacting with her for a while, Yi Junqing had already figured out Yao Mowen's temper. He could only go along with her stubbornness. Tingyu, prepare a new table for the esteemed prince's dinner. Just as Yi Junqing was about to speak, a cold voice came from the inner room. The next day, when Yi Junqing brought Zhu Qian to see her, Yao Mowen felt a bit of regret. Zhu Qian, who had been beaten black-eyed, didn't seem like an immortal cultivator at all. Even so, Yao Mowen still kept Zhu Qian in Guan Osprey Palace for an entire night. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi looked towards Qing Long in front of the table. There's still no news? Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate has secretly sent people to investigate everything related to Mystery Country, but none of the people who reported back found anything, reported Qing Long. Send more people. We must uncover this mysterious country's veil. We want to see, other than Qi and Shu, who else dares to hoard iron or cough cough. Yi Hongyi suddenly started coughing violently in his fury. Your Majesty, Should we summon an imperial doctor? Asked Qing Long worriedly. No need, you can leave. Yi Hongyi waved his hand to dismiss Qing Long. At this time, and Bingshan ran in from the door. Reporting to your majesty, Taoist Zhu Qian is waiting outside. He says he has something to report to your majesty. And Bingshan bowed respectfully as he spoke in a sharp voice filled with schadenfreude. Zhu Qian? Which Zhu Qian? Yi Hongyi slumped against the dragon throne, his voice weak. Your majesty, have you forgotten? It's that Taoist priest that the late emperor thought highly of. He even secretly helped the second prince before. Reminded in Bingshan. It's him. He actually dares to leave Clear Wind Monastery? Isn't he afraid that we'll chop off his head? Let him in. Yi Hongyi's eyes lit up with anger. And Bingshan had expected his master to have this kind of reaction and immediately impatiently walked out of the imperial study. At the bottom of the steps, a Taoist priest dressed in a plain robe stood upright. A few strands of silver-white hair fell across his forehead. As the autumn wind blew, the Taoist priest's robe billowed with waves, giving off a sense of calmness and vicissitudes that made people admire him. He had a handsome face and bright eyes, giving off the feeling that he had arrived with the wind. Zhu Qian. Seeing as we're from the same sect, I'll give you a word of advice. Back then, when the 5 dragons struggle for the throne, you bet on the wrong person and offended quite a few people. One of them is the sovereign of 9-5. I advise you to leave right now, and perhaps you'll be able to preserve your life. And Bingshan walked in front of Zhu Qian while waving his horsetail whisk, his narrowed eyes filled with ridicule and ridicule. Before I sent the message, if senior brother had said those words from the bottom of your heart, Zhu Qian would definitely be moved to tears. But now, Zhu Qian looked coldly at Bingshan, the corners of his lips curling into an icy smile. Fine, since you want to court death, senior brother won't be able to stop you. Please, His Majesty is waiting for you. And Bingshan flicked his horsetail whisk, then bent down and extended a hand out of habit. Senior brother has truly been a eunuch for too long that you've forgotten how to walk normally, right? Then Zhu Qian will teach you. Watch carefully. Zhu Qian raised his horsetail whisk, straightened his back, and strode towards the imperial study. Zhu Qian, don't be too pleased with yourself. Since you dared to leave Clear Wind Monastery, then I have the ability to make sure that you won't be able to return. As he watched Zhu Qian walk into the imperial study, and Bingshan also tried to straighten his back, but when he wanted to walk, he forgot which leg to use first. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi was sitting upright and still, staring at the person in front of him. This humble Taoist Zhu Qian kowtows in salute to His Majesty. May His Majesty live for 10,000 years. Zhu Qian respectfully stood in front of the dragon table and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him, his expression as calm as still water. His Majesty? If we remember correctly, immortal Taoist Zhu Qian once said that we didn't have the fate to sit on this throne in this lifetime. Yi Hongyi looked at Zhu Qian coldly, the anger in his heart unable to quell. Back then, this humble Taoist miscalculated the heavenly workings, which was why I helped the evildoer and nearly caused His Majesty to cast pearls before swine. This is truly this humble Taoist's sin. So on the day your Majesty ascended the throne, this humble Taoist punished himself by facing the wall of Clear Wind Monastery and only left the monastery a few days ago. Zhu Qian's expression was calm, but underneath his strong exterior was a heart that was trembling like a sieve. Is that so? Taoist priest couldn't possibly think that just by saying that you miscalculated the heavenly workings, you would be able to make up for the grave mistake you made that day, right? Ever since Zhu Qian had entered the door, Yi Hongyi had been thinking about what kind of punishment he could use to make Zhu Qian die an even more miserable death. This humble Taoist knows that he has sinned and does not ask for your Majesty's forgiveness. However, there is one thing that this humble Taoist must say. When this humble Taoist looked at the sky a few days ago, this humble Taoist saw that the stars of calamity had shifted and the purple clouds were covered in dust. Thus, this humble Taoist destroyed his own cultivation to perform a divination for your Majesty and discovered that a great calamity has descended upon the world. If it is not resolved, then His Majesty's life will not be long, said Zhu Qian in a very serious manner. How audacious! You actually dare to spread fallacies here and curse the current emperor. Your Majesty, this person's mouth is full of nonsense. This old servant will drag him out and give him a good beating right now. At the side, and Bingshan immediately stepped forward and berated him harshly. That's exactly what we were thinking. Guards, Your Majesty, have you been feeling sleepy and tired recently? Have you been unable to carry out your tasks? Have you been coughing often and have phlegm clogged your throat? Sometimes you are drowsy. Sometimes you meditate alone, especially your right hand. Has there been any black blood clogged up in your palm? Just as Yihangi was about to call the guards in, Zhu Chen immediately questioned him loudly. His gaze was resolute, and his tone was resolute. Spreading fallacies. Your Majesty, you mustn't be deceived by him. Your Majesty, don't forget how he used flowery words in front of the late emperor to swindle away an entire bowl of your blood. The instant he heard Zhu Chen's description, and Bingshan was greatly shocked. These symptoms were all symptoms of the poisoned palace maids in the pill refining room. How did he know? Because he was afraid of losing His Majesty's trust, and Bingshan had still delivered the pills to His Majesty despite knowing that they were poisoned. Even though those pills couldn't take His Majesty's life, they still damaged his body. And Bingshan was afraid that this matter would reach His Majesty's ears, which was why he had secretly disposed of the corpses of the palace maids who had been testing the pills. He had forbidden the palace maids who were still alive from entering and leaving the pill refining room. Now that these symptoms had come out of Zhu Chen's mouth, and Bingshan was naturally terrified. Whether or not I'm spreading fallacies, I believe that Your Majesty has your own judgment. Of course, if Your Majesty doesn't believe in this humble Taoist's abilities, this humble Taoist is willing to reveal his abilities in front of Your Majesty to prove my innocence. Zhu Chen straightened his Taoist robe and looked towards Yihangi solemnly. Your Majesty. And Bingshan was about to speak again, but Yihangi stopped him. All right, we really do want to see just how much Taoist priest has grown in these 5 years. We'll order you to divine the esteemed Prince Yi Juanqing's current situation. Yihangi's gaze was cold as he looked towards Zhu Chen suspiciously. The reason he had chosen Yi Juanqing was because Yihangi believed that it was possible for everyone in the imperial palace to collude with Zhu Chen except Yi Juanqing. This was because Yihangi had schemed against Zhu Chen and offered a bowl of blood to Imperial Father. It was only later that Yihangi found out that because of one sentence from Zhu Chen, Yi Juanqing had been forced to give up another bowl of blood after he left, and had been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. He had almost died. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. After receiving the order, Zhu Chen raised his horsetail whisk with one hand and paced back and forth in the imperial study as he muttered some incantations. After about 5 minutes, Zhu Chen finally stopped. There was sweat on his forehead. Reporting to Your Majesty, this humble Taoist has divined that the esteemed prince is in the southwest direction of the imperial palace, said Zhu Chen as he panted. The esteemed prince has been temporarily staying in Guan Osprey Palace for a long time. Everyone in the palace knows about this. So do I still need you to calculate? Said Bingshan resentfully. Chapter 238. That's all? Yihangi looked towards Zhu Chen coldly. This humble Taoist also calculated that there would be a flood at the 2:45 in the morning, replied Zhu Chen confidently. 2:45 in the morning? Wasn't it just now? Flood? What do you mean? Yihangi looked towards Zhu Chen with interest as his eyes shone with a strange light. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This humble Taoist could only calculate that the esteemed prince caused a flood. This humble Taoist was unable to calculate the specifics, replied Zhu Chen humbly. Set off for Guanyu Palace. Yihangi's long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly. He got up and walked around the dragon table to slowly walk to Zhu Chen's side. If your calculations are accurate, we will let bygones be bygones and allow you to hold a position in the palace. If your calculations aren't accurate, when Zhu Chen saw Yihangi's mischievous smile, his heart was already trembling uncontrollably. However, his face remained calm. After Yihangi left, and Bingshan quickly walked to Zhu Chen's side. How did you know about the symptoms? And Bingshan furrowed his brows and asked through gritted teeth. Senior brother wants to know? Even though he was scared to death, when he saw Bingshan's panicked expression, Zhu Chun still felt indescribably comfortable. Hurry and tell me, urged and Bingshan impatiently. Zhu Chun won't tell me. Senior brother, don't forget. If it wasn't for senior brother, how could the second prince and Zhu Chun have lost so badly? As he recalled the past, Zhu Chen's eyes shone with intense hatred. That was Empress Yao Maxin's idea. Zajia only. And Bingshan instinctively wanted to explain, but he saw that Zhu Chen's smile was eerie and cold. Only what? Adding fuel to the fire? Humph. At that time, Yao Maxin had intentionally left a way out for the second prince. It was you, eunuch, who was so ruthless that the second prince died under the arrows. This enmity, Zhu Sha will definitely take revenge for the second prince. Now, shouldn't eunuch lead the way? If his majesty gets anxious, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhu Chun glared at him angrily, his voice as cold as ice. Don't get cocky. Zajia doesn't believe that your calculations are that accurate. And Bingshan hatefully flicked his sleeves and hurriedly chased after him. Seeing in Bingshan's slightly unsteady footsteps, Zhu Chun knew that he was afraid. Forget it. If I can kill that bastard in Bingshan, it'll be worth it even if I have to sacrifice my life. Before Yi Hongyi even stepped into Guan Osprey Palace, he heard laughter coming from inside. Ting Yu, quickly come and take a look at this drenched chicken. Haha, great. You bullied Warner all the time, and now you're getting your retribution. Ha ha ha. Inside the courtyard, Yao Moen pointed at the drenched Yi Junqing and laughed. Empress, please behave yourself. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with sullen anger in his eyes. His hands were tightly gripping the corners of his clothes that had been soaked in the lake water. Humph, this consort insists on laughing. Ting Yu, Lu Xing, accompany this consort in laughing at him. Such a big person actually fell into the lake. Stupid to death. Ha ha ha. With Yao Mo Wan's command, Ting Yu and Lu Xing naturally responded and laughed loudly. You've gone too far. Just watch this, prince. Just as Yi Junqing was about to make a move, Yi Hongyi suddenly appeared in Guan Osprey Palace. Junqing, no matter how wrong Warner is, she's still our empress, the mother of the nation. You shouldn't have made a move. Yi Hongyi slowly walked over and put his arms around Yao Moen. When his long and narrow eyes landed on Yi Junqing, he couldn't help but be shocked. Esteemed prince, how did you end up like this? The moment in Bingshan saw that Yi Junqing was covered in water, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That's right, Junqing, you've always been cautious. So how did you end up in such a sorry state? Yi Hongyi also wanted to know the reason. Replying, Your Majesty, when this subject younger brother passed by Jade Lake, I saw a piece of clothing floating on the lake. At the time, I thought that someone had fallen into the water, so I didn't realize that it was the Empress prank. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen angrily. Oh, Warner, what's going on? Ever since he had been conferred the title of Empress, Yi Hongyi had never come to Guan Osprey Palace. It wasn't because he didn't miss the lovely person in his arms, but because it was as Zhu Chun had said, there were some things that he didn't have the strength to do as he wished. Your Majesty, Warner just wanted to test on Your Majesty's behalf to see if the esteemed prince had sympathy. Amen. He does, explained Yao Moen seriously. Your Majesty. When Yi Junqing heard this, his blood instantly surged. Forget it, Junqing wouldn't bicker with Warner, right? That's right, Junqing, take a look and see who this person is. When Yi Hongyi turned to look towards Zhu Chun, he saw that Zhu Chun was hiding behind in Bingshan. Zhu Chun, hurry up and come greet the esteemed prince. Yi Hongyi's gaze turned towards Zhu Chun as he secretly observed their reactions. Ahem. This humble Taoist Zhu Chun kowtows in greeting. Just as Zhu Chun was about to bow, he felt a cold breeze in front of him. In the next second, Zhu Chun felt as if the bridge of his nose had collapsed and blood was gushing out. Yao Dao, you actually dared to come out of Clear Wind Monastery. You're the one courting death. Yi Junqing didn't say anything else and simply swung his fist. Even though Zhu Chin's nose was bleeding, Yi Junqing was still dissatisfied. He took large strides forward and grabbed Zhu Chun by the collar. Stop. Yi Junqing, do you still have us in your eyes? Yi Hongyi feigned anger as he roared. Your Majesty. Did you forget how he bewitched everyone with his words? How he made Imperial Father let out your and Junqing's blood? It's rare that he dares to leave Clear Wind Monastery. If Junqing doesn't beat him up this time, I swear I'm not a human. Yi Junqing's hair stood up in anger. Taking advantage of Yi Hongyi's momentary daze, he punched Zhu Chun again, causing Zhu Chen's front teeth to fly out along with blood. Your Majesty, save me. At this moment, Zhu Chen finally got a taste of what it felt like to have his teeth knocked out. That's enough, Junqing. Zhu Chun is the state preceptor that we invited back. You can't be rude. Yi Hongyi's words shocked everyone. Your Majesty, he's a demonic cultivator, reminded Yi Junqing indignantly. Your Majesty, the esteemed prince is right. This person can't be left alive. And Bingshan never expected that Yi Hongyi would actually make Zhu Chen state preceptor. His heart instantly turned cold. All of you, shut up. We naturally have a way to tell if he's a demonic cultivator or not. Zhu Chen, right now, Her Majesty the Empress is here, so help her read her fortune. We want to know the Empress' fate, shouted Yi Hongyi. This humble Taoist obeys. Zhu Chen had no choice but to use his sleeve to wipe away the blood on his face before respectfully walking in front of Yao Moen. Your Majesty. Yao Moen reflexively retreated and timidly hid in Yi Hongyi's embrace. Wanner, don't be afraid. We're just having him read your fortune. It's fine. As Yi Hongyi spoke, he spread Yao Moen's palm in front of Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen carefully examined Yao Moen's palm. Sometimes he raised his brows, sometimes he cried out in surprise. In the end, he actually prostrated on the ground and called out to Phoenix Master. When Yao Moen saw Zhu Chen's exaggerated actions, her brows couldn't help but twitch. Zhu Chen, what's the meaning of this? Asked Yi Hongyi as he looked towards Zhu Chen in confusion. Replying, Your Majesty, based on Her Majesty the Empress's palm print, Her Majesty is the Phoenix Master with the mandate of heaven. She truly has an extremely wealthy and noble life. Forgive this humble Taoist for saying too much, but with Her Majesty the Empress overseeing the inner palace, Great Chu will definitely prosper forever, replied Zhu Chen sincerely. As the Empress, she naturally has an extremely wealthy and noble life, muttered in Bingshan quietly at the side. Swindler, snorted Yi Junqing. Chapter 239. Your Majesty, there's definitely a sign in Guan Osprey Palace. Wait. Zhu Chen narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brows. He pinched his fingers as he searched for the right direction. He only stopped when he reached the swing in Pear Blossom Garden. Your Majesty, if this humble Taoist calculations aren't wrong, there's definitely a sign down there, said Zhu Chen firmly, his gaze sharp. Guards. Dig. Yi Hongyi's gaze was heavy as he looked at Yao Moen in his arms meaningfully. At this time, the guards had already found a shovel and started digging. Be gentler. If the sign of heavenly mandate is damaged, it's considered inauspicious, reminded Zhu Chen urgently. The guards naturally understood the severity of this, so they threw away their shovels and started digging with their hands. About 5 minutes later, one of the guards suddenly cried out in surprise. I see it. I see it. Everyone rushed over when they heard this. At this time, a large Ganoderma had appeared in front of them. The Ganoderma's shell was dark purple and glowed with a faint light. When it first appeared, white smoke rose. That's strange. Why would a Ganoderma grow in the soil? Muttered Ting Yu in shock. PFFF. Right at this time, Zhu Chen suddenly coughed up blood and stumbled to the ground. How could this be? Guards, hurry and help Taoist priest up. When Yi Hongyi saw this, he immediately ordered the guards to help Zhu Chen to his side. Your Majesty. In order to make Your Majesty believe this humble Taoist had just revealed the heavenly secrets. Now, his lifespan has been cut short because of the wrath of the heavens. This Ganoderma's name is Purple Light. It's an auspicious sign. Your Majesty must move it to Central Dragon Palace and nurture it well. Your Majesty will definitely live as long as the heavens. After Zhu Chen said this, he immediately fell unconscious. Taoist priest. Guards. Hurry and send Taoist priest to the Imperial Hospital, said Yi Hongyi worriedly. Once the guards carried Zhu Chen out of Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi immediately ordered the gardener to move the Ganoderma into a high-quality porcelain pot and bring it back to Central Dragon Palace. At dinner, Yao Moen, who had been busy the entire day, leaned back tiredly on the chaise lounge and lightly stroked Fluffy's fur. It's impossible to find such a large Lingji in the entire imperial palace. How did you get it? Yi Junqing sat down at the table and looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Just because the imperial palace doesn't have something doesn't mean that Phoenix Feather Manor doesn't have it. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved into a smile as her eyes lit up. Poor Yin Nansheng. In this prince's opinion, even if Zhu Qin's performance today was extraordinary, His Majesty might not necessarily believe him. The scene of Yin Nansheng coughing up blood while leaning on the table suddenly appeared in Yi Junqing's mind. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Of course not. Moen is waiting. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile as a light flashed through her eyes. Wait for what? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen curiously. At this moment, Yin Shui descended from the sky with an account book that was more than half a foot tall. Nyang Nyang, the things you've been waiting for have arrived. As Yin Shui spoke, she placed around 100 account books by Yao Moen's side. Bring the side table over and my treasures as well. Yao Moen ordered indifferently before sitting down on the chaise lounge. When Yin Shui placed the golden abacus in front of Yao Moen, Yi Junqing stood up in shock and walked over to Yao Moen. What's this? Yi Junqing saw the words Yao's Silk and Satin Factory written on the top of the account book and became suspicious. It's time to calculate just how much wealth Moen has. Yao Moen casually picked up the account book and flicked the abacus around with one hand. Then she flipped through the account book, her jade-like fingers dancing on the abacus. Her movements were elegant as if she was playing a zither, and the sound was crisp and pleasing to the ear. Only now did Yi Junqing notice that there were beads made from white jade, jadeite, and colored glass mixed into the golden abacus. That was why they made such a pleasant sound when they touched each other. This is Meng Yuan's account book? There's this much? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Isn't it good to have more? In the future, if Prince encounters trouble, you can always seek shelter with Moen. With this wealth, it wouldn't be a problem for Prince to not have to worry about food and clothing. Yao Moen raised her bright eyes slightly. This prince doesn't want to live that kind of life of relying on someone else's charity, said Yi Junqing angrily. Then what kind of life is Prince living right now? Yao Moen smiled lightly as her fingers moved quickly. Her movements were as smooth as a whirlwind. Speechless, Yi Junqing stormed off in a fit of pique. The next day, when Zhu Qin woke up from his coma, the first thing he thought of was to lick his teeth with his tongue to make sure that he had swallowed the blood sac in time. Taoist priest is awake? A gentle voice brushed past his ears like a spring breeze. When Zhu Qian turned to look at the source of the voice, he was shocked to see a peerlessly beautiful face appear in front of him. This humble Taoist. Just as Zhu Qian was about to get up, Yao Sulwan pressed down on his shoulder. Taoist priest's body is weak. There's no need to bow. As Yao Moen spoke, she brought the teacup in her hands to Zhu Qin's lips. This humble Taoist, thanks noble consort for your concern. When Zhu Qin felt Yao Sulwan's fingers caressing his shoulder, he couldn't help but swallow and speak hoarsely. Sulwan and Taoist priest have met a few times before. Yesterday, when I heard that Taoist priest had vomited blood and fainted, Sulwan felt uneasy and couldn't sleep the entire night. That's why I snuck into remote realm courtyard to visit. It's a good thing that Taoist priest is fine, otherwise Sulwan's heart would. Yao Sulwan's beautiful eyes glowed with endless charm as she subconsciously moved her hand from Zhu Qin's shoulder to his chest. Zhu Qin thanks noble consort for your concern. As Zhu Qin spoke, he took the teacup with both hands and seemed to unconsciously move backwards. Since Taoist priest is fine, Sulwan will return to the palace first. I'll visit again later. Yao Sulwan knew that she couldn't stay in remote realm courtyard for long, so she reluctantly withdrew her hand and turned to leave. As he watched Yao Sulwan walk out of the room, Zhu Qin couldn't help but sigh in relief. That was close. He almost couldn't control himself. Who are you? Just as Zhu Qin was about to relax, a figure suddenly flashed past. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui had reported everything she had seen to Yao Moen. TSK, what a pity. How could Taoist priest refuse such a beauty in front of him? Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Qian with a regretful expression as she raised a hand to indicate that he should get up. This humble Taoist swears that this humble Taoist definitely doesn't have the slightest bit of desire towards noble consortly. Your Highness, please understand. Zhu Qian knew very well that Yao Suwan was this god of plague's second older sister. Even if he wanted a woman, there was no need for him to touch the ground on top of the god's head. Ever since that night, Zhu Qian understood one thing from the bottom of his heart. He would rather die than offend this ancestor in front of him. As for what exactly happened that night, Zhu Qian wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. Why? Second older sister isn't pretty? Can't enter Taoist priest's eyes? Yao Moen's eyes widened as she asked this. That's not it. Then that's for the best. Listen well, if Yao Suwan tries to get her hands on you again, there's no need for you to be polite. If there's a flower to be plucked, then pluck it. Don't wait until there's no flower and only the branch, understand? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she instructed him solemnly. This isn't good, right? Zhu Qian looked towards Yao Moen timidly as he spoke. Of course not. Since second older sister has needs, you just have to satisfy her. If this consort finds out that you're pretending to be virtuous again, be careful of throwing you into the cleaning room. If there's something you can't use, you might as well just cut it off. Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Qian seriously. She didn't seem to be joking at all. Chapter 240. This humble Taoist guarantees that noble consortly will be satisfied, said Zhu Qian confidently. 5 days from now, the purple Lingji mushroom in Central Dragon Palace will become dispirited and lose all of its luster. Do you know what to do at that time? Yao Moen had already sprinkled some medicinal powder on the Lingji when she buried it. This humble Taoist understands. Zhu Qian nodded firmly. In Shui, send him back. Yao Moen looked at Shui meaningfully. Shui naturally understood her master's meaning, so before sending Zhu Qian back to Realm Separation Courtyard, she first threw him into Jade Lake for a swim. As a result, Zhu Qian caught a cold on the night he returned. He only got better on the day he received Yi Hongyi's imperial edict. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi's brows were tightly furrowed as he looked coldly at the Lingji by the window. We ask you, why is this Lingji so dispirited? Yi Hongyi looked towards Zhu Qian angrily. After that day, the reason Yi Hongyi hadn't gone to find Zhu Qian was because Zhu Qian had once been second imperial brother's retainer. Yi Hongyi was still a bit wary of him rashly using it. Why is it like this? Zhu Qian quickly walked up to the Lingji and muttered worriedly with furrowed brows. His Majesty is asking you right now, what kind of answer is that? Ever since Zhu Qian had entered, and Bing Shan's gaze had landed on Zhu Qian. He wanted to glare Zhu Qian to death. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. Let this humble Taoist calculate first. Zhu Qian ignored Bing Shan's mockery and suddenly raised his horsetail whisk. He circled around Central Dragon Palace a few times before finally stopping in front of the secret door. Forgive this humble Taoist for saying something disrespectful, but there are filthy things inside Central Dragon Palace and the miasma is extremely strong. This isn't something the Lingji can endure, said Zhu Qian seriously as he paced back and forth in front of the secret door. Bullshit. You. In his shock and anger, Bing Shan forgot that Yi Hongyi was present and immediately cursed. Bing Shan. Yi Hongyi looked towards Bing Shan coldly. Only when he saw the fury on his dragon face did Bing Shan realize that he had lost control of himself. He immediately bent down in front of Yi Hongyi. Your Majesty, please don't listen to this evil Taoist nonsense. Central Dragon Palace is the residence of the Son of Heaven, so how could it be filthy? It's clearly because the Lingji mushroom wasn't feeling well after it was unearthed that it's withering away. Bing Shan argued. We are also considering this. Taoist priest, do you think eunuch An's words make sense? In the end, Yi Hongyi had been by his side for many years, so he didn't think too deeply about Bing Shan's rudeness. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can very well move the Lingji out of Central Dragon Palace. Fortunately, the Lingji's foundation hasn't been damaged. This humble Taoist dares to use his head to guarantee that as long as it leaves Central Dragon Palace, the Lingji will definitely reappear, Zhu Qian solemnly vowed. Your Majesty, why don't you move this Lingji to this old servant's room? This old servant will definitely take good care of it, suggested Bingshan. Forgive this humble Taoist for saying too much, but the Lingji is an immortal herb, so how could this servant's fate possibly affect it? If it's moved to Eunuch An's room, it'll probably die even faster. How could Zhu Qin not guess in Bingshan's ploy? He immediately spoke up to stop him. Forget it, bring it back to Guan Osprey Palace first. All of you can withdraw. We want to rest. Yi Hongyi felt a dull pain in his forehead, then waved his hands to dismiss the two of them before walking into the inner room. At this time, there were already guards carrying the Lingji out of Central Dragon Palace. Zhu Chun naturally swaggered out. Stop! And Bingshan chased after him. Eunuch An, do you need something? Asked Zhu Chun angrily as he looked towards Bingshan with raised brows. Zhu Chun, what do you know? And Bingshan refused to believe that Zhu Chun had stood in that position on purpose. Eunuch An's question is rather strange. This humble Taoist doesn't even know how to reply. Zhu Chun looked towards Bingshan with a confused expression, but a trace of delight flashed through his heart. Being able to see Bingshan's trembling expression made it worth it for him to enter the imperial palace again. Stop fooling around. Tell me, what exactly is your goal in coming to the imperial palace? For glory, splendor, and wealth? Since that's the case, with this senior brother of mine protecting you, you'll definitely be able to stabilize your position as state preceptor. And Bingshan stated his conditions. It's thanks to having a senior brother like Eunuch and that Zhu Chun ended up in such a crushing defeat. Zhu Chun is greatly indebted to the second prince. If it weren't for you, would the second prince have died so miserably? Eunuch and has also lived in this world for a long time, so you should understand that a debt of blood must be paid with blood, said Zhu Chun in a low voice as he moved closer to Bingshan's side. His every word was like ice. You think you can touch a single hair on this one's head? Humph. And Bingshan angrily flung his sleeves and left, but his heart was filled with fear and unease. If it weren't for the fact that something had gone wrong with the pills, he wouldn't have been this afraid. However, His Majesty had already started to use this batch of pills. If he asked His Majesty to take the pills back, it would definitely arouse His Majesty's suspicions. Rather than that, why not? As he watched Bingshan leave, Zhu Chen's lips curved in a cold smile. As long as he could achieve his goal, he was willing to be used. Zhu Chun was very grateful towards Yao Moen. 3 days later, when Yi Hongyi appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was currently sleeping on the chaise longue. Fluffy and Jewel were lying lazily in her arms, sleeping very sweetly. When Yi Hongyi saw the lovely person on the chaise longue, he momentarily forgot himself and walked over. His slightly rough fingertips brushed against Yao Moen's delicate face. How long had it been since he had been near her body? Just a simple touch was already enough to make his body stir, but he couldn't. Recently, his body had been unable to endure this kind of heat. Your Majesty, you're here. Yao Moen suddenly opened her eyes. There was a hint of immaturity on her beautiful face, causing Yi Hongyi to be even more unable to resist pressing her down. We came to see Warner, and also to see how the Lingji is doing. Yi Hongyi resisted the urge to move his fingers away and turned to look at the Lingji by the window. When he saw the Lingji glowing with a faint purple light, as if it had been reborn, Yi Hongyi's eyes abruptly turned cold. Your Majesty, don't worry. Those gardeners come over every day to fertilize and add soil to the Lingji. They take very good care of it. It's a pity that Warner doesn't know how, otherwise I would definitely personally take good care of the Lingji for your Majesty. Yao Moen cheerfully walked over to Yi Hongyi, her tender voice as pleasant as an oriole's. This Lingji is only taken care of by the gardeners? Yi Hongyi lowered his eyes to look towards Yao Moen. That's right. Warner hasn't let Yi Junqing enter this room for the past 2 days, said Yao Moen seriously as she nodded firmly. Why? Yi Hongyi looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. He's always so clumsy. What if he knocks over your Majesty's treasure? Replied Yao Moen earnestly. In reality, Yao Moen was afraid that someone would use the matter of the Lingji's revival to insinuate that Yi Junqing had the fate of an emperor. In this imperial palace, she had to be careful. Warner is considerate. We forgot that we still have important matters to take care of. Sleep a bit more. We'll We'll come over to accompany you later. Yi Hongyi forced out a smile and patted Yao Mowen's head, then turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. As Yao Mowen watched Yi Hongyi hurriedly leave, her lips curved in a strange smile. The gentleman had already entered the trap. The wonderful show was about to begin. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi tossed the memorial on the table onto Bingshan's head. His eyes were dark. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly. There are no problems with the pills this old servant has refined. They will only ensure Your Majesty's longevity. They definitely aren't filthy things. Your Majesty, please don't listen to that demonic Taoist's lies. Your Majesty, do you still remember that he's an old subordinate of the second prince? This old servant had long suspected that this demonic Taoist had some ulterior motive for entering the imperial palace again. This old servant also found out that the second prince once saved this demonic Taoist's entire family. It's very likely that he entered the imperial palace this time to get revenge for the second prince. Your Majesty, if this person isn't eliminated, there will be endless troubles in the future. And Bingshan had expected that the Lingji would come back to life, but he hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would have such a big reaction and immediately punish him. Chapter 241. Revenge? Tell us, what right does he have to take revenge for Yi Mohan? Based on that mouth of his? Yi Hongyi clearly didn't believe in Bingshan's words. Your Majesty, please think about it. Why did that Lingji have to appear right when he came? This old servant. And Bingshan knelt on the ground in panic. He knew very well that the only reason Your Majesty had been indulging him all these years was because of the pill refining room. If something happened to the pill refining room, he wouldn't be far from death. That's because there's no such expert in the imperial palace. Do you think we're an idiot? We ordered people to investigate the roots of the Lingji, and the people in the greenhouse clearly told us that the Lingji has lived in Guan Osprey Palace for at least 300 years. You can't be saying that Zhu Chun colluded with the gardener to trick us, right? We also investigated. That gardener has been in the greenhouse ever since he entered the palace at the age of 10. He doesn't know who Zhu Chun is at all. And Bingshan, what else do you have to say? Yi Hongyi slammed the table angrily. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been in a daze recently, he wouldn't have suspected the pills just because of Zhu Chen's words. Your Majesty is wise. This old servant has been refining pills for Your Majesty for all these years and has done everything personally. This old servant has personally tried every batch of pills. There's absolutely no problem. And Bingshan hadn't expected that Yi Hongyi would actually investigate so many things in private. He didn't dare mention the word Zhu Chun again. Then how do you explain that ever since we took the new pills you made, we've been in a daze like we're in a dream? Even the matters in the palace. Go bring those pills over. Azure Dragon, you go with him. Yi Hongyi found it hard to say, so he ordered Bingshan to bring the pills from Central Dragon Palace. He also ordered Azure Dragon to go with him to prevent Bingshan from changing the pills. This old servant will go right away, said Bingshan fearfully before leaving the imperial study. After Bingshan left, Yi Hongyi ordered someone to go to Remote Realm Courtyard to invite Zhu Chun. In Remote Realm Courtyard, Yao Sulwan was dressed in a luxurious robe. The wide lapels of the robe revealed her beautiful neck, especially the snow-white chest. Zhu Chun gulped when he saw it. Sulwan heard that Taoism has a dual cultivation method. If Taoist priest is interested, please teach me a thing or two. Or like this. Yao Sulwan's jade-like fingers pressed against Zhu Chun's chest and pulled his Taoist robe down to his waist. Her coquettish voice was enough to make anyone's bones go soft. Zhu Chun knew why he had come to the palace. He originally didn't want to provoke this peach blossom, but since Yao Mowen had decreed it, there was no need for him to have any misgivings. If noble consortly has the heart, Zhu Chun will definitely devote himself to teaching noble consort. Zhu Chun's voice was rough and hoarse. At this moment, Zhu Chun had already tugged on Yao Sulwan's belt, and his hands were impatiently opening the complicated clothes. When Yao Sulwan saw that Zhu Chun couldn't hold himself back any longer, she burrowed into his embrace. Just as the two of them were about to put on a show of their passionate entanglement, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. When the two of them heard the sound, they immediately panicked. Yao Sulwan didn't even think twice before grabbing her shoes and hiding under the bed. His Majesty has summoned the state preceptor to the imperial study for an audience, reported the eunuch outside the door. Zhu Qin hurriedly straightened his Taoist robes before opening the door. State preceptor, please. The little eunuch bent his body and walked in front. Zhu Chun reflexively turned around to glance under the bed before closing the door and leaving. In the shadows, Yao Moen waited until Yao Sulwan sneaked out of the room before turning to leave. Your Highness, this servant doesn't understand. Why would Yao Sulwan use her body to curry favor with Zhu Chun? Is she trying to have Zhu Chun use the art of divination to change His Majesty's opinion of her? Ting Yu looked towards her master in confusion. The conflict between her and His Majesty is irreconcilable. She knows this very well, so the possibility you mentioned doesn't exist at all. If this consort's guess isn't wrong, she might. If that's really the case, then this consort's younger sister is truly becoming more and more daring. Yao Moen's eyes curved and her smile was as brilliant as a flower. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi handed the pill in Bingshan's hands to Zhu Chun. Taoist priest, please take a look. What use does this pill have? Yi Hongyi's voice was soothing and his attitude was gentle. The hostility in his eyes had lessened slightly. Zhu Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart as he accepted the pill with both hands. However, when he sniffed the pill, he was inwardly shocked. According to Yao Moen's description, the pills Bingshan had been refining recently were definitely poisonous. However, although the pill in his hands wasn't some good medicine that could make one live longer, it wasn't poisonous and wouldn't kill a person. There was no doubt that Bingshan had swapped out the pills from before. Long live His Majesty! Zhu Qin suddenly had an idea. He immediately knelt in front of Yi Hongyi and raised the pill high above his head. Taoist priest, what do you mean? Yi Hongyi looked towards Zhu Chun in confusion. It's the country's fortune that Your Majesty was able to obtain this good medicine. Zhu Qin's words caused the trembling Bingshan to burst into an uproar. Based on his understanding of Zhu Chun would definitely be able to smell that this was an extremely ordinary appetizer pill. The ingredients were also the cheapest hawthorn, so there was no value to speak of. Oh, what do you mean by that, State Preceptor? Yi Hongyi glanced at Bingshan, then his gaze landed on Zhu Chun. If this humble Taoist guess is correct, this medicine should have been made from rare medicinal ingredients and a good recipe to extend one's lifespan. Even if this humble Taoist was well versed in this field, he might not have been able to come up with such an accurate recipe. Zhu Chun praised the pill in his hands. Is this medicine really as miraculous as Taoist priest says? Yi Hongyi raised his brows slightly. How could this humble Taoist dare to deceive Your Majesty? Said Zhu Chun confidently. Taoist priest truly has good eyesight. Taoist priest, please stay in the palace. We will soon announce to the world that Taoist priest is appointed as state preceptor. Yi Hongyi was in a great mood and dismissed Zhu Chun. Then, he comforted Bingshan for a bit before ordering him to leave. After Bingshan left the imperial study, the first thing he did was look for Zhu Chun. Why are you helping Zejia? Bingshan originally thought that Zhu Chun would criticize the pill as being completely useless and that he wouldn't be able to escape His Majesty's blame. However, the result was completely different from what he expected. What else? Did Senior Brother think that Zhu Chun would use this opportunity to steal Senior Brother's rice bowl? Zhu Chun doesn't care for that kind of foul atmosphere, said Zhu Chun resentfully as he placed his horsetail whisk on the table. What Zejia is asking is why you didn't use this opportunity to censure Zejia. Don't you really want Zejia to die? Bingshan was still suspicious of Zhu Chen's attitude. Based on Senior Brother's position in His Majesty's heart, a small appetizer pill wouldn't be able to take Senior Brother's life. Also, Zhu Chun emphasized that if Senior Brother died, His Majesty would definitely push the responsibility of refining the pill onto Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun isn't interested in something that requires a lot of effort and doesn't bring any benefits. Zhu Chun glanced at Bingshan as he regretted missing this opportunity. It seems like you're still stubborn and insist on opposing Zejia. Since that's the case, there's no need for Zejia to accept this favor of yours. Humph. Bingshan glared at Zhu Chun before leaving angrily. That night, when Zhu Chun appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, He was shocked to see Yi Junqing sitting there. He immediately took a few steps back and looked towards Yao Moen timidly. What kind of attitude is this? Is this prince a tiger? Can this prince eat people? Yi Junqing glanced at Zhu Chun, but his hands weren't clenched into fists. Prince isn't a tiger, but he can still eat people. As Zhu Chun spoke, he took another 2 steps towards Yao Moen. This consort is asking you, why didn't you censure and Bingshan in front of His Majesty today? Yao Moen fixed her gaze on Zhu Chun as her cherry lips parted slightly. There wasn't a trace of emotion in her clear voice. Your Highness, please understand. This humble Taoist only did this because he didn't want to beat the grass and alert the snake. Once this humble Taoist exposed in Bingshan, His Majesty might punish him, but he definitely wouldn't bear to kill him. If Bingshan were to change the ingredients in the pill refinement room because of this, we would no longer have any evidence to prove that the pills he refined were poisonous. This humble Taoist had no choice but to change Your Highness's plans at the last minute, reported Zhu Chun sincerely as he knelt on the ground. Chapter 242. His Highness lost. Ting Yu, help this consort keep His Highness Flame Soul Sword properly. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a faint smile. At this time, Ting Yu had already brought the Flame Soul Sword to Yao Moen's room with both hands. Flowery demoness. Yi Junqing gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Zhu Chen didn't understand and couldn't help but start trembling. You did very well. This was this consort's negligence. This consort didn't think that Bingshan would swap out the pills so quickly. Thankfully, you're smart and know how to be flexible. Yao Moen nodded in approval as a sharp light flashed through her eyes. This humble Taoist thanks Your Highness for your praise. However, after this incident, even if Bingshan doesn't swap out the ingredients, he'll destroy those pills. At that time, wouldn't it be even harder for us to find evidence against him? Asked Zhu Chen worriedly. That won't happen. In Shui, give it to him. Yao Moen's red lips moved slightly with a faint smile. At the side, In Shui had already passed the paper bag to Zhu Chun. This is the raw material for the medicine? Asked Zhu Chun in shock after taking a sniff. This consort knows of your abilities. We can have as much evidence as Bingshan throughout, right? Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Chun meaningfully. This humble Taoist understands. Don't worry, Your Highness. This humble Taoist knows what to do. Yao Moen didn't see a trace of doubt on Zhu Chen's face. This consort knows that refining those pills will cause poison. Aren't you afraid? Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Chun suspiciously. Since Zhu Chun chose to enter the palace, he didn't plan on leaving alive. Zhu Chen's submissive expression changed to one of extreme determination. Why? Yao Moen knew what Zhu Chun was thinking the best, but she still asked. If she wanted to keep Zhu Chun for her own use, the first thing she had to do was resolve the enmity between him and Yi Junqing. To get revenge for the second prince, Zhu Chun wasn't afraid to say something disrespectful. Even though His Majesty had ordered the second prince to be killed that day, the Empress had been benevolent and had left a path of retreat for the second prince. He hated that Bingshan had secretly sent people to ambush the second prince in order to claim credit, which was why the second prince had been shot to death. A loyal subject would not serve 2 masters. Zhu Chun had been struggling at death's door and hiding in Clear Wind Monastery because he wanted to find a chance to take revenge for the second prince. Zhu Chun knows that he doesn't have the ability to kill His Majesty, but Zhu Chun definitely can't let that despicable Bingshan go. Zhu Chun promises that as long as Bingshan dies, Zhu Chun will allow the esteemed prince to punish me however he wants, and I won't have any regrets in death. Zhu Chen's words stunned Yi Junqing. What did you say? Back then, Ma Xin had intentionally let second imperial brother go? Yi Junqing abruptly stood up and grabbed Zhu Chun with both hands as his eyes shone brilliantly. He had always thought that Ma Xin was willing to do anything for Yi Hongyi, so there were some things that he hid in his heart and didn't say. How could Zhu Chen dare to deceive Your Highness and the esteemed prince? Back then, Empress Yao secretly sent someone to pass on a message to Zhu Chun, but unfortunately, the plans of man are no match for the plans of the heavens. The second prince is unlucky, but Zhu Chun still remembers Empress Yao's kindness. Tears welled up in Zhu Chen's eyes, and his voice was choked with emotion. So that's how it is. It's been hard on Ma Xin. Yi Junqing let go of Zhu Qian dejectedly and stumbled back into the chair. His heart felt like it had been tossed into a field of thorns, and it was bleeding profusely. He should have known that a woman like Mo Xian wouldn't do such a vicious and merciless thing. There's no need to refine this medicine. I'll think of another way to deal with the physical evidence. Recalling the past, although she wanted to save Yi Mohan, she couldn't save his life in the end. Your Highness, there's no need to be like this. Zhu Qian naturally has a way to refine the antidote, said Zhu Qian confidently as he looked towards Yao Mohan gratefully. Really? If that's the case, you can save a few more lives. In Shui, send him back. Yao Mohan nodded approvingly. Just as In Shui was about to leave with Zhu Qian, Yao Mohan added, remember this consort's words. If there's a flower to be plucked, then pluck it. This is one of the rewards this consort is giving you. Yao Mohan stopped talking and Zhu Qian's face turned completely red. Once Zhu Qian left, Yao Mohan turned to look towards Yi Junqing with a hint of sorrow in her eyes. She originally didn't want Zhu Qian to bring up the past again, but only if Yi Junqing understood the reason why by Zhu Qian was still alive would he feel less resentful towards this person. Who could guarantee that this Zhu Qian wouldn't become Yi Junqing's left and right arms in the future? Your Highness, aren't you moved? I never expected that the woman you love would actually have a heart of glazed glass, said Yao Mohan as she looked towards Yi Junqing teasingly. Ma Xin has always had a heart of glazed glass, unlike a certain person. Yi Junqing put away the sorrow in his eyes and snorted coldly. Oh? Then what should Mohan do to make Prince feel that Mohan is also a kind person? Yao Mohan rested her chin on one hand as she looked towards Yi Junqing with interest. If you're willing to return the flame soul sword to this prince, Mohan suddenly feels like being a good person isn't Mohan's goal. It's getting late. Mohan needs to rest. Prince, please do as you wish. Yao Mohan coughed lightly, then got up to head towards the bedroom. You're leaving just like that? Then what about this prince's flame soul sword? Yi Junqing hurriedly got up and asked loudly. That's not Prince's flame soul sword, it's Mohan's. Prince, please pay attention to your wording. Yao Mohan looked back and pursed her lips. That smile was so charming that it caused all the beauties to lose their color. Yi Junqing couldn't help but stand there in a daze. It wasn't until the door was shut that he came back to his senses. Her heart's too black, muttered Yi Junqing hatefully before turning to leave helplessly. When she saw Mingyu again, Yao Mohan abruptly got up and her eyes misted up. She saw that Mingyu's face was ashen. Her hands were withered, and her eyes were sunken in. She was clearly terminally ill. This servant Mingyu kowtows in salute to your Imperial Highness. When Yao Mohan saw that Mingyu was about to kneel, she immediately walked up and personally helped Mingyu to the table. In Shui, bring the medicine over. As Yao Mohan urged, In Shui had already handed the antidote that Zhu Qian had refined last night to Yao Mohan. Your Imperial Highness. Mingyu was just about to speak when Yao Mohan stopped her. Eat this first. As Yao Mohan spoke, she placed the pill in Mingyu's mouth, then personally poured a cup of water for her to drink. This servant thanks your Imperial Highness, but Mingyu knows very well that her body probably doesn't have many days left to live. Mingyu heard about what happened that day. This servant was incompetent and didn't notice that Bingshan had secretly swapped out the pills, causing your Highness's plan to fail. This servant deserves to die. Mingyu's eyes overflowed with tears as she choked with sobs. Misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. This consort promised you that you would definitely see Bingshan's fate with your own eyes. Vowed Yao Mohan. Master, look. At the side, In Shui was astonished by Mingyu's transformation. Go get the copper mirror. Yao Mohan's cherry lips curved into a smile as her eyes sparkled. When Mingyu saw that her face was as radiant as before in the copper mirror, she was so happy that she couldn't hold back her tears. This servant kowtows in thanks for your Imperial Highness's grace. At this moment, Mingyu's cheeks were rosy and her eyes were spirited. Even her withered hands were glowing. It was clear just how miraculous the antidote that Zhu Qian had refined was. Stand up and speak. In Shui, give the antidote to Mingyu, ordered Yao Mohan. Your Imperial Highness, this antidote? Mingyu looked towards Yao Mohan in confusion. Chapter 243. The time for you to take revenge has come. Once you return, distribute these antidotes to the poison palace maids. Afterwards, tell Bingshan that there are no problems with his prescription and dosage. Do you understand this consort's meaning? Said Yao Moen solemnly, her eyes bright. Your Highness means that we should continue to use this method to refine medicine. Because we've taken the antidote, nothing will happen to us. As for Bingshan, he often goes to the pill refining room, so your Highness is wise, exclaimed Mingyu excitedly, giving him a taste of his own medicine. The heavens aren't fated to let Bingshan die so easily. This consort is just following the will of the heavens. Yao Moen smiled lightly. Just as Yao Moen expected, just as Bingshan was about to secretly execute all the palace maids in the pill refining room, he discovered that the faces of the palace maids in the pill refining room suddenly glowed, and they even seemed to have become much younger. Mingyu, what exactly is going on? And Bingshan called Mingyu over and looked towards the busy palace maids in confusion. Replying eunuch this servant doesn't know either. When I woke up, this servant was already like this. This servant is guessing that the medicine you refined this time must have taken effect. Although this servant and the others all showed signs of weakening, that might just be a transition. Now, when this servant looks in the mirror, this servant feels like I've become 7 or 8 years younger. Reported Mingyu excitedly with bright eyes. Transition? Could it be that the prescription is real? And Bingshan was lost in thought and didn't notice the coldness hidden in Mingyu's eyes at all. If eunuch is fine, this servant is in a hurry to refine medicine. Oh right, do we need to change the dosage of this batch of medicine? Asked Mingyu casually. For now. Don't change it for now. Although Bingshan had his doubts, he couldn't deny the truth in front of him. Hearing this, Mingyu accepted the order. The moment he bowed and retreated, the corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. In the following 2 days, Bingshan changed his usual habits and often personally refined medicine. Sometimes, he would even taste the medicine with his mouth. One day, after Bingshan confirmed that the pills he refined were no different from the previous batch, he actually put one of them into his mouth. In that instant, Mingyu was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was looking at the beautiful phoenix clothes on the table, her heart filled with complicated feelings. The miscellaneous household has received His Imperial Majesty's verbal decree. The Empress conferring decree has already been issued for many days. Yesterday, the Ministry of Rites set the date of the Empress conferring ceremony on the 7th of next month. These are the phoenix robes sent over by the Department of Clothing. Your Highness can try them on first. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, send them back to the Department of Clothing and have them change them according to your Highness's wishes. Cough, 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 cough. And Bingshan respectfully reported, What beautiful clothes. Yao Moen happily walked to the side of the table and held up the phoenix robe with both hands. When her fingers touched the fabric, it was as if several thousand needles were stabbing into her palm. What a familiar double-sided Su embroidery technique. In the entire imperial palace, only the Empress was fit to use this kind of embroidery. What a noble symbol. What a painful memory. Empress of Great Chu. This title that she detested from the bottom of her heart had now fallen onto her head. Is this the will of the heavens? At the time, she had thought that it was the will of the heavens that she and Yi Junqing had missed each other, and that it was also the will of the heavens that she got together with Yi Hongyi. But what did the will of the heavens give her? This time, she was going to defy the will of the heavens. She was going to personally pave every brick and tile of her path. No one could make a fork in her path. The embroidery pattern on this phoenix robe was personally chosen by His Majesty for your Highness. Cough, cough. And Bingshan couldn't help but cough. Are you all right? Tingyu, hurry and massage eunuch An's back. In the past, when Wanner coughed, Mother would always do this. It's very effective. Yao Moen looked towards Bingshan worriedly as she gave this order. This old servant is fine. Your Highness is too kind. It's better to let Tingyu help your Highness try on the robe. This old servant will take his leave. And Bingshan respectfully turned around and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace in a somewhat disorderly manner. The moment Bingshan left, Yi Junqing suddenly walked in through the palace doors. This prince had thought that the Empress bestowal ceremony would be spared. As he looked at the phoenix robe on the table, Yi Juanqing's chest felt like it was completely blocked by a ball of cotton wool. That indescribable stifling feeling made Yi Juanqing very irritated. Moen also hopes that it's spared, but what to do? His Majesty can't bear to wrong Moen. Yaomo Wan threw away the phoenix robe in her hands in a self-mocking manner and ordered Tingyu to bring it into the inner chambers. Since His Majesty dotes on you so much, you don't need to find any other way out. Yi Juanqing said sourly as he pulled Fluffy off the chaise lounge and sat down on it himself. His Majesty dotes on Moen is His Majesty's business. What does it have to do with Moen? Prince should have known that Moen doesn't care for any imperial favor. Yaomo Wan bent over to pick up Fluffy, who could still get shot even while lying down, and patted Fluffy's head comfortingly. Then what do you care for? Yi Juanqing looked towards Yaomo Wan with a serious expression. Of course I care for you, replied Yaomo Wan solemnly. In return, Yi Juanqing rolled his eyes meaningfully. Ahem. Earlier, this prince saw that Bingshan looked like he was drunk. It seems that your plan succeeded? Yi Juanqing forcefully suppressed the throbbing in his heart and changed the topic. Moen said that I care for Prince earlier, but why didn't Prince show any reaction at all? You should know that there aren't many things in this world that Moen cares for. Yaomo Wan knew that Yi Juanqing was intentionally changing the topic, so she deliberately brought it back. This prince is talking about serious matters. When Yi Juanqing saw Yaomo Wan walk over, he deliberately took a few steps back. Moen is also talking about serious matters. Yaomo Wan blinked her bright and clear eyes as she slowly walked to Yi Juanqing's side. Yaomo Wan. When he felt Yaomo Wan sit down next to him, Yi Juanqing felt the fire of impatience burn in his heart. He immediately shouted harshly to hide the anxiety in his heart. I'm here. Is something the matter? The more embarrassed Yi Juanqing was, the happier Yaomo Wan was. Yaomo Wan suddenly felt that teasing Fluffy wasn't as enjoyable as teasing Yi Juanqing. It's nothing. This prince is leaving. When Yi Juanqing smelled the unique and elegant fragrance on Yaomo Wan's body, he jumped up from the chaise lounge. The day Zhu Chen finishes refining the pill will be the day Bingshan dies, said Yaomo Wan indifferently as she reached out to stroke Fluffy. Yi Juanqing stood silently at the palace doors for a long time before he finally turned around. Thanks for this time. In Yi Juanqing's opinion, Yaomo Wan dealing with Bingshan was completely helping him. What? Moen didn't hear clearly. May Prince say it again? Yaomo Wan pretended to frown as she looked towards Yi Juanqing. Give me back my flame soul sword. Yi Juanqing shouted in embarrassment. Oh, there's no need to thank me. Yaomo Wan nodded earnestly. Yi Juanqing immediately rubbed his forehead as his lips twitched. That night, the autumn wind was slightly chilly, causing the leaves to rustle. The moonlight shone through the leaves, creating a mottled scene. In the room of the departure realm courtyard, two naked bodies were entangled with each other. Neither was willing to be the first to give up. Both of them were desperately venting. The bed creaked, as if it would collapse in the next second. The embroidered tent was swayed like the waves on the sea, each wave higher than the last. The messy Taoist robes on the floor were charming and gentle, filling the room with the light of spring. Taoist priest has such a good cultivation. Yao Suwan grabbed Zhu Chen's back with both hands, leaving long red marks. This humble Taoist is ashamed. Your Highness's cultivation is definitely above this humble Taoist's. Zhu Chun enjoyed the reward Yaomo Wan had given him to his heart's content. Only when his body no longer had any strength did he climb down from Yao Suwan's body in satisfaction. He faced the sky and panted heavily. Because she was Yi Hongyi's woman, Zhu Chen's actions were especially stimulating. Since he didn't have the ability to kill Yi Hongyi, he just wanted to make him wear the hat even higher. Chapter 244. Sulwan is truly overwhelmed by Taoist priest's praise. Yao Sulwan flipped over and lay on Zhu Chen's chest. Her jade fingers brushed across the hairs on Zhu Chen's forehead. Her body was smooth and soft as if it didn't have any bones. At this moment, Zhu Chen really hated the fact that he wasn't at Clear Wind Monastery. Otherwise, he would definitely let those little disciples who ate vegetables all year round have a taste of fresh meat. Everything Ju Chun says comes from the bottom of my heart. There is not a single lie in my words, Ju Chun swore as he pointed to the sky. Sulwan believes, and Sulwan also believes, that Taoist priest will definitely help this consort sneak this pill into His Majesty's teacup. As Yao Sulwan spoke, she took out a pill the size of a fingernail from under her pillow and placed it in Ju Chen's hand. What is this? Ju Chen looked suspiciously at the pill in his hand. He placed it under his nose and sniffed it a few times. He immediately recognized that it was a lethal poison. There's no need to be so nervous, Taoist priest. It's just a knockout drug that makes people unconscious for 4 to 5 days. Because of White Brow's shadow, in Yao Sulwan's eyes, all Taoists were swindlers who only knew how to swindle people. Thus, from the very beginning, Yao Sulwan had never placed Ju Chun in her eyes. Knockout drug? Why did Guifei drug His Majesty? When he saw that Yao Sulwan had no one in her eyes, Ju Chun decided to beat her at her own game. He immediately crawled up and knelt in the corner of the bed, trembling. His body would occasionally tremble a few times to show how scared he was. Look at how scared Taoist priest is. Isn't Sulwan doing this for Taoist priest's own good? Yao Sulwan lazily tossed aside the blankets and got off the bed. Her smooth body was completely revealed to Ju Chun. For this humble Taoist's own good? Ju Chun swallowed, then shivered as he crawled to the side of the bed. He looked towards Yao Sulwan suspiciously. Although Bin Gong has only seen Taoist priest a few times, Bin Gong remembers that Taoist priest used to be second prince's person. Now that Taoist priest is no longer obediently staying at Clear Wind Temple and has chosen to risk death to enter the palace, it's obvious what his goal is. Yao Sulwan sat elegantly on a chair and held a jade comb in her hand as she spoke slowly. Then what is this humble Taoist's goal? Ju Chen probed. Of course I want to stand out. In this world, who doesn't want to live a grand and exciting life? If it was Bin Gong, I also wouldn't be willing to stay in such a desolate place for the rest of my life. Yao Sulwan believed herself to be infallible. Your Imperial Highness is wise. Since your Imperial Highness understands Ju Chen's intentions, then you should know that Ju Chun will have to rely on His Majesty for the rest of his life. I'm afraid I won't be able to help your Imperial Highness much this time. Ju Chun picked up the Taoist robe and draped it over his body. He walked over to Yao Sulwan with small steps and placed the pill on the table. A pill the size of a fingernail, ah? Does Yao Sulwan think that His Majesty is blind? This was what Ju Chun thought. Taoist priest, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let Sulwan finish speaking. There's something Taoist priest might not know. Even if Taoist priest has been given the title of state preceptor, wanting to beat His Majesty's and Bingshan is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, said Yao Sulwan indifferently as she carefully combed her hair into a flying bun. And Bingshan is nothing more than a eunuch. This humble Taoist still has this confidence, said Ju Chun as he slowly retreated to the side. There's something Taoist priest definitely doesn't know. Before that, and Bingshan entered the palace, he was also a Taoist priest. Who knows where he got his hands on a recipe for immortality? These past few years, he's been secretly refining pills for His Majesty. Think about it. With such a good job in his hands, would His Majesty mistreat him? Yao Sulwan abruptly turned around and looked towards Ju Chun with a serious expression. He knows how to refine pills? Ju Chun pretended to be surprised. So His Majesty will only abandon him and take you if there's a problem with the pills he refines. Yao Sulwan saw that Ju Chun was moved and tried even harder to persuade him. But how can there be a problem with the pills he refines? Ju Chun furrowed his brows in thought. Taoist priest looks intelligent, but why are you so clueless? As long as you give this consort's pills to His Majesty, if something happens to His Majesty's body, he'll naturally blame and Bingshan. Taoist priest can't understand such a simple logic? Yao Sulwan was getting a little anxious. So that's how it is. Then this humble Taoist really has to thank noble consort Your Highness, said Ju Chun in realization. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and bowed deeply towards Yao Sulwan. What are you thanking me for? This consort is only doing this so that you can sit firmly on the throne of state preceptor. At that time, you and this consort will be able to... Yao Sulwan got up and walked over to Ju Chun. She lifted Ju Chen's chin with a finger as a seductive light shone in her eyes. When Ju Chen repeated Yao Sulwan's words to Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. Which quack doctor made this pill for second older sister? Yao Moen was extremely speechless when she saw that the pill hadn't melted even after being submerged in the water for a long time. Ahem. This humble Taoist feels that the crux of the problem lies in the fact that noble consort Li wants to kill His Majesty, not this pill. Ju Chen clearly hadn't expected that this would be the response he'd gotten after spending so much effort to explain. What's so strange about that? There's more than one person in the imperial palace who wants to kill His Majesty. Why did you tell this consort? Actually, you could have just sneaked this pill into His Majesty's cup and found an excuse to lead the trail back to Pure Flower's palace. Given your intellect, that wouldn't have been difficult. Yao Moen lifted her eyes indifferently and looked towards Ju Chen meaningfully. Since Ju Chen promised Your Highness not to touch His Majesty in the slightest, then I wouldn't act on my own. From start to finish, Ju Chen's target has only been in Bingshan. Ju Chen knew that Yao Moen was testing him, so he immediately expressed his stance. Min, this consort believes you. Have you finished refining the pill this consort had you refine? Yao Moen returned to the main topic. She'd let in Bingshan roam free and unfettered for so long, so it was time to send him to the next world. Ju Chen has already brought it. Please take a look, Your Highness. As Ju Chen spoke, he took out a dozen or so translucent white pills and carefully placed them on the table. Min, you've done well. This consort wants to ask you, what are your plans after this is done? Yao Moen had taken a liking to Ju Chen. He had a steady mind and was meticulous in his actions. He was a promising talent. If I survive, I'll return to Clear Wind Monastery, replied Ju Chen honestly. If this consort has a good place to go, would you be willing? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Ju Chen. When Ju Chen heard this, he abruptly looked up and a trace of darkness flashed through his eyes. Ju Chen understands Your Highness's intentions. As long as in Bingshan dies, Ju Chen will naturally. Do you think this consort would take your life? Asked Yao Moen with a faint smile. Isn't that so? Ju Chen knew very well what the words good place meant. Forget it. You'll know when the time comes. Withdraw. Dealing with in Bingshan will happen in the next 2 days. You should make some preparations, said Yao Moen indifferently. Ju Chen understands, but what about noble consort Li? Ju Chen suddenly recalled his original intentions for coming here. Leave her alone for now. It wouldn't be too late to tease her when this consort has the time. Yao Moen's gaze was cold and the smile on her lips caused Ju Chen to shiver. The next day at breakfast, Yi Junqing held his bowl and chopsticks as he sat hesitantly on a chair. From time to time, he would look towards Yao Moen. If Prince has something to say, just say it. It's easy for others to misunderstand if you act like this. It makes it seem like Moen is so unkind that Prince has to watch her expression when eating. As Yao Moen spoke, she placed a piece of fish in Yi Junqing's bowl. This prince saw Yao Sulwan go to Ju Chen's room the night before yesterday. Yi Junqing seemed to be implying something. So what? Yao Moen objected. She actually seduced Ju Chen. Yi Junqing put down his bowl and chopsticks as he rebuked angrily. Prince followed her to take a look. Yao Moen's eyes widened as she looked towards Yi Junqing. Sure, this prince isn't that despicable. However, other than that kind of thing, there's nothing else. This prince won't just sit and watch, said Yi Junqing angrily. Prince, there's no need to make such a big fuss over nothing. It's not the first time Yao Sulwan has done something like this. You weren't this angry even when she was fooling around with Yi Zixiao back then. Yao Moen knew that the fact that Yao Sulwan had caused Ma Xin's death had always been a thorn in Yi Junqing's heart. If Yao Sulwan didn't die, there was no way Yi Junqing would let it go. Chapter 245. I can do it once or twice, but I can't do it a third or fourth time. No matter what, this prince has decided to slaughter that lowly woman tonight. Yi Junqing felt uncomfortable whenever he saw that Yao Sulwan was still alive and unfettered. Prince hates Yao Sulwan, but Moen also hates her. The reason Moen has allowed her to live until now, aside from the testimony in her hands, is because Moen plans to announce eldest sister's death to the world in the future. If Yao Sulwan dies, then there will be no witnesses. Does Prince believe that one day, Moen will have the person who harmed eldest sister Kowtow in front of eldest sister's tomb to admit their guilt and then commit suicide? Yao Moen's deep eyes flickered with a cold light. Her words seemed to prick at the blood in Yi Juanqing's heart. As expected of Ma Xin's younger sister, this prince didn't misjudge you. Yi Juanqing forced his tears back and nodded firmly. So Prince approves of Moen's actions? Yao Moen withdrew the coldness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Juanqing in confusion. Of course. You've thought things through more thoroughly than this prince. That's right. Ma Xin died a miserable death. The person who harmed her shouldn't die so easily. Yi Juanqing relaxed and temporarily set aside his killing intent towards Yao Sulwan. All right, prince, hurry and eat. After eating, help Moen do something. From this moment onwards, Yao Moen knew that she could have Yi Juanqing do anything he wanted her to. I'm not eating anymore. The matter is more important. What is it? Yi Juanqing immediately got up and looked towards Yao Moen passionately. Moen's words are like chicken blood. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh when she saw Yi Juanqing like this. When Yi Juanqing heard this, he froze in place. At noon, Yi Hongyi had wanted to go visit Yao Moen in Guan Osprey Palace, but when he reached the Imperial Garden, he suddenly heard the sound of a quarrel. What happened? Yi Hongyi's expression was dark as he asked sternly, "This old servant will send someone to take a look right now." And Bingshan immediately turned around and was about to order the little eunuch behind him to go when Yi Hongyi stopped him. "Forget it. I will go personally." Ever since Zhu Qin verified in Bingshan's pill, Yi Hongyi became even more convinced that he would take the pill on time every day. In the past 2 days, whenever he thought of Yao Moen, his body would immediately react. However, this reaction only lasted for a few minutes before disappearing without a trace. Under these circumstances, he really shouldn't have gone to Guan Osprey Palace, and Bingshan's condition wasn't much better than Yi Hongyi's. Although he didn't have any feelings towards the matters between men and women, ever since he took the medicinal pill, and Bingshan felt his limbs go weak and his head go dizzy. Sometimes, 2 masters would appear in front of him. In front of the well, Yi Junxiao gripped the young eunuch's collar, his clear eyes cold like frost. "You dare to stop this prince?" roared Yi Juanqing angrily. As he spoke, he abruptly pushed the young eunuch aside and strode towards the dry well. "Prince, you can't, there's nothing here. What is Prince trying to do?" The young eunuch panicked and hugged Yi Juanqing's leg as he begged with a bitter expression. "What this king wants to do is none of your business. Out of the way." Yi Juanqing kicked the young eunuch aside. Just as he was about to walk away, he suddenly heard an icy voice from behind him. "What are you guys doing here?" When Yi Juanqing heard this, he turned around. When he saw that it was Yi Hongyi, he immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "This subject younger brother kowtows in salute to your majesty." When the young eunuch saw Yi Hongyi appear, he broke out in a cold sweat. He was already kneeling to the side in disregard of the pain as he trembled uncontrollably. Juanqing, what are you doing here?" Yi Hongyi glanced at the young eunuch before turning to look at Yi Juanqing. Replying, "Your Majesty, this subject younger brother saw this servant throw something into the well earlier and wanted to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't expect that this servant would stubbornly stop me." This subject younger brother felt that something was off and started arguing with him. "I didn't want to disturb your Majesty, so please forgive me," said Yi Juanqing truthfully. "Oh, what did you throw into the well?" Yi Hongyi turned to look towards the young eunuch. The young eunuch had buried his head between his legs and was trembling uncontrollably. When the young eunuch didn't say anything, and Bingshan immediately walked forward. "Damned servant, His Majesty is asking you a question." And Bingshan deliberately moved closer to the young eunuch. Only then did he see that the person kneeling on the ground was none other than his trusted aide, Xiao Dunzi. Replying, "Your Majesty, this servant didn't throw anything." As Xiao Dunzi spoke, he looked towards Bingshan with pleading eyes. Only now did Bingshan realize the severity of the situation. Last night, he had been itching to do something and tortured a palace maid to death. He had originally wanted to hand her over to Xiao Dunzi to deal with, but now that he thought about it, Xiao Dunzi must have felt that it was too far, so he decided to just throw the palace maid into the well. Nonsense. This prince saw it with his own eyes. How could it be fake? Yi Junqing immediately walked forward and kicked Xiao Dunzi in the chest. Junqing, there's no need to be so angry. Jin will have someone go down the well and take a look. If there really is something shameful inside, Zhan will just bestow death upon him. Yi Hongyi felt dispirited, and even standing was a bit strenuous. Your Majesty, leave this matter to this old servant. Why don't you go back and rest? And Bingshan walked over to Yi Hongyi guiltily. That's fine. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to turn around, he suddenly smelled a familiar scent. He immediately turned around with a sharp gaze. The pill refinement room was sealed, so it was impossible for a scent to escape. Even if it did, it wouldn't have traveled this far. Although Yi Hongyi was dispirited, his mind was still very sharp. This scent was clearly the scent of the pills he took every day. Your Majesty? And Bingshan didn't understand and looked towards his master in confusion. Junqing, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. Leave it to these servants to deal with. We suddenly remembered that there are important memorials that haven't been approved yet. Help us take all of the memorials on the dragon table to Guan Osprey Palace. Our body, said Yi Hongyi in a weak voice. But, all right, this younger brother will go now. Yi Hongyi glanced at the dried well awkwardly before turning to leave. The moment Yi Junqing left, Yi Hongyi's gaze turned cold, and he turned to order the guards to check the well. Your Majesty, should this old servant send you back to Central Dragon Palace? And Bingshan was used to this scent, so he didn't notice anything. He just wanted to send Yi Hongyi away as soon as possible, but when he saw Yi Hongyi's cold gaze, he couldn't help but fall silent. And Bingshan realized that His Majesty more or less knew about his situation. Perhaps His Majesty had sent Yi Junqing away to save him some face. Just as Bingshan was pondering this, he saw the guards pull out a corpse from the well. Reporting to Your Majesty, there are at least 30 more corpses like this in the well. Yi Hongyi's gaze instantly turned cold. Bring them all up. Yi Hongyi roared angrily as he stared at the palace maid's corpse. What's going on? The moment Bingshan saw the woman's corpse, he felt all the blood in his body freeze, and he swallowed hard. He walked forward in panic. The palace maid in front of him was clearly the one he had secretly shipped out of the imperial palace to test medicine behind Yi Hongyi's back. How did she end up here? Your Majesty. And Bingshan looked towards Yi Hongyi in panic. Come, go get the state preceptor. Yi Hongyi roared angrily, his dark eyes filled with coldness. At this time, the guards had already brought up 30 female corpses from the bottom of the well. And Bingshan's legs couldn't help but tremble as he looked at the corpses on the ground. The horsetail whisk in his hands also fluttered in the wind. All of the corpses had ashen complexions, sunken eyes, and were as thin as sticks. All of them were signs of being poisoned. Chapter 246. Your Majesty, this matter. And Bingshan staggered back to Yi Hongyi's side. He really wanted to explain that even though those palace maids had died from concocting pills, there was nothing wrong with the pills. However, the moment he opened his mouth, Yi Hongyi stopped him. We'll talk after Imperial Preceptor arrives. Yi Hongyi didn't even look at Bingshan. His eyes were fixed on the corpses. After about 5 minutes, Zhu Chen arrived at the Imperial Garden under the guidance of the guards. This humble Taoist Zhu Chen kowtows in salute to Your Majesty. Zhu Chen respectfully bowed and glanced at Bingshan out of the corner of his eyes. When their eyes met, Bingshan instantly understood and glared at Zhu Chen. Imperial Preceptor, please rise. Help us investigate the cause of death of these palace maids. The low voice was extremely cold. Zhu Chen didn't dare tarry and immediately turned to walk towards the palace maids' corpses. Next to Yi Hongyi, Bingshan's eyes were bloodshot. He was annoyed that he hadn't gotten rid of Zhu Chen earlier. Given the current situation, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Reporting to Your Majesty, this humble Taoist needs to perform an autopsy to find the truth. Zhu Chen walked in front of Yi Hongyi with a serious expression. Speechless, Yi Hongyi personally pulled out the knife and handed it to Zhu Chen. To Bingshan, time was long and hard to endure, especially when he saw Zhu Chen remove a pill from a palace maid's stomach. And Bingshan knew that he was done for this time. Right now, All he could do was preserve his old life. As long as he could preserve his life, he would have a way to reverse the situation. Your Majesty, this humble Taoist believes that these palace maids all died from this pill. Zhu Chun wiped a pill clean and presented it to Yi Hongyi with one hand. Taoist priest believes that this pill is different from the one we showed Taoist priest a few days ago. Yi Hongyi's voice was as cold as ice as he clenched his fists behind his back. In this humble Taoist's humble opinion, the ingredients for both pills are the same. The only difference is the dosage. You should know that there can't be the slightest mistake in concocting this type of pill. If the dosage isn't correct, the former is a lifespan extension recipe, while the latter is a life-locking poison. Zhu Chen's expression was solemn as he spoke each word firmly. In Imperial Preceptor's opinion, can the person who can refine the life-extending prescription also refine the life-sealing poison? Yi Hongyi's voice grew colder and colder. To the side, and Bing Shan's body was trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, a single word from Zhu Chun would be enough to throw him into a bottomless abyss. Unless it's intentional. Zhu Chen's simple and direct reply infuriated Yi Hongyi. Guards, taken Bing Shan to Central Dragon Palace. State Preceptor, please speak further. The rest of you stay. Bring the corpses out of the Imperial Palace and burn them, roared Yi Hongyi angrily. Then, he stomped towards Central Dragon Palace. Once everyone left, Yi Junqing and Yao Moen walked out of the shadows. We haven't even confirmed that the pills in the alchemy room are poisonous. Yet the Emperor is already so angry? Yi Junqing couldn't help but shake his head, but he was very happy inside. The angrier His Majesty was, the more miserable and Bing Shan's death would be. Anyone who consumes this elixir of immortality cherishes their lives. I'd like to ask, if someone who desires to live so much found out that the things they eat every day are very likely life-sealing poisons, how would they react? Yao Moen smiled faintly. Fortunately, Yi Hongyi hadn't been poisoned too deeply. If he had died just like that, she would have regretted it. That's right. How did you get the pills into the stomachs of those corpses? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen curiously. How hard could it be? I just cut them open, stuffed them in, and sewed them back up, replied Yao Moen concisely. No way. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will find an imperial physician to examine the corpses? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in shock. Are you joking? If this kind of thing could be done in public, why would His Majesty need to send you away? You also saw that if this wasn't the Imperial Palace, His Majesty would immediately destroy those corpses. Let's go. Moen invites Prince to taste some tea. In Shui will return to Guan Osprey Palace with the good news soon. Yao Moen smiled lightly as she walked. As he watched Yao Moen's graceful figure leave, Yi Junqing sighed inwardly. Right now, Yao Moen's every movement was extremely similar to Ma Xin's. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi ordered someone to open the secret door, and Bing Shan was pushed into the pill refining room. This servant kowtows in salute to your Majesty. The moment Mingyu and the others saw Yi Hongyi, they all knelt on the ground in fear and trepidation. Ever since they had entered the pill refining room, they had never seen His Majesty step foot in here. In this moment, Mingyu knew that the day she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Your Majesty, please understand. Even if this old servant had 100 times more guts, I wouldn't dare give your Majesty poisoned pills. This old servant swears that those palace maids definitely didn't die from the pills. It was Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun harbors hatred towards this old servant. He's wanted this old servant dead for a long time now. Your Majesty, this old servant has served you wholeheartedly all these years. Tears streamed down in Bing Shan's face as he sobbed silently. However, Yi Hongyi remained unmoved. You, bring over the pills you've refined these past few days. Yi Hongyi casually pointed at Mingyu's head. This servant obeys. Mingyu inwardly rejoiced and immediately turned around to bring the jade box containing the pills to Yi Hongyi. State Preceptor, help us examine these pills. Are there any abnormalities? Yi Hongyi ignored Bing Shan's words and looked straight at Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun saluted with one hand, then walked in front of Mingyu. He picked up a pill and sniffed it. Your Majesty, this pill is the same as the one in the palace maid's corpses. After taking it, It will cause a person to become dispirited and listless. Moreover, it will accumulate in the stomach and won't dissolve, replied Ju-chun solemnly. You're slandering me. Your Majesty, this pill truly has the effect of prolonging life. Although it will cause a person to feel tired at first, after taking it to a certain extent, it will cause the person's face to glow and they will regain their youth. All the palace maids here can attest to this. Mingyu, hurry and report this to His Majesty. Hurry and say it. And Bingshan struggled and roared as he urged Mingyu. Unicorn, what are you saying? Mingyu doesn't understand. Mingyu looked towards Bingshan with a blank expression. She felt indescribably carefree. How could you forget? Back then, you all showed symptoms of being poisoned, but then you suddenly came back to life. It's that matter. Tell His Majesty, reminded Bingshan anxiously. Reporting to Your Majesty, this servant truly doesn't know what Unicorn is talking about. Ever since this servant arrived here, this servant has been refining pills according to the dosage Unicorn set. Nothing like what Unicorn said has happened. Your Majesty is wise. Mingyu panicked at Bingshan's words. She immediately knelt on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Mingyu, you lowly servant. You all hurry and tell His Majesty that what this one said is true. And Bingshan hadn't expected that Mingyu would lie through her teeth. Your Majesty, spare us. This servant has been refining pills here all this time, and has never shown symptoms of being poisoned. Behind Mingyu, the 20 or so palace maids all knelt on the ground and reported in fear. Your Majesty, this humble Taoist thought that as long as we found a hamster to test the pills on, we would be able to tell if these pills are real or fake. At the side, Ju-chun didn't miss this opportunity to speak up. How could there be a hamster in the imperial palace? She'll do it. Veins popped on Yi Hongyi's forehead. His eyes were cold as he pointed at the kneeling Mingyu. Emperor. Mingyu was so shocked that she really wanted to beg for mercy, but when she opened her mouth, she restrained herself. She knew very well that if she died from taking these pills, Bingshan's fate would definitely be worse than she could imagine. Your Majesty, this humble Taoist thought that it would be better to use a hamster or a cat or dog. These pills might not have immediate effects on a human, said Ju-chun respectfully as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. Since that's the case, come, bring the animals in Pure Flower's palace over, shouted Yi Hongyi coldly. Chapter 247. When he finished speaking, Mingyu reflexively looked towards Ju-chun with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. Ju-chun only nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Bingshan, who had long since been paralyzed from fear. When he saw his former enemy get his just retribution, Ju-chun finally felt relieved. He had struggled at death's door for so many years just for this day. After about the time it took to make a cup of tea, the guards brought in the vicious dog that Yao Sulwan had just gotten from outside the palace. The instant he saw the vicious dog, Ju-chun inwardly swallowed. If it took one pill to poison someone to death, then this dog in front of him would probably need 3 pills to die. Fortunately, Yi Hongyi was currently in a fit of anger, so he didn't care too much. He immediately ordered Ju-chun to test the medicine. Ju-chun didn't hesitate. He casually took the golden box from the palace maid's hands and threw all the pills inside onto the ground. Even if it was poison, it was a poison that contained all the precious medicinal ingredients in the world. The evil dog sniffed and immediately stuck out its tongue to lick all the pills into its stomach. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the evil dog, especially Bingshan. His narrowed eyes were wide open. Even though he knew that this was a trap that Ju-chun had set up, he still hoped for a miracle. Woo! Ju-chun watched as the evil dog struggled on the ground a few times before whimpering pitifully. A hint of amusement flashed through his eyes. The moment he took the golden box, he rubbed the poison he had prepared onto the pill. Impossible! Your Majesty, this is impossible. This old servant has been using these pills all this time, and isn't I still alive and well right now? This animal shouldn't have died. Your Majesty, don't be tricked by them. The moment the evil dog breathed its last, Bingshan screamed. Bingshan, say that again. Yi Hongyi abruptly swung his sleeves, his sinister expression surging with anger. This old servant, This old servant was afraid that something would happen to your majesty after using them, so I tested the medicine myself. Your majesty, these pills aren't poisonous. They really aren't poisonous. If your majesty doesn't believe me, you can summon an imperial physician to examine this old servant. In his panic, Bingshan revealed the secret of him secretly eating the pills. However, in a life and death situation, this matter seemed insignificant. All right, we will give you this chance. If the imperial physician is able to detect the composition of the medicinal pill in your body, then it will prove that you didn't deliberately plot to harm us. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi's eerie eyes suddenly narrowed. The viciousness in them seemed to want to kill Bingshan by 1,000 cuts. Everyone in the central dragon palace had their eyes on the imperial physician. Reporting to your majesty, eunuch and has indeed shown symptoms of being poisoned. Fortunately, the poison isn't too deep. Once this official returns and prepares a prescription, within half a month, the poison in eunuch An's body will definitely be cured. Imperial physician Li withdrew his hand from Bingshan's wrist and stood up to respectfully report to Yi Hongyi. There's no need. You can leave, said Yi Hongyi solemnly. As a veteran of the palace, Imperial physician Li naturally understood that this matter was far from ordinary and quickly retreated from Central Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, this old servant is guilty. However, this old servant had never thought of harming your Majesty. Otherwise, this old servant would not have taken the pill despite knowing that it was poisonous. At this time, Bingshan could only pretend to be weak. If he continued to cling on to Zhu Qian, he would definitely anger his Majesty, even if he had already cursed Zhu Qian over 10,000 times in his heart. How dare a lowly person like you be mentioned in the same breath as us? Shouted Yi Hongyi angrily. This old servant knows that he is guilty, but I beg your Majesty to spare this old servant's life for the sake of serving your Majesty wholeheartedly all these years. I beg your Majesty, begged Bingshan loudly as he prostrated himself on the ground. Guards, lock Bingshan in the secret room. Without our permission, no one is allowed to take a single step into the secret room, shouted Yi Hongyi coldly. When the guards heard this, they immediately dragged Bingshan out of Central Dragon Palace. Once Bingshan was dragged out, Yi Hongyi took a deep breath, then looked towards Zhu Qian with a smile. I've let Taoist priests see a joke. It's all because of that worthless thing, Bingshan. He only knew a little, yet he dared to brag to us about refining some longevity pill. Now that he's seen Taoist priest, his true colors have been revealed. Yi Hongyi's tone was modest and his attitude respectful. His eyes shone brightly. Your Majesty is exaggerating, replied Zhu Qian with a flick of his horsetail whisk. This kind of result wasn't what he had expected. In his opinion, Bingshan was definitely going to die. Not at all. Taoist priest is someone with true ability. Now, we have a presumptuous request. Would Taoist priest be able to agree to it? Asked Yi Hongyi expectantly as he raised his brows. Your Majesty, please feel free to tell us anything. This humble Taoist's goal in coming out of seclusion is to help your Majesty resolve your problems. Zhu Qian's heart tightened slightly, but he didn't show it. We've thought about it. The pill refining room has been open for a long time, so it would be a pity to just close it like this. Fortunately, Taoist priest is also proficient in this method. If Taoist priest could help us share our worries, that would be for the best. Yi Hongyi looked towards Zhu Qian meaningfully, his tone faintly cold. This humble Taoist is indebted to your Majesty's trust. This humble Taoist will definitely not let your Majesty down, said Zhu Qian resolutely as he bowed. At this moment, Zhu Qian knew very well that if he refused, the only result would be death. It was a great taboo for the ruler of a country to privately refine pills. Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't give him a chance to spread the news. All right, since that's the case, we'll give this pill refining room to Taoist priest. From today onwards, the imperial hospital, palace maids and eunuchs can all be assigned by Taoist priest. Yi Hongyi nodded firmly, then allowed Zhu Qian to leave Central Dragon Palace. That night, when Zhu Qian appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moan and Yi Junqing were in the middle of a bet about the Flame Soul Sword. Remember what you said? If Zhu Qian agrees to refine pills for your Majesty, then you have to return the Flame Soul Sword to this prince. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with shining eyes. In Yi Junqing's opinion, if he still didn't get the Flame Soul Sword back, it was very likely that Yao Moen would sell it for money. In the past few days, every time he entered Guan Osprey Palace, he would see Yao Moen buried in a pile of account books, furiously calculating on her abacus and sighing from time to time about how poor she was. That's not right. What Moen means is that if Zhu Chun has the intention to refine pills for your majesty, then Moen will return the Flame Soul Sword to Prince. If not, then the sword will be Moen's. To tell you the truth, Moen has been really poor lately. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a pitiful expression, but Yi Junqing only rolled his eyes in response. Master, Zhu Chun has been brought. Right at this time, Shui landed and placed Zhu Chun on the ground. Zhu Chun, did you agree to refine pills for His Majesty? Before Yao Moen could speak, Yi Junqing spoke first with raised brows. This? Yes. Zhu Chun didn't dare to hide it, nor could he hide it. Very good. Yi Junqing nodded in satisfaction, then looked towards Yao Moen. Yao Moen ignored him and walked towards Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun, this consort wants to ask you, what do you plan to do now? Yao Moen's voice was gentle as she looked towards Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun had no idea that if his answer wasn't what Yao Moen wanted, then his life would be over. Replying, Your Highness, Zhu Chun doesn't want to and will not refine pills for His Majesty. Zhu Chun's tone was firm. If you dare lie, the heavens will strike you with lightning. When Yi Junqing heard this, he immediately stood up and pointed at Zhu Chun. He felt like his heart had just been sent to the clouds, only to be ruthlessly kicked back down. These are all Zhu Chun's true thoughts. Although it was Bingshan who caused the second prince to have nowhere to go, the instigator was Yi Hongyi. Zhu Chun is loyal to his former master, so how could he possibly struggle at death's door under Yi Hongyi's hands? However, if Your Highness and Prince allow Zhu Chun to stay in the palace, then Zhu Chun will have no choice but to enter the pill refining room. However, Zhu Chun will first say that the poison in the pills Zhu Chun will refine will definitely not be any less than in Bingshan's. This consort won't allow you to commit regicide. This consort has already thought of a place to go. So are you willing to listen to this consort's arrangements? Yao Moen sighed inwardly in relief. Reality proved that she hadn't misjudged him. Chapter 248. If I don't personally see Bingshan take his last breath, Zhu Chun won't go anywhere. This is also what Your Highness promised Zhu Chun back then. Zhu Chun was neither servile nor overbearing. Don't worry, you're not the only one who wants Bingshan dead. Tomorrow night, this consort will arrange for you to go see Bingshan. However, before that, this consort hopes that you can think of a way to safely send the palace maids in the pill refining room out of the imperial palace. You should know what will happen to the maids in the pill refining room if they leave one day. Yao Moen looked towards Zhu Chun solemnly as she waited for his reply. Your Highness, don't worry. Leave this to Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun nodded firmly. Once Zhu Chun left, Yao Moen walked over to Yi Junqing with a faint smile. Prince, are you convinced of your loss now? Yi Junqing stood up angrily when he saw Yao Moen's vulgar smile. How much? Yi Junqing's eyes were like water as they sparkled brightly. 1,000,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen's smile grew even brighter. How much? Yi Junqing's eyes widened as he looked towards Yao Moen. 1,000,000 taels of gold, repeated Yao Moen calmly. If Your Highness the Empress can find the person who's willing to spend 1,000,000 taels of gold to buy the Flame Soul Sword, then please let this prince take a look. This prince has never seen a true idiot in this life. Yi Junqing cursed darkly, then walked around Yao Moen and left Guan Osprey Palace. 1,000,000 taels? Why didn't she just rob someone? However, Yi Junqing never expected that in just one night, he would meet the legendary idiot. The next morning, Yi Junqing heard Yin Nanxing's voice before he even walked in. Why are you here? Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Nanxing in confusion as he slowly walked into the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. If it weren't for you, why would I be here? It's a Flame Soul Sword. How did you lose to her? At the time, no matter how Yin Nanxing had been tricked, he still felt that Yao Moen was as beautiful as a fairy. However, when he saw Yao Moen's expression as she carefully examined the banknotes, He only felt that this woman's face was disgusting. You couldn't have really spent 1,000,000 taels of gold to buy the Flame Soul sword, right? Yi Junqing looked towards Yin Nanqing in shock. So this was what an idiot looked like. What else? She wanted to melt the sword down. Yao Moen is truly sinister, ah. Yin Nanqing sighed in grief and indignation. Yao Moen, how malicious, ah, added Yi Junqing mournfully. This kind of thing is consensual. Why? Unwilling? Then take the banknotes back. Moen doesn't like to force things. Yao Moen sat down lazily on the chair and handed the banknotes to Yin Nanqing. As he looked at the banknotes in front of him, Yin Nanqing suddenly heard the sound of his heart breaking. Did he kill Yao Moen's entire family in his previous life? Really? Is that so? Take the money and hand over the sword. Yi Junqing took a deep breath and glared at Yao Moen. Ting Yu, bring the sword over to Prince. Yao Mo took back the banknotes and her lips curved into a beautiful smile. Just as Yi Junqing was about to reach for the sword, Yin Nanqing practically moved in front of Ting Yu and abruptly picked up the sword and hung it on his waist. That's this prince's sword. Yi Junqing turned to look towards Yin Nanqing. But that's my silver. It's 1,000,000 taels of gold. How many Flame Soul swords can I forge with that? Yin Nanqing's grip on the sword tightened even more as grief and indignation appeared in his eyes. Don't take it too hard. After all, this is the only sword your master forged personally. Yao Moen pretended to be kind as she comforted him. Otherwise, do you think this noble one is an idiot? Junior brother, senior brother will help you keep this sword for now. If it ends up in your hands, senior brother really won't have much silver left. Please be more careful. AI. Yin Nanqing shook his head mournfully, then turned to leave. What did he mean by that? Did this prince do it willingly? Yi Junqing said angrily when he saw Yin Nanqing leave in disappointment. In Shui, hand over the banknotes. Yao Moen ignored Yi Junqing and called for In Shui. She handed the banknotes to her. In Shui accepted the order and disappeared from Guan Osprey Palace after taking the banknotes. What do you need so much silver for? Asked Yi Junqing when he saw that Yao Moen seemed to sigh in relief. Is it a lot? Yao Moen countered with a question. Yi Junqing almost fainted. That night, when In Shui brought Zhu Qian into the secret room, they saw a woman standing in front of an Bingshan. You guys better hurry up. Don't let the people outside wait too long and cause problems. In Shui instructed before turning to leave. Zhu Qian didn't hesitate and immediately walked over. Only then did he recognize the woman in front of him. It was Mingyu from the pill refinement room. Mingyu, you're just a lowly maid who's eating from my side. Why did you lie? Why did you betray Zajia? On the rack, and Bingshan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared angrily. The metal chains on the rack clanked as he struggled. For Hongmei, Mingyu's expression was cold and her dark eyes were like the most malevolent devil in hell. Hongmei? And Bingshan frowned as he repeated the name. How could Mingyu forget? How could a great noble like Eunuch and remember Hongmei? But Mingyu can't forget. She can't forget how Eunuch bullied and humiliated Hongmei, how he used a small knife to scrape off her flesh, and how he threw the dying Hongmei to those damned eunuchs for them to humiliate. Tears rolled down her face. Mingyu's choked voice was accompanied by Bingshan's howls, causing Zhu Qian to feel hurt. Stop. Hurry and stop. Hongmei died in your hands. If you want to get revenge for her, then you should kill yourself. And Bingshan howled in pain. The flesh on his leg was trembling. Yes, Hongmei died in Mingyu's hands. But if it wasn't for you, how could Mingyu have personally killed her best sister? You deserve to die. Mingyu fiercely gripped the dagger in Bingshan's leg and twisted it. And Bingshan's howls grew louder and louder like a pig being slaughtered. Stop. Zajia is dying of pain. Cold sweat broke out on Bingshan's forehead as he struggled with all his might against the chains. Eunuch couldn't endure it with just one cut? If Mingyu remembered correctly, Hongmei suffered 50 cuts from Eunuch 50 cuts. What kind of pain was that? So how could one cut be enough? As Mingyu spoke, she suddenly pulled out the dagger and stabbed it towards Bingshan's other leg. Save me! Save me! Bingshan howled hysterically, the flesh on his face twitching in pain. Save me! Every single palace made in the palace wants nothing more than to eat your flesh and sleep with your skin. Who will save you? And Bingshan, you've committed all sorts of evil, and countless palace maids have been defiled by you. Now, Mingyu will get justice for them. Once you're in hell, you definitely won't be lonely. They'll take good care of you. Mingyu howled with all her might. The dagger in her hand rained down on Bingshan's body, but none of the cuts were fatal. Only when Mingyu grew tired of stabbing him did she stop. Save me. At this moment, Bingshan's body had already become a sieve. Blood flowed freely, and he was on the verge of death. Hongmei, do you see this? Mingyu has avenged you. I've avenged you. Hongmei, I'm sorry. I made you lonely for so long. I'll come and accompany you right now. Mingyu's tears fell like rain as she slowly raised her hand. Just as Mingyu was about to commit suicide, Juchun suddenly stepped forward and snatched the dagger. If I were Hongmei, I definitely wouldn't want you to sacrifice yourself for nothing. If you really die like this, and you die in front of Bingshan, even if Hongmei sees you, she'll definitely scold you. Live well, that's what Hongmei wants. As Juchun spoke, he suddenly raised his hand and broke Bingshan's left arm. Chapter 249. And Bingshan cried out in pain. Mingyu wiped the tears from her eyes and finally saw Juchun clearly. And Bingshan, even if you're cut into 1,000 pieces, it won't be enough to quell the hatred in Juchun's heart. Your lowly life isn't worthy of being buried with the second prince. But what can we do? Juchun can only do this. As Juchun spoke, he cut off Bingshan's right arm, then his legs, then his eyes. Finally, Juchun handed the dagger to Mingyu and pointed it at Bingshan's heart. Mingyu understood and immediately used all the strength in her body to stab the dagger into Bingshan's heart. Let's go. When he saw Bingshan take his last breath, Juchun let out a long sigh, then pulled Mingyu out of the secret room. Juchun and Mingyu were the generous gifts Yao Moen had prepared for Yi Junqing. Loyal and righteous people like them were hard to come by. The next day, when the guards brought in Bingshan, who was in a terrible state, in front of Yi Hongyi flew into a rage. This, in addition to Juchun's sudden disappearance and the destruction of the pill refining room, made Yi Hongyi even more furious. At this moment, he believed that Bingshan had been wrongly accused, but what could he do? Wanner, why were we so muddle-headed? That Juchun came to get revenge for Yi Mohan. We actually believed him. Ha ha ha. How could we possibly believe him? If Machine was here, we might not have. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Hongyi took a huge gulp of wine as his body swayed and leaned against Yao Moen. If eldest sister was here, your majesty wouldn't have done anything? Asked Yao Moen indifferently. Her heart was as cold as a lake. We wouldn't have. We wouldn't have been tricked. With Machine here, we don't need to think about anything. Our empire. But we just hate it. She said great kindness turned into enmity. Yes, we just hate her. Why does she have to think ahead of us? Why does she have to show off? She deserves to die. It's good that she died. It's good that she died. Yi Hongyi tilted his head back and poured all the wine in the jug into his mouth. I had eyes but failed to recognize my beloved, and I do deserve to die. But in this world, anyone can say that I deserve to die. Only you can't. Yi Hongyi, I've done everything for you. If it wasn't for me, who knows how many times you would have died already. Would you still be able to enjoy life here? Machine said that if she was reborn, she would definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces, so you have to live properly. Don't ever eat any more panacea. His hot and moist breath landed on Yao Moen's snow-white neck, instantly turning into beads of ice. Yi Hongyi kissed the beauty in front of him wildly. In the end, he still couldn't see the beauty's true face. Inside Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan was currently venting her anger on a palace maid. On the ground, a palace maid dressed in white had already been beaten black and blue. Your Highness, this servant was wrong. The palace maid curled up on the ground, her pale face drained of blood. She begged humbly, blood seeping out of her mouth. Wrong? You can get back my snow leopard just because you said it was wrong? No matter what, This empress must avenge the snow leopard today. The whip that Yao Sulwan raised came down fiercely. The palace maid gritted her teeth as she endured the bone-piercing pain. Tears streamed down her face. Second older sister is so fierce. That palace maid is about to die. Tingyu, quickly help her up. Yao Mo Wan timidly ordered Tingyu. Tingyu accepted the order and placed the food box on the ground, then immediately walked in front of the palace maid. How could Yao Sulwan let the matter rest? She fiercely swung the whip at Tingyu. Fortunately, Lu Xing reacted quickly and immediately rushed over to grab the whip. Audacious! How could a servant like you dare to touch Bin Gong's things? Scram! As Yao Sulwan glared at Lu Xing, Tingyu had already helped the little palace made out of pure flowers palace. It's true that Lu Xing is a servant, but does second older sister believe that? Even if Lu Xing charged up and killed you right now, Bin Gong still has a way to protect this servant's life. Also, if second older sister wants to seek justice for that evil dog, you can go find His Majesty. Why bother with a palace maid? Yao Mo Wan bent down to pick up the food box and walked in front of Lu Xing. Lu Xing understood his master's intentions and immediately released Yao Sulwan's whip, then respectfully left Pure Flowers Palace. Yao Mo Wan, what did you come here for? Pure Flowers Palace doesn't welcome you. Yao Sulwan angrily put away the whip and looked towards Yao Mo Wan hatefully. Second older sister doesn't welcome Mo Wan? But Mo Wan is the empress. It's not second older sister's place to talk about what she wants. What should I do? Yao Mo Wan smiled lightly as she looked towards Yao Sulwan, then casually took out a cup of tea from the food box. What is this? Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Mo Wan warily and asked suspiciously. This is tea that Mo Wan personally brewed for second older sister. Second older sister isn't coming over to take a look? As Yao Mo Wan spoke, she slowly sat down and looked towards Yao Sulwan lazily. When Yao Sulwan saw the red pill in the tea, she was greatly shocked. Yao Mo Wan, you want to poison Bin Gong to death? Bin Gong won't drink it. Even His Majesty doesn't dare to kill Bin Gong. How could you dare? Yao Sulwan retreated in fear as she looked towards Yao Mo Wan resentfully. Ha! If second older sister's brain has mold, then you should go out and bask in it. If Mo Wan really wanted you to die, why would you wait until now? Second older sister, take a good look. Can't you recognize this pill? Yao Mo Wan snorted disdainfully. At this point, Yao Sulwan was already like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. To her, living was already a form of torture. When Yao Sulwan heard this, she calmed down and returned to the table to carefully examine the pill in the teacup. Ju Chan is one of your people? The moment Yao Sulwan recognized the pill, she was shocked and looked towards Yao Mo Wan in shock. It's very obvious, isn't it? Yao Mo Wan shrugged as she spoke resentfully. How is that possible? How could he be one of your people? Then that palace maid just now is also one of your people? Is that why you came to save her? Yao Mo Wan, who else in this palace is one of your people? Speak. Who else is there? Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Mo Wan in disbelief, her face as white as paper. She had thought that Bingshan's death was a coincidence, but now it seemed that it had been Yao Mo Wan's plan. Every time Yao Sulwan thought of Bingshan's death, she would feel fear from the bottom of her heart. What's so important about who Moan's people are? As long as second older sister is careful enough, it's impossible for Moan to find out everything. Look at this pill. It's been soaked in water for so long and it still hasn't melted. Does second older sister think that His Majesty is blind? Yao Mo Wan couldn't help but shake her head as she mocked. Yao Mo Wan, what exactly are you trying to say? Yao Sulwan looked towards Yao Mo Wan in shock. Moan just wants to remind second older sister that if His Majesty really dies, second older sister's fate definitely won't be any better than it is now. Yao Mo Wan restrained the ridicule in her eyes and her expression turned cold. Why should this consort believe you? Yao Sulwan snorted coldly as she looked towards Yao Mo Wan, a trace of suspicion flashing through her eyes. Second older sister, don't forget that if Yi Hongyi suddenly dies, Yi Junqing will be the only one who can inherit the throne. You know how Yi Junqing treats eldest sister the best. Now that he already knows that you're the one who caused eldest sister's death, How good do you think your fate will be if someone like that becomes the emperor? Yao Mo looked towards Yao Sulwan sympathetically. Why are you reminding this consort of all this? Yao Sulwan suddenly understood. She had only been thinking that once Yi Hongyi died, she would be free. She had forgotten that if Yi Junqing succeeded the throne, her fate would probably be several times worse than it was now. That's not all. In reality, second older sister shouldn't be thinking about how to take Yi Hongyi's life, but how to find a way out for yourself. Moen heard that Mongyuan is an ungoverned area between Shu and Yu. If second older sister can escape this imperial palace and is lucky enough to reach Mongyuan, then you'll be able to keep your life. As Yao Mo once spoke, she casually picked up a teacup and poured the water inside onto the ground. Black smoke rose into the air. Mongyuan, what scheme do you have now? Yao Sulwan frowned as she looked towards Yao Mo coldly. She wasn't stupid enough to think that Yao Mo was saying all of this for her own good. Chapter 250. Just take it as Moen's momentary kindness for the sake of brotherly affection. Yao Moen smiled leisurely and got up. Brotherly affection? You could even kill your own father. How could you still care about brotherly affection? Yao Sulwan didn't think much of it. Yao Moen was speechless. Yao Moen only smiled faintly at Yao Sulwan before walking away gracefully. The moment Yao Moen left Pure Flower's palace, Yao Sulwan fell back onto her chair. Her clenched fists trembled uncontrollably as she looked at the blackened tea stain on the ground. Yao Sulwan's heart gradually wavered. In the imperial garden, Yi Junqing pretended to run into Yao Moen. Prince dropped this. Before Yi Junqing could react, Yao Moen had already handed him the Bodhi Jade. Why is this in your hands? Yi Junqing quickly took the Bodhi Jade and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. With Yin Nanqing's 1,000,000 taels of gold, Moen wouldn't be so poor that she would steal. Prince accidentally dropped it when you were eavesdropping in Pure Flower's palace. Yao Moen mercilessly exposed Yi Junqing's sneaky actions. Cough, cough. Who eavesdropped? Who did this prince eavesdrop on? Yi Junqing's face flushed red as he stubbornly refuted. If Prince didn't eavesdrop, then Moen doesn't need to explain, right? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with a mischievous smile. Her clear eyes sparkled under the sunlight. All right, this prince really wants to know. Why did you bring Yao Sulwan to Manga? Although she's your second older sister, she caused Ma Xin's death. Are you just going to watch as she goes to Mongyuan to live a carefree life? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen angrily as he questioned her in a low voice. Carefree? Prince, don't forget that Ben Lei and the others are in Manga. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved slightly, the smile in her eyes causing Yi Junqing to shiver. But this prince still doesn't understand. Why did you have Yao Sulwan go to Mongyuan? Her days here aren't easy either. Yi Junqing was more or less worried. Prince will understand in the future. Also, Moen promises Prince that Yao Sulwan's days in Mongyuan definitely won't be any better than here, said Yao Moen leisurely, her voice filled with determination. But, just as Yi Junqing was about to question her further, Tingyu suddenly ran over. Nyang, something's happened. Tingyu anxiously walked over to Yao Moen and glanced towards Yi Junqing. What is it? Yao Moen lifted her brows towards Tingyu. When this servant sent that palace maid to the imperial hospital, I heard a piece of news. It said that the emperor had already agreed to the peace marriage with the Daixia kingdom. Tingyu reported truthfully. Peace marriage. Isn't that big of a deal? Yao Mo didn't think much of it. Peace marriages between countries had existed since ancient times and were commonplace. But the marriage this time is different. This servant heard them say that your majesty has already agreed to Bactria's emperor. Not only will the esteemed prince be allowed to marry Bactria's honored princess, but he's also allowed the esteemed prince to marry into Bactria. The honored princess of Great Xia was about to arrive at Great Chu. What should we do? Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Yao Moen was speechless. When she heard this, a cold light flashed through her eyes. Preposterous. How could His Majesty do this? This prince will go find His Majesty right now to argue. Yi Junqing was enraged and his eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen stopped him. What does Prince think you can change by going now? Yao Moen restrained the coldness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing. This prince can have his majesty annul this marriage. As long as this prince doesn't agree, no one will dare to force this prince to marry another woman, said Yi Junqing angrily. Yao Moen shrugged speechlessly and didn't stop him. When Tingyu saw Yi Junqing's ruthless figure leave, she carefully moved closer to Yao Moen. Your Highness, the honored princess of Great Xia has already crossed the border and will arrive at Chu Palace in a few days. Even if Prince argues strongly, His Majesty might not annul this peace marriage. What should we do? Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen with worry in her heart. Yao Moen smiled sweetly. When Yi Junqing's figure disappeared from her line of sight, she leisurely walked back to Guan Osprey Palace. When Tingyu saw that her master wasn't saying anything, it wasn't good to keep asking, so she followed behind her with a worried expression. About 2 hours later, just as Yao Moen was lazily leaning against the chaise lounge with Fluffy in her arms, she suddenly felt a gust of wind rush in from the door. That azure dress rushed in with a bang. Fluffy was so frightened that she scrambled out of Yao Moen's embrace. His Majesty has gone too far. He's actually not willing to see this prince? Does he think he can hide for the rest of his life? Yi Junqing angrily sat on the chair and roared in a low voice. He doesn't need to hide for the rest of his life. He only needs to hide until Prince returns to Great Xia with the honored princess. Yao Moen rubbed Fluffy's fluffy head comfortingly. This prince is in trouble right now. Other than making sarcastic remarks, can't you say something that makes people feel better? Can't you? Yi Junqing glared at Yao Moen. I heard that the honored princess is devastatingly beautiful as a flower. Yao Moen nodded fiercely. No matter what, this prince will not marry that honored princess, said Yi Junqing resolutely. The princess is already about to reach the imperial city. Does Prince think that just saying you won't marry is enough? Yao Moen lightly patted Fluffy, then got up and walked around Yi Junqing gracefully to sit down. She picked up the purple sand pot and poured a cup of tea, then pushed it over. Then what should this prince do? Yi Junqing had a worried expression as he looked towards Yao Moen. No matter what, the honored princess is still a princess of a country. She's more than enough to be a good match for Prince. Prince's current expression of great bitterness and deep hatred is a bit unreasonable, said Yao Moen disapprovingly. This prince isn't being unreasonable. This prince is truly unreasonable. Even if the honored princess was a fairy that had descended into the mortal world, this prince wouldn't even spare her a glance. Other people might not know, but you should understand that in this prince's heart. Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a serious expression. Does Prince only have elder sister in your heart? If the honored princess found out that she couldn't even compare to a dead person, who knows what kind of world would flip? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing playfully, a trace of warmth in her heart. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing was enraged. His eyebrows were already on fire, yet Yao Moen was still in the mood to joke around. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, does Prince know why His Majesty betrothed Great Xia's honored princess to you as a princess consort? And why he even agreed to let you marry into Great Xia? Yao Moen restrained the playfulness in her eyes and looked towards Yi Junqing solemnly. I don't know. It was very clear that Yi Junqing wasn't in a good state to think right now. One word, poor. Yao Moen criticized the current situation. What do you mean? Yi Junqing lifted his brows as he looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Prince already knew of His Majesty's taboo towards Prince, but because of Prince's prestige in Great Chu, Prince never dared to act. Thus, His Majesty settled for the next best thing and sent Prince out of Great Chu, to the country that everyone knows is the poorest in the entire continent. His intentions are clear. Firstly, Prince not being in Great Chu would solve His Majesty's immediate problem. Secondly, even if Prince is a dragon among men, in Great Xia, you can only be considered a dragon swimming on shallow waters. You won't be able to cause any big waves, so there's no need for you to worry about in the long run. Yao Moen's expression was solemn and her voice was as cold as ice. Her eyes were as bright as stars. Does His Majesty really mean this? A trace of sorrow appeared in Yi Junqing's eyes. Ever since Mo Xian passed away, he had already become so lowly in front of Yi Hongyi that he had no bottom line. Even so, he still couldn't bring Yi Hongyi a little peace of mind? What else? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she filled Yi Juanqing's cup with tea. Chapter 251. No matter what, this prince definitely won't take Shuorong as my wife, even if I die, said Yi Juanqing indifferently, a layer of frost covering his eyes. However, the moment Yi Juanqing closed his mouth, he heard Yao Moen suddenly put down the teapot and look at him angrily. Prince makes it sound so easy. There's an old saying that death can be heavier than Mount Tai, but also lighter than a goose feather. If Prince loses your life because of refusing the marriage, forget about Moen. Even eldest sister in the underworld will look down on Prince. Yao Moen was angry that he could say death so easily. But there's no buts. Back then, Prince thought that eldest sister had willingly left that testimony to restrict Prince, so Prince was willing to give up your military power in exchange for eldest sister to die in peace. But now, Prince is very clear that Yao Sulwan had forced eldest sister to sign that testimony. It wasn't eldest sister's original intention at all. In this way, Prince doesn't need to be afraid. Right now, His Majesty was unjust towards Prince, so don't blame Prince for being heartless in the future. As of now, Yao Moen had already paved a bright path for Yi Juanqing. As soon as Yi Juanqing decided to rebel, she would do everything she could to help Yi Juanqing take back everything that should have belonged to him. Ma Xin is in love with Yi Hongyi, which is why she helped Yi Hongyi build up the current state of Great Chu. So regardless of whether there's that testimony or not, this prince won't easily take away Yi Hongyi's throne. You don't need to say anything about this in the future. Yi Juanqing's expression was sorrowful and his eyes were dim. Yao Moen suddenly stood up and took a step forward to raise the teacup in front of Yi Juanqing. With a slight flick of her wrist, the tea splashed all over the floor. What are you doing? Yao Moen's actions spoiled the mood for Yi Juanqing. Did you pour this tea? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Juanqing angrily. That's not it, but Yi Juanqing was slightly startled. He still felt that Yao Moen's actions were a bit excessive. If Prince has the time to, but why don't you go back and prepare? You're about to become Bactria's live-in son-in-law. This kind of good thing can only be chanced upon and not sought after. However, Prince should still bring more silver with you. That place is so poor that there's only one word left to describe it. Yao Moen casually placed the teacup on the table and turned to walk into the inner chambers. What word? Asked Yi Juanqing. Poor. Yao Moen said through clenched teeth. Then she slammed the door shut. All that was left was Yi Juanqing, whose face was filled with black lines. He tossed and turned restlessly for several days. Even when the honored princess of Bactria moved into Harmony Palace, Yi Juanqing still couldn't think of a way to get rid of this marriage. Yi Hongyi's refusal to meet him in particular made Yi Juanqing feel completely at a loss. He had no choice but to lower himself to beg Yao Moen. Cough cough. Now that the honored princess has moved in, what do you think this king should do? Although begging for help didn't feel good, the feeling of being married to such a remote and desolate place wasn't necessarily any better. Especially since Yi Juanqing had never planned on taking a wife. In this world, he wouldn't be moved by any other woman. This was what Yi Juanqing was thinking. Does this matter have anything to do with Moen? Yao Moen had been neither gloomy nor clear these past few days, and her tone was neither sullen nor angry. At this time, Yao Moen was looking at the steamed fish on the table as she tapped her bowl with her chopsticks. Of course it's related. If this king isn't here, who's going to get food for you? As Yi Juanqing spoke, he picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Yao Moen's bowl. His expression was one of eagerness, sincerity, and anticipation. Although it feels good to have someone get food for you, Moen really doesn't know what to do about this matter. Prince should just do as you see fit. Yao Moen truly hadn't thought of a better way to get rid of the honored princess, but just because she hadn't thought of anything didn't mean that she would let anyone take Yi Juanqing away. Give the fish back to this prince. When Yi Juanqing heard this, his expression abruptly changed. He immediately tried to pick up the fish, but he was already a step too late. Prince, there's no need to. Achoo. Before Yao Moen could finish speaking, she smelled a thick fragrance of cosmetics. Yao Moen's nose twitched and she immediately sneezed. Your Highness, please forgive me. This servant wanted to report this to Your Highness, But the honored princess insisted on barging in. Tingyu ran to Yao Mowen's side first and begged for forgiveness in a low voice. "It's fine." Yao Mowen hid the shrewdness in her eyes and put on a naive expression. At the side, Yi Juanqing's heart went cold. He turned to look and saw a woman enter gracefully. Accompanied by the thick fragrance of cosmetics, Yao Mowen could clearly see a woman shining with golden light standing at the entrance of Guan Osprey Palace. The woman in front of her was dressed in a luxurious dress that was as thin as a cicada's wings. She had a scarlet gold scale shawl over her shoulders and a jade belt tied around her waist. The bloodstone in the middle was a dazzling red. She wore a long skirt that trailed behind her. Every fold of the skirt was inlaid with 100 plump and round pearls. In total, there were at least 1,000 pearls in the entire skirt. At this time, the woman walked in with her head lowered. Out of the sunlight, Yao Mowen finally saw the woman's appearance clearly. People said that light and heavy makeup were always suitable, but the woman in front of her was clearly wearing too much makeup. Her brows were as black as ink and her lips were as red as blood. That face in particular, even though she was so close, Yao Mowen still felt like she was looking at a monkey's butt. And this person was Bactria's king's most beloved princess, Xia Furong. "You said that Bactria is very poor?" Yi Juanqing glanced at Yao Mowen, unable to conceal the doubt in his voice. She couldn't have worn all the toys in Bactria's treasury on herself, right? Yao Mowen couldn't help but shake her head as she said this resentfully. Furong has just entered Great Chu and has yet to pay her respects to the esteemed prince. "Prince, please forgive me for suddenly appearing in front of Prince." The delicate voice was gentle and sweet, but when Yi Juanqing heard it, he felt a boundless chill. Ahem. So it's the princess of Bactria. Juanqing has been impolite. Even if he didn't want to face her, she was already standing right in front of him. Yi Juanqing couldn't just pretend that he didn't see her. Prince isn't being impolite. It's Furong who has come uninvited. Prince wouldn't mind, right? Xia Furong dragged the luxurious dress that weighed more than 10 caddies and bowed once more. How could Juanqing mind? Achoo. Princess is worrying too much. Yi Juanqing rubbed his nose and helplessly returned the greeting. Based on Xia Furong's status, Yi Juanqing really did need to treat her with courtesy. "Furong isn't worrying too much. It's just that it's really inappropriate for me to suddenly appear here. No matter what, Furong should have given Prince a heads up first." Xia Furong bowed endlessly. Her fragrant scent wafted towards Yao Mowen, causing Yao Mowen to sneeze nonstop. It wasn't easy for her to find an opening to speak. "Achoo. Please stay away from me. It's so choking." Yao Mowen covered her nose as she looked towards Xia Furong in disgust. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to dare speak to the honored princess like that?" Before Xia Furong could reply, the fiendish servant behind her pointed at Yao Mowen's nose and started cursing. "Forgive Juanqing for speaking bluntly, but the princess's attendant actually dares to insult our great Chu's empress like this. She truly has no upbringing." Yi Juanqing's voice was cold and emotionless, but anger had already appeared on his handsome face. "Pa." The moment Yi Juanqing's words fell silent, Xia Furong suddenly turned around and slapped the attendant. The attendant who had been bossing around earlier instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. Even though blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth, he didn't dare to raise his hand to wipe it away. Yao Mowen took in all of this and sneered inwardly. She had originally thought that the children of poor countries matured early, but she hadn't expected that they would also be corrupted masters. However, this was also fine. Fortunately, they were just paper tigers. At the very least, they were easier to deal with than sheep in wolf's skin. "You're so fierce." Yao Mowen looked towards Xia Furong timidly as her eyes sparkled. When Xia Furong heard this, she immediately retracted her malevolent expression and turned around bashfully to look towards Yi Juanqing. Chapter 252. Prince is right. Your Highness the Empress has a body of 1,000 gold. So how could this servant criticize you like this? It's all because of this lowly servant. Hibiscus normally doesn't hit people. Xia Furong's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly clarified. At the side, Yao Mowen snorted disdainfully. Her movements were so nimble, yet she dared to say that she normally didn't hit people? It's fine as long as Princess knows that Your Highness the Empress has a body of 1,000 gold. Junqing still has important matters to attend to, so he won't be accompanying you. As Yi Junqing spoke, he turned towards Yao Moen and cupped his fists. After bowing solemnly, he walked backwards out of Guan Osprey Palace. Prince, where are you going? Hibiscus will accompany you. When Xia Furong saw that Yi Junqing had left, she immediately turned to chase after him. Her dress shone with a golden light when exposed to the sunlight, causing people's eyes to hurt. When the maids behind her saw this, they also jogged to catch up. Only after Xia Furong left did Yao Moen sigh of relief. Your Highness, do you think that Xia Furong is blind? Didn't she see that you were sitting here? Muttered Ting Yu angrily. How should I say this? This consort feels that Xia Furong is blind, and the 2 palace maids behind her are also blind. Basically, everyone in Bactria is blind. Yao Moen was also angry. She had never been ignored like this before. Perhaps it was because Yi Hongyi was afraid of meeting Yi Junqing after agreeing to the peace marriage. So even though Xia Furong had already moved into Harmony Palace, Yi Hongyi still didn't appear. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Occasionally, clouds would pass by, covering up the bright moonlight. The entire world was hazy. Inside Harmony Palace, Xia Furong sat angrily on a chair. Her skirt accidentally scraped against a corner of the dressing table, causing a pearl to roll out. Hurry and pick it up, shouted Xia Furong anxiously. The maid naturally didn't dare to tarry and hurriedly chased after the pearl. However, her feet unexpectedly slipped and she abruptly stepped on the pearl. The maid's heart instantly turned cold and she timidly lifted her foot. However, the pearl had already turned to powder and turned to dust when the wind blew past. Slap! The maid had just raised her face when she was slapped. Princess, please spare my life. I didn't mean to. Please spare my life. The maid immediately knelt on the ground. Her body trembled, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was a stark contrast to the blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Spare me. Do you know how precious this pearl is? You can't even afford it with your cheap lives. See if this empress doesn't beat you to death. Xia Furong's expression twisted as she picked up the chair next to her and was about to throw it at the maid. Princess, please spare Azi. Right now, you only have 2 personal maids. If one of them dies for no reason, it will definitely arouse the esteemed prince's suspicion. Princess, for the sake of the esteemed prince, please spare Azi for now. At the side, the maid called Abai knelt on the ground and begged mournfully. Almost at the same time, the chair in Xia Furong's hands was thrown out with a bang and smashed into Abai's head. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Even though the pain was unbearable, Abai still knelt there and covered her wound with both hands. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. You still dare to mention the esteemed prince in front of this empress? This empress was telling you not to lose face in front of that fool, but I didn't tell you to be so tactless in front of the esteemed prince. You sure have a good time scolding him. Just look at this entire day. Yi Junqing hasn't even said a single proper sentence to this empress. It's all your fault. Xia Furong's eyes were bloodshot and looked as if they were about to split open. Her expression was like that of a demon from hell, causing people to keep quiet out of fear. Princess, spare me. Abai didn't dare to argue and could only bury her head between her knees as she begged bitterly. At the side, Azi crawled over to Abai's side and knelt in the same humble manner in front of Xia Furong. This servant knows that this servant has sinned and knows that even if I die 1,000 times, I still wouldn't be able to repay this pearl. This servant only hopes that Princess can calm down. This servant's death isn't to be regretted, but I'm afraid that if this servant dies, there won't be anyone to serve Master. Azi was well aware that in her master's eyes, their lives were as cheap as ants. If they wanted to live, they could only beg bitterly. There was no other way. You also know that your life is cheap? Don't you know that these pearls and golden scales were all borrowed from the country of Qi? In order to borrow these things, Imperial Father had expended a lot of effort. Now that one of them has been trampled on, how do you want this Empress to explain this to Imperial Father? Xia Furong walked back to the dressing table angrily, her eyes filled with viciousness. These servants know their wrongs. At this time, Azi and Bai could only kowtow and admit their wrongs. All of you, scram. Xia Furong waved her hands in disgust to send the two servants away. Then she rubbed her temples, her expression filled with anxiety. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen had untied her hair, so her fine black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Under the illumination of the candlelight, it looked like a splendid rainbow. It was borrowed? Yao Moen turned to look towards Yin Shui as she spoke in realization. This subordinate heard everything clearly. All of the ornaments on Xia Furong's body and head were borrowed by King Xia from King Qi. When this subordinate returned, Xia Furong was in a terrible rage over a pearl. Yin Shui reported everything she had seen. Feng Yihan really dared to borrow. He's not afraid of not being able to return what he borrowed. Yao Moen's eyes were like deep pools as she turned to look at the copper mirror and subconsciously fiddled with the pear blossom comb in her hands. She had probably guessed Feng Yihan's intentions, but unfortunately, Yi Junqing was someone she couldn't let go of, so Feng Yihan's wishful thinking had been wasted. Right at this time, there was a sound at the door. Yao Moen originally thought it was Tingyu and was about to speak when she heard a familiar voice. "Are you asleep?" asked the clear and melodious voice. Yao Moen was slightly shaken when she heard this, then she glanced at Yin Shui. Once Yin Shui left, Yao Moen put down the pear blossom comb and walked to the door. She gently opened it. "Prince came so late at night. Could it be that you have some thoughts about Moen?" Yao Mo Wan wore a crescent white inner garment, and a few strands of long hair fell on her chest. Especially that face. After removing her makeup, her appearance was like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water, untainted by a speck of dust. Her skin was soft like water, making people want to go up and pinch it. Perhaps it was because he had been facing Xia Furong for the entire day, but Yi Junqing suddenly felt that the Yao Moen in front of him was so beautiful that it couldn't be found anywhere else in the world. Does Prince not saying anything mean that you're tacitly agreeing? Actually, it's not impossible for Prince to have Moen accompany you to sleep. Moen has never planned on being faithful to His Majesty, but in terms of the price, Yao Moen ignored the change in Yi Junqing's expression and stretched out a finger to lift Yi Junqing's perfect chin. "Achoo! Don't joke around. This prince has something to ask of you." Yi Junqing sneezed so hard that he wanted to spray Yao Moen out the window. Yao Moen was speechless. She pulled back her finger and fiercely wiped at her beautiful face. Her heart was filled with endless resentment. What does Prince need? Can't we talk about it tomorrow? Moen wants to sleep. Yao Moen walked over to Yi Junqing's side with small steps and lifted her brows. "We can't wait until tomorrow morning. That Xia Furong said that she wants to eat with this prince tomorrow morning. What should we do?" Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with a mournful expression. "Prince should first look in the mirror and see just how twisted your face has become." At this moment, Yi Junqing's face was clearly written with the word bad luck. "Yao Moen, save me." How could Yi Junqing be in the mood to look in the mirror? He immediately picked up a teacup and took large gulps of water. Oh, it seems that Xia Furong doesn't seem to have Prince's heart. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing like this, she sat down with interest and looked towards Yi Junqing meaningfully. "You don't know how this prince has been spending his days. That honored princess has been following this prince ever since she left Guan Osprey Palace. From the imperial garden to the imperial kitchen, then to the imperial hospital, and even when this prince went to pay his respects, cough cough. In any case, no matter what this prince does, she has to follow. It's impossible to shake her off. Yao Moen, this prince really can't take it anymore. As long as you can help this prince get rid of her, this prince will give you 100 taels of gold," said Yi Junqing resolutely. Chapter 253. That's easy. In Shui, kill her. Yao Moen was rather efficient and immediately gave the order. "Wait, this prince isn't asking you to kill her. This prince wants you to help this prince get rid of her. If this prince could kill her, would this prince still need to beg you?" Achoo. Even now, Yi Junqing's nose was still filled with that thick fragrance. Actually, Prince shouldn't be too harsh. In Moen's opinion, that honored princess is also quite pitiful. Yao Moen pinched her throat as she looked towards Yi Junqing with a sorrowful expression. Did you take the wrong medicine? She's pitiful? This was the first time Yi Junqing had hated a woman to this extent. Prince might not know this, but the pearls and golden scales on Xia Furong's body were actually all borrowed by Emperor Xia from Feng Yihan. From this, it can be seen that in order to meet Prince, the honored princess had put in a lot of effort, but Prince. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing with hidden bitterness, as if she was Xia Furong herself. Stop. Tell me, how much? If Yi Junqing believed that Yao Moen was pitying Xia Furong, then he would have lived with Yao Moen for nothing. 5,000 taels of gold, non-negotiable. Yao Moen put away her weeping expression, and her eyes lit up like stars. Yao Moen, it's truly a great loss for the bandit world that you're no longer a bandit. 5,000 taels of gold? Why don't you sell this prince and see if it's worth that price? Do you think this prince is Yin Nanxing? Yi Junqing suddenly regretted knocking on this door and immediately got up to leave. Prince, have a good trip. Forgive me for not seeing you off, said Yao Moen as she leisurely leaned against the chair. Seeing that Yao Moen had no intention of stopping him, Yi Junqing returned to his seat. How about 500 taels of gold? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen solemnly. When he saw that Yao Moen wasn't responding, he hardened his heart. 1,000 taels of gold. How about it? This was the limit of what Yi Junqing could offer. 5,000 taels. Yao Moen lifted her delicate face and smiled at Yi Junqing. Her innocent and pure face was beautiful and flawless, but in Yi Junqing's eyes, it was incomparably sinister. Yao Moen only sighed in relief when she heard Yi Junqing slam the door. She walked onto the bed and fell asleep. Since Xia lacked money as usual, this matter was much easier to deal with. The next day, Yao Moen had just finished washing up and hadn't even left the bedroom when she heard Xia Furong's voice coming from the main hall. At this moment, Lu Xing hastily pushed open the door and entered. Nyang Nyang, that honored princess is looking down on you more and more. Breakfast has already been prepared in the main hall, and she's currently ordering her servant girl to invite the esteemed prince over. Lu Xing wanted to stop her, but in the end, she was the princess of a country. Without the permission of his master, he could not afford to offend her. This Xia Furong. She thought she was still in the great Xia kingdom. A dove occupying a magpie's nest. How hateful. Nyang Nyang, this servant will help you chase her out right now. At the side, Tingyu angrily started to move, but was stopped by Yao Moen. Ignore her, In Shui. Yao Moen called out to In Shui in a low voice. Master, this is what you wanted, said In Shui respectfully after appearing. Then she placed a brocade pouch in front of the dressing table. Well done. You may leave. Once In Shui left, Yao Moen ordered Tingyu to sew all of the blood-colored pearls in the pouch onto her own clothes. Then she put on the glazed agate ornaments on her head. In the end, Yao Moen finally took out a 9-luan hairpin from her jewelry box. This hairpin was made of pure gold, and the workmanship was exquisite. Each phoenix tail was adorned with a bluish-green luminous pearl that complemented the jadeite on the phoenix head. It was exquisite beyond compare. When Yao Moen walked out of the bedroom, she saw Yi Junqing sitting there silently, allowing Xia Furong to pick food for him. He only nodded occasionally but didn't say anything. The moment he heard the door open, Yi Junqing suddenly looked up. However, when he saw Yao Moen's dazzling golden outfit, his expression froze. From what he could remember, this was the second time Yao Moen had dressed herself up as a peacock. The first time was when Feng Yihan came. Ever since he slammed the door and left last night, Yi Junqing had been feeling uncomfortable. Whenever he thought about how all of the jewels Xia Furong was wearing came from Feng Yihan, he felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Feng Yihan was clearly doing this because he wanted Xia Furong to take him to Bactria. At that time, he would be able to write letters to Yao Moen without any restraint. Junqing greets your Imperial Highness. Yi Junqing didn't think about this for now. He just felt that Yao Moen's appearance had saved him from the abyss of suffering. Furong greets your Imperial Highness. This is Furong's first time in Great Chu, and I don't know what your Imperial Highness likes. So today, I specially ordered Azi to prepare a table full of specialties from Bactria. I hope your Imperial Highness will like it. Xia Furong greeted Yao Moen with a smile. When she saw Yao Moen's clothes, Her eyes were instantly attracted by the blood-colored pearls on the clothes. Of course this consort likes good things to eat. Yao Moen happily placed her jade fingers on Xia Furong's hand, then followed Xia Furong over to the table. When Xia Furong saw the jade ring between Yao Moen's fingers, she couldn't help but swallow, and a trace of greed flashed through her eyes. You like this? When Yao Moen saw that Xia Furong wasn't willing to let go, she widened her eyes and asked innocently, It's not that. Xia Furong knew that she'd lost control of herself and immediately retracted her jade finger. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw Yao Moen immediately take off the thumb ring, then grab Xia Furong's jade finger and forcibly put the thumb ring on her finger. Furong has plenty of these things. Your Imperial Highness, there's no need to give Furong any more. Xia Furong forcefully suppressed the pleasant surprise in her heart and pretended to refuse. Since you have plenty, then this one won't make much of a difference. Wanner also has plenty. His Majesty said that you're a guest, so Wanner should take good care of you. In the future, if you like anything, just tell Wanner and Wanner will give it all to you. Yao Moen didn't hold back at all as she smiled and continued to eat without a care in the world. At the side, Yi Junqing didn't know what Yao Moen was trying to do, but with his experience, he could tell with a single glance that the ring Yao Moen had just given Xia Furong wasn't worth much. In that case, then Furong thanks your Imperial Highness. Xia Furong pretended to respond politely, but evil thoughts began to well up in her heart. So much so that after breakfast, Xia Furong didn't bother Yi Junqing. Instead, she stayed in Guan Osprey Palace to chat with Yao Moen. Yao Moen naturally dismissed Ting Yu and the others, then sat alone on the chaise lounge with Xia Furong as she chatted idly. Looking at your Imperial Highness's luxurious attire, it's clear that King Yu really dotes on your Imperial Highness. Xia Furong caressed the blood-colored pearls on Yao Moen's body, greedily refusing to move her fingers away. His Majesty really dotes on Wanner. He often sends a lot of fun things to Wanner, but after looking at these things for a long time, they won't be fresh anymore. Let's talk about these pearls. They're all red and aren't as pretty as the ones you're wearing. Yao Moen started to set traps. Is that so? If your Imperial Highness likes the pearls on Furong's body, then Furong can trade with your Imperial Highness. Xia Furong was pleasantly surprised and her eyes brightened. Really? You're willing to trade? Yao Moen put on an innocent expression, her pure eyes filled with innocence. Of course Furong is willing. Ahem. Furong's meaning is that as long as I can make your Imperial Highness smile, I'm willing to suffer a bit. Xia Furong forcefully suppressed the joy in her heart as she said this. Chapter 254. It's not good to feel wronged. Wanner never wronged others. Yao Moen looked towards Xia Furong with slight disappointment. I'm not wronged. Furong willingly exchanged with your highness. How could Xia Furong allow Yao Moen to go back on her word? That's good. Just wait. This consort will give this to you. Take it back and change before returning it to this consort. How about that? Asked Yao Moen seriously as she stood up. Of course. Xia Furong nodded fiercely as the greed in her eyes deepened. Seeing Yao Moen skip into the bedroom, Xia Furong called her an idiot. Anyone could see that the blood pearls on Yao Moen were more than 10 times more valuable than normal pearls. With this exchange, she'd earned at least 1,000 taels of gold, thought Xia Furong. When Yao Moen walked out of the bedroom, Xia Furong immediately got up to greet her. This is for you, but we already agreed that this was what you wanted. Wanner didn't force you, emphasized Yao Moen seriously. Don't worry, your highness. Even if King Chu came, Furong would say the same. Xia Furong pretended to be humble as she accepted the clothes, then yawned and left Guan Osprey Palace. Once Xia Furong left, Inshui suddenly appeared next to Yao Moen. Master, there's news from Bin Lei. As Inshui spoke, she handed the letter to Yao Moen. Yao Moen glanced in the direction Xia Furong had left and her lips curved in a meaningful smile. Only then did she walk over to the chaise lounge and sit down before opening the letter. Preposterous. When Yao Moen saw the contents of the letter, her expression abruptly changed. She stood up angrily and her eyes were as cold as ice. Master, In Shui had never seen Yao Moen this angry before. In Shui's eyes, Yao Moen seemed to have the power to control the entire situation. No matter how troublesome the situation was, Yao Moen would always be able to deal with it easily. I was actually robbed. This consort has always been the one robbing others. I've never heard of anyone daring to rob this consort, roared Yao Moen through gritted teeth as she handed the letter to In Shui. In Shui took the letter and opened it in her hand. She looked down and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Reporting to Master, the silk, tea, and ironware transported by Yao Manifest Trade to various countries within the past 3 days have been robbed at the same time. We have lost 2,000 taels of gold. This subordinate and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning have investigated to no avail. Right now, all the caravans of Yao Manifest Trade have stopped shipping and await Master's instructions. Looking at the letter in her hand, In Shui's eyebrows tightly knitted together. Soon after, she tightly clenched the letter in her hand, causing it to instantly turn into ashes. Master, based on Yao Manifest Trade's prestige in Mongyuan, normal bandits wouldn't dare to provoke it. Now that Yao Manifest Trade has been robbed for 3 days in a row, this subordinate believes that someone is deliberately opposing Yao Manifest Trade. In Shui looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Who could it be? Yao Mo Wan's eyes narrowed as she pondered. An ominous premonition welled up in her heart. This subordinate will send a letter to the Yin clan in a moment. I hope they can share Master's burden, In Shui said solemnly. Absolutely not. Yao Moen immediately refused. In Shui looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. She wanted to ask, but didn't say anything in the end. If this consort's guess isn't wrong, this person is most likely that god of plague, Chu Ma Bei. If it really is him, then the reason he's making such a big move is to muddy the waters and use the clues to find the person behind the scenes of Yao Manifest Trade. Moen is grateful that you've thought of asking the Yin clan for help, but with Yin Xiong present, Chu Ma Bei will naturally find out about this matter. In this world, the only people who can mobilize the Yin clan are you and Yin Xiong. At that time, he'll be able to easily guess that the person behind Yao Manifest Trade is this consort. Yao Moen explained carefully. This subordinate was careless. Then what should we do now? Yin Shui suddenly understood and inwardly admired Yao Moen's meticulousness. Send a reply to Bin Lei. From today onwards, all of Yao Manifest Trade's caravans are to be stopped. All transactions are to be carried out in Mongyuan, said Yao Moen solemnly. But continuing like this isn't a solution, right? Yin Shui was deeply worried. She knew very well that the majority of Mongyuan's income came from trade with other countries, so local transactions actually didn't earn much. Have Bin Lei and the others endure it for now. This consort will naturally think of a way to deal with those bandits blocking the way. Yao Moen suddenly thought of someone, and her lips curved into a smile. Master, it can't be that you want Yin Nanqing to make an appearance, right? In Shui's lips twitched. Thanks to Yao Moen, whenever she entered Phoenix Feather Manor, all the servants would look at her like she was a thief. As time passed, she had already become the most unwelcome guest in Phoenix Feather Manor, not just one of them. Make the best use of everything and make the best use of the person's talent. This consort thinks highly of him. Yao Moen smiled resentfully. Master is wise. Yin Shui nodded firmly. Yin Nanqing really hadn't thought that Master would think highly of him. That was what Yin Shui thought. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was bright and clear, sprinkling silver fragments on the ground. Inside Harmony Palace, Xia Furong personally supervised Zi and Bai to remove the pearls from their clothes and swap them with Yao Moen's. With the lesson from before, Zi and Bai were extremely careful in their actions, afraid that they would damage the pearls in their hands again. These pearls that were incomparably precious in Xia Furong's eyes were nothing more than venomous snakes in Zi and Bai's eyes. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would attract a fatal disaster. That idiot Yao Moen actually used such precious blood pearls to exchange with this consort. With this exchange, this consort can earn at least 1,000 taels of gold. With this 1,000 taels, this consort can rebuild the prince consort's residence. Xia Furong rubbed her cheeks as she looked forward to the luxurious life she was about to live. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curve into a smile. Princess, The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights came over today and said that the Yu King has set the time for you and the prince consort to leave you in 10 days. Ozzy suddenly understood and immediately reported. It's only been 10 days, Xia Furong said with some disappointment. Didn't Princess want to go back as soon as possible? Ozzy looked towards Xia Furong suspiciously. How could this consort have known that Yao Moen was such an easy person to deceive? Wouldn't it be better if we could get more money from her? You two better be careful. If even one of them is damaged, see if this consort doesn't twist off your heads. As Xia Furong looked at the blood-colored pearls in front of her, her dark eyes lit up even more. Ozzy and Bai instantly became 100 times more alert as they carefully put on the pearls. The next day, Yao Moen used the same method and used the rainbow-colored scales on her clothes to replace the golden scales on Xia Furong's body. As a result, Xia Furong didn't bother Yi Junqing for the next 2 days. Yesterday, someone from the Ministry of Rights came and told this prince to prepare and return to Bactria with the honored princess in 9 days. Have you thought of a way yet? Even without Xia Furong, Yi Junqing's heart was still heavy. Why would Moen need to think of a way? Yao Moen didn't agree. 2,000 taels of gold. This 2,000 taels of gold already includes this prince's deed to the esteemed prince's residence. Yi Junqing clenched his teeth as he raised 2 fingers. The meaning behind his words was that 2,000 taels of gold was his limit. Prince should just prepare to avoid missing the time. Yao Moen remained unmoved. Yao Moen, you're too heartless. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen didn't say anything, he slapped the table and got up. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Moen called him back. Chapter 255. Ahem. Since Prince wants to talk about feelings with this consort, then this consort won't talk about money. Yi Junqing immediately returned to his seat and looked towards Yao Moen with sparkling eyes. Really? Yi Junqing rubbed his eyes. It was like he was looking at a bodhisattva sitting in front of him. Of course, talking about money hurts feelings. Yao Moen nodded seriously. Then you have a way to help this prince cancel this marriage? Yi Junqing had never felt that Yao Moen's image was so lofty. There is a way, but Yao Moen lifted her brows. Her eyes were like crescent moons and her smile was like a flower. Didn't you say you don't want to talk about money? Yi Junqing immediately narrowed his eyes. If Prince can persuade Yin Nanxing to help Moen resolve Meng Yuan's problems, this consort can guarantee that even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to take Prince away. Yao Moen vowed solemnly. Yi Junqing was speechless. The stiff smile on his face shattered bit by bit and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Why don't you go ask for it yourself? Yi Junqing finally realized something. Even if he waited until the end of time, Yao Moen still wouldn't show him mercy. Didn't he refuse to see this consort? Yao Moen tugged on Yi Junqing's wide sleeves coquettishly. Her voice was as soft as a jasper flower. Then do you think that he really wants to see this prince? Yi Junqing countered with a question. To Yin Nanxing, Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and Yin Shui were the 3 great malefic stars of his birth that he wanted to avoid. Moen believes that Prince will have a way. Unless Prince wants to be the son-in-law, or if Prince can take out 5,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen returned to the main topic and stopped haggling with Yi Junqing. Yao Moen, if this prince had money, this prince definitely wouldn't talk about feelings with you. Yi Junqing's voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing fling his sleeves and leave, she knew that this matter had been settled. The first rain of autumn was pattering down. The fine raindrops fell on the body, driving away the heat of the end of summer, making people feel a little more refreshed. In the Imperial Garden, Xia Furong jogged to catch up to Yi Junqing. She casually stretched out her long sleeves in an attempt to shelter Yi Junqing from the rain. Yi Junqing had no intention of wasting time with her, so he reflexively walked faster to the pavilion. The rain came so fast. Xia Furong smoothed out the long hair in front of her chest as she looked towards Yi Junqing with a sigh. These past few days, no matter how she tried to curry favor with him, she wasn't able to get even a hint of a smile from him. Even with the marriage contract in hand, Xia Furong was still a little worried. Does Prince remember that the first time Furong met Prince was in the rain? At the time of the Battle of Chongping, Prince was passing through Bactria. In order to see Prince, Farong had intentionally slipped out of the imperial palace and waited for Prince on the path that the army had to pass through. At that time, the rain was just like this, but in order to see Prince, Farong couldn't bear to leave. In the end, just as Xia Farong was getting excited, Abai suddenly called out to her, "Princess, you." Before Abai could finish, Xia Farong abruptly turned around and glared at Abai, ordering her to shut up. Abai immediately fell silent, a conflicted expression on her face. When Xia Farong turned around, she happened to see Yi Juanqing's gaze land on her. Xia Farong was delighted, thinking that her story had moved Yi Juanqing, so she continued. Farong was finally able to see Prince's elegant demeanor. In the drizzling rain, Prince was like an immortal riding the wind. Prince's silvery armor made Prince look majestic. It was at that time, just as Xia Farong was getting infatuated with her story, Yi Juanqing finally couldn't take it anymore. Juanqing feels that Princess should perhaps change your clothes. Yi Juanqing reminded her with good intentions. Xia Farong froze slightly when she heard this, then immediately lowered her eyes. She was shocked to see that the plain white long gown she was wearing had actually been dyed with all sorts of colors. The rainbow-colored scales on her shoulders had already turned black. If she looked closely, it was clearly iron. As for the blood-colored pearls on the folds of her dress, after the color faded, it was revealed that they were the most worthless green ceramic balls. How could this be? Xia Farong was stunned, but then she suddenly thought of Yi Juanqing, who was next to her. She immediately covered her face and ran back to Harmony Palace. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was leaning against the window, her clear eyes filled with sorrow. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" asked Tingyu worriedly as she draped a purple satin shawl over Yao Moen's shoulders. "This autumn rain came a little early, ah. This consort still hasn't managed to swindle Xia Farong's phoenix hairpin out of her hair. What a pity, what a pity." While Yao Moen was upset, Tingyu collapsed. Right at this moment, a burst of noise came from the main hall. "Your Highness, Her Highness the Empress is currently resting. Please come back later, or perhaps have this servant report." Lu Xing did his best to block, but he still wasn't able to stop Xia Farong, who seemed to have gone crazy. "Yao Moen, you idiot. Hurry up and scram out here. Come out." Xia Farong's eyes looked like they were going to split open. Her malevolent expression was like that of a malicious spirit from hell, causing others to tremble in fear. "Your Highness, this is Great Chu's Imperial Palace. The place you're standing in is where the Empress of Chu resides. If you continue to speak rudely, Lu Xing will report this to His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty definitely won't allow my Highness to suffer any grievances." Although Lu Xing didn't dare to make a move, he couldn't tolerate Xia Farong cursing his master like this. Suffer grievances? This consort didn't hear wrong, right? She, Yao Moen, would suffer grievances. Didn't you want to call King Yu over? Go then. Go call King Yu over right now. This consort wants to confront Yao Moen face to face. Everyone says that Yao Moen is an idiot, but that's because they're blind. Xia Farong roared at Lu Xing, her voice so loud that Lu Xing's head hurt. "Lu Xing, go stand guard outside the door." A leisurely voice came from the inner room. Yao Moen stretched lazily, then walked towards Xia Farong. "Yao Moen, you actually dare to come out to see this consort. Return the pearls to this consort. Return the golden scales to this consort. Return them all to this consort." Xia Farong opened her bloody mouth like a lion, wanting nothing more than to swallow Yao Moen into her stomach in one gulp. Based on what? Yao Moen had an expression that said she wanted to anger people to death as she swayed over to the chaise lounge and sat down. She casually pulled Fluffy into her arms. Perhaps it was because she had been with Yao Moen for a long time, but Fluffy had also become calmer and calmer. However, Jewel had scuttled away the moment Xia Farong had rushed in. "You still have the nerve to ask what based? Abai, show it to her." Xia Farong stomped her feet and rushed in front of Yao Moen, her expression as cold as ice. At this moment, Abai had already brought over the multicolored gown. "What's wrong with this gown?" Yao Moen's eyes widened as she asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Look." These are the rainbow-colored scales and blood pearls that you exchanged with this consort. They're all fake. Do you admit it or not? Xia Furong picked up the gown and threw it at Yao Mowen's feet as she questioned angrily. Of course I admit it. This consort was the one who exchanged with you. Is there a problem? Yao Mowen looked towards Xia Furong innocently as she asked in reply. Can't you see the problem yourself? These are all fake. You used these pieces of scrap metal to exchange for this consort's pearls and golden scales. Yao Mowen, return the things that you tricked this consort out of, and perhaps this consort will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, this consort will definitely go to King Chu and expose you. I'll let the entire world know that you're not stupid at all, and that you're just pretending to be stupid. How could Xia Furong not be anxious? Imperial Father had borrowed those things from King Qi. If she lost them, how would she return them? Firstly, when you were exchanging, Mowen asked you more than once if you were willing. You don't need Mowen to remind you how you answered, right? Secondly, go and find His Majesty right now. Mowen is the Empress of Chu, and you're just a princess of a poor country. Who do you think His Majesty will side with? Also, how do you know that His Majesty doesn't know that I'm stupid? And how do you guarantee that His Majesty will believe your words? Yao Mowen's questions left Xia Furong speechless. Chapter 256. Yao Mowen, you're too sinister. You're the mother of the country and you don't lack those things. So why are you trying to frame Bin Gong? Xia Furong clenched her fists and veins popped out on her forehead. It's not exactly framing. I just want to make a deal with your highness. Yao Mowen lifted her brows as she spoke in a serious tone. What kind of deal? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Mowen in confusion. As long as your highness can cancel the engagement, Mowen will not only return those pearls and scales to Princess, but will also give 10 times the reward as thanks. Yao Mowen got straight to the point. You don't want the esteemed prince to marry Bin Gong? Why? Could it be that you? Yao Mowen, you have no sense of honor. Xia Furong suddenly realized and rebuked her harshly. Everyone loves beauty. The esteemed prince is so tender and lovely, who wouldn't want to take a bite out of him? There's nothing wrong with Mowen doing this. Of course, Princess can refuse, but before you refuse, Princess should think carefully. Those things add up to at least 1,000 taels of gold. I wonder if Bactria's national treasury has enough to return to Feng Yihan? Said Yao Mowen resentfully as she smiled coldly towards Xia Furong. You, Yao Mowen, this consort won't let this go. Xia Furong was momentarily speechless. She stomped her feet and turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. Behind her, Abai didn't forget to pick up the clothes on the ground. Only after Xia Furong left did Yao Mowen turn to look at the inner room. She's already left. Does Prince still not plan on coming out? Just as Yao Mowen was about to speak, the door to the inner room opened and Yi Junqing walked out with a red face. Which eye of yours saw that this prince is tender and delicate? You're the tender and delicate one. Yi Junqing clearly disliked this description a lot. There's no need for Prince to say it. Mowen also knows that I'm tender and delicate. Yao Mowen raised a finger to lightly flick her cheek as she replied proudly. Are you sure that Xia Furong will hold back and ask His Majesty to cancel the engagement? Yi Junqing ignored her and continued to ask. Unless she can gather the money, she has no other choice, said Yao Mowen confidently. Then what if she really can gather the money? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Mowen with a bit of worry. Then we'll wait for her to raise the money first, said Yao Mowen lightly as she casually put down Fluffy. Yi Junqing took a deep breath, then looked towards Yao Mowen. This prince has already sent a letter to Yin Nanshan. You better fulfill your promise. Yi Junqing knew what Yao Mowen wanted to hear. Don't worry, Your Highness. She has a plan, and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. No matter what, Bin Gong will not joke around with Your Highness' marriage. Yao Mowen smiled faintly as she walked to Yi Junqing's side. She suddenly reached out and tapped Yi Junqing's cheek. What are you doing? Yi Junqing practically bounced back a few steps as he looked towards Yao Mowen in shock. Prince is truly tender. Yao Mowen nodded in apparent seriousness. Yi Junqing froze in place. That night, in Harmony Palace, Xia Furong was venting her anger on Abai and Azi when she suddenly heard a feminine voice coming from outside. That Yao Moen really does have some ability. She's actually angered the noble princess to this extent. Xia Furong recognized the owner of the voice and saw that a woman dressed in magnificent clothing had appeared in Harmony Palace. She was holding a brocade bag in her hand. "Who are you? Why have you come to Bin Gong's place?" Xia Furong was slightly startled. Only then did she put down her palm that had been raised in the air. At this moment, Azi and Abai's faces were already extremely swollen. "This one is Great Chu's noble consort. Li Princess can also call me Sulwan." As for the purpose of coming to Harmony Palace, Yao Sulwan deliberately kept him in suspense. She gracefully walked to the table and casually placed the bag on the table. Her jade-like fingers flipped the bag open and a silver light suddenly shot out. "This is?" Xia Furong looked towards Yao Sulwan in confusion. "This is a top-quality luminous pearl. Whether it's the quality or the color, it's all top quality." Yao Sulwan took out the luminous pearl from the bag and proudly waved it in front of Xia Furong. Unexpectedly, Xia Furong suddenly snatched the luminous pearl and threw it to the ground. "Pa, this lousy thing isn't even worth a fart. Yao Moen, that damned thief. Hasn't she tricked Bin Gong enough? She actually sent someone to trick me again. Get out of here." Before coming to Great Chu, Xia Furong had already made inquiries about everyone in Chu Palace. Of course she knew that this self-proclaimed noble consort Li, Yao Sulwan, was Yao Moen's older sister. She was angry that she had mistakenly believed Yao Moen. If she believed Yao Sulwan now, then she would be even stupider than a pig. Yao Sulwan was speechless. The corners of her lips twitched and several black lines appeared on her forehead. Princess has misunderstood. Sulwan and that Yao Moen are irreconcilable enemies, so how could I help her? If Princess doesn't believe me, you can examine it carefully. Whether it's that luminous pearl or the pearls and gold bars in the bag, they're all genuine. Yao Sulwan explained calmly, but inside, she was cursing this ignorant fellow in front of her 81 times. If you say it's genuine, then Bin Gong has to believe it. Seeing the sincerity in Yao Sulwan's eyes, Xia Furong raised her brows. She couldn't help but pick up a gold bar and put it into her mouth. What does Princess think? When Yao Sulwan saw Xia Furong's method of examination, she felt that Great Xia was truly endlessly poor. A dignified princess actually couldn't see through the quality of the gold bars. "It's all right, but what are you doing with these?" For the sake of the gold bars, Xia Furong decided to believe Yao Sulwan's words for the time being, naturally to send charcoal in snowy weather. Sulwan knows that Princess has suffered at Yao Moen's hands, so Sulwan specially offered these things in hopes that they can help Princess out of your urgent need. Ever since Yao Moen had reminded her to leave the imperial palace that day, Yao Sulwan had really had this thought. The world was high and the road was long. As long as she left the imperial palace, she would no longer be under Yi Hongyi's control. At that time, she could rely on the money she had accumulated in the palace over the years to live a prosperous life. As for her dream of being an empress, she had completely woken up. "What do you want Bin Gong to do?" Xia Furong wasn't stupid and immediately questioned. As long as Princess can bring Sulwan out of the imperial city, Sulwan will be endlessly grateful. Yao Sulwan directly expressed her intentions. Does the grand noble consort of Great Chu need to be so sneaky if she wants to leave the imperial palace? Xia Furong clearly didn't believe her. It's a long story. Sulwan doesn't have any other requests. If Princess can help Sulwan leave the imperial city, then these will belong to Princess. If you don't agree... As Yao Sulwan spoke, she reached out to take the gold bars from Xia Furong's hands. "It's a deal." Xia Furong immediately grabbed the brocade bag on the table. This could be considered as agreeing to Yao Sulwan's request. Yao Sulwan was inwardly delighted that Xia Furong didn't refuse. It's getting late, so Sulwan won't disturb Princess's rest any longer. Yao Sulwan didn't want to stay in Harmony Palace for too long. After all, this place was too close to Guan Osprey Palace. "That's right. Bin Gong has something to ask you. Does that Yao Moen like the esteemed prince?" Xia Furong's straightforward question startled Yao Sulwan. What should Sulwan say? In any case, whatever Princess sees is what it is. Yao Sulwan didn't add fuel to the fire. Right now, her goal was to leave the palace, so she couldn't complicate matters. Then what about the esteemed prince? Does the esteemed prince also like Yao Moen? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Sulwan anxiously. How could the esteemed prince be an ordinary person? He naturally wouldn't like that kind of mediocre woman. Princess, don't worry. Yao Sulwan deliberately reassured Xia Furong, but inwardly, she felt a bit of pity. It was a pity that Yi Juanqing's good looks had ended up benefiting such a poor fellow. Chapter 257. I understand. You can leave. Xia Furong waved her hand doubtfully. Her tone was cold and completely devoid of respect. Yao Sulwan didn't bother arguing with her and immediately turned to return to Pure Flower's palace. The next day, when Xia Furong appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yi Junqing couldn't eat anymore. When he saw the luminous pearl on Xia Furong's waist, he knew that Xia Furong had managed to raise the money. What should I do? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with sorrow in his eyes, his voice low and filled with despair. Otherwise, Prince should really just marry her. Cough cough. It's Mary, just marry her, suggested Yao Moen sincerely. Yao Moen. Yi Junqing glared at Yao Moen hatefully. Furong greets Prince. At this time, Xia Furong had already walked over and was bowing towards Yi Junqing tenderly. With the lesson from earlier, Yi Junqing didn't plan on returning the greeting and just nodded casually. That pearl on your waist is so pretty. Wanner has an even better one. Do you want to exchange? Yao Moen reached out to touch the luminous pearl on Xia Furong's waist. Xia Furong immediately retreated a few steps, her eyes cold. This consort appreciates Nyang Nyang's good intentions. With Yi Junqing present, it wasn't good for Xia Furong to flare up. That's truly a pity. Yao Moen's sharp eyes glanced at that bead, and the corners of her lips curved faintly. She clearly remembered that this bead was something Yi Hongyi had bestowed upon Yao Sulwan many years ago. It seems like the fish has taken the bait. Junqing has finished eating. I'll be taking my leave. Yi Junqing felt vexed, so he got up and saluted before walking out of Guan Osprey Palace. When Xia Furong saw Yi Junqing leave, she was just about to chase after him when she suddenly thought of something and turned around. Yao Moen, let this consort give you a piece of advice. A person has a face, and a tree has its bark. Now that the esteemed prince is this consort's husband, don't have any more ideas about him. As for those pearls from before, this consort will just treat it as giving them to a beggar. Xia Furong raised her head and looked towards Yao Moen arrogantly. That's quite a coincidence. Moen threw those worthless things onto the street yesterday. They're probably in the hands of a beggar by now. Yao Moen's eyes curved into crescents and her smile was as brilliant as a flower. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. You. Humph. Xia Furong glared at Yao Moen before leaving Guan Osprey Palace. After Xia Furong left, Tingyu suspiciously looked towards her master. Nyang Nyang, did you really throw her playthings onto the streets? SK, do you think that Bin Gong is someone who hates money and bites my hand? Yao Mo Wan disapprovingly replied. Tingyu was speechless. She suddenly felt that her question was too stupid. What do we do now? Xia Furong now has reinforcements, so how could she possibly break off the engagement? Asked Tingyu worriedly. Don't forget, this peace marriage wasn't decided by Xia Furong. Yao Moen lowered her eyes to stroke Fluffy as an indecipherable light flashed through her eyes. Although Tingyu didn't understand, she still relaxed. She had truly forgotten that there was nothing Master couldn't do if she wanted to do it. After leaving Guan Osprey Palace, Xia Furong searched for about an hour before she finally saw Yi Junqing in the pavilion on Jade Lake. Prince, you're here. Furong sure took Furong a long time to find you. Xia Furong lightly wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead and smiled like a flower as she walked gracefully into the pavilion. Princess is looking for Junqing? Yi Junqing couldn't say that he hated Xia Furong, but he definitely didn't like her. It's nothing important. It's just that the Ministry of Rites has decided on a date. Furong wants to know how Prince's luggage preparation is going. If Prince doesn't mind, Furong can have Abai and the others help Prince organize it. or Furong can personally prepare it for Prince. Xia Furong truly liked Yi Junqing. From that first glance many years ago, she had made a vow that she wouldn't marry anyone other than him. If that wasn't the case, Emperor Xia wouldn't have shamelessly asked Yi Hongyi for a peace marriage. He knew very well that Great Xia and Great Chu weren't on the same level. In front of Great Chu, Xia was nothing but a poor ghost. However, what surprised Emperor Xia was that not only did Yi Hongyi agree to his peace marriage, he even agreed to let Yi Junqing enter Xia. Emperor Xia had never expected that something as good as a meat pie falling from the sky would land on him. To tell you the truth, Junqing hasn't prepared any luggage, nor has he ever thought about leaving Great Chu. Yi Junqing was still worried about Yao Moen, so he decided to speak frankly to Xia Furong. Xia Furong was stunned and looked towards Yi Junqing in confusion. Prince means that you want Furong to stay in Great Chu? Xia Furong only hesitated for a moment before making up her mind. As long as she could be with Yi Junqing, even if she couldn't return to Xia, it would still be worth it. Junqing means that I won't take Princess as my wife. I hope that Princess can understand. Yi Junqing really wanted to use tactful words to make this sentence sound beautiful and pleasant to the ear, but he really didn't know what to add to make Xia Furong feel more comfortable. Yi Junqing's words were like a bolt from the blue that rang in Xia Furong's ears. Xia Furong's brows furrowed and her voice trembled slightly. Prince isn't joking with Furong, right? This marriage was something that King Yu had personally written and agreed to my imperial father's request. Furthermore, Furong hadn't heard any opposition on the way here. Furong is truly unable to understand Prince's words. Xia Furong's eyes became misty as she choked back her tears. In reality, Junqing had only received His Majesty's verbal edict the day before Princess arrived in Great Chu. Junqing had wanted to ask His Majesty to cancel the marriage at first notice, but His Majesty had refused to see him. However, this couldn't change Junqing's decision. I hope that Princess will forgive me for my lack of manners. Yi Junqing's voice was like rain pattering on Celadon, clear and pleasant to the ear. Apologies. Forgive Furong for not being able to understand or forgive. Furong only knows that this trip was to fulfill Imperial Father's orders to reconcile the marriage. No matter what Prince thinks, Furong will not change my original intentions. Xia Furong's eyes were brimming with tears and her voice was heavy with sobs. Princess, there's no need to. Before Yi Junqing could finish, Xia Furong had already turned and walked down the pavilion, sobbing as she left. That night, in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was looking at the letter that Bin Lei had sent over. A trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Master, now that Yin Nanxing has lent a hand, it can be said that the immediate worry has been resolved, comforted Yin Shui. The immediate worry has been resolved, but after this incident, I'm afraid that the stronghold in Mongyuan has been targeted. Yao Moen sighed lightly, then destroyed the letter. I can only hope that those people really are bandits, said Yin Shui indifferently. If they aren't bandits, this consort isn't afraid of them. Soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earthweir. If they dare to play any more tricks, this consort will personally deal with them. All right, do you think that Phoenix Feather Manor will be able to take out another 1,000,000 taels of gold? Yao Moen returned to the main topic and looked towards Yin Shui solemnly. Ahem. This subordinate feels that Master should be lenient. Don't force Yin Nanxing into a corner, advised Yin Shui sincerely. Then forget it. Write back to Bin Lei and tell him to pay a deposit to the Prince of Shiliang first. The rest of the money will be given to him when we pick up the horses. Yao Moen felt that Yin Shui's words were reasonable. Yin Nanxing was also a person. He wouldn't be able to withstand repeated provocations. Meanwhile, in Harmony Palace, Xia Furong was furiously swinging her sleeves and sweeping all the porcelain pots and teacups on the table onto the floor. Princess, please calm your anger. Now that we have the Prince of Yu's imperial edict, the peace marriage is set in stone. The esteemed prince has no choice but to be willing. Abai timidly stood next to Xia Furong as she cautiously consoled her. Why isn't he willing? Why? With this consort's appearance, even Tin Yao Moen's can't compare. He actually refused the peace marriage for that broken flower? At the side, Abai and Azi exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. In reality, in their eyes, Their master's appearance wasn't even on the same level as Yao Moen's. If their master was a butterfly, then Yao Moen was a peacock. If their master was a peacock, then Yao Moen was a phoenix. In short, they were several levels apart. Chapter 258. No, this consort can't just sit and wait for death. Lead the way. This consort wants to see Yao Suwan. Xia Furong's eyes flashed. Then she strode out of Harmony Palace. Zi and Bai didn't dare to tarry, so they lit their lanterns and walked in front. Fortunately, they had already asked around for the locations of the various palaces, so they didn't have to rush around. When Xia Furong arrived at Pure Flowers Palace, Yao Suwan was just about to go to bed. I didn't think that such a large Pure Flowers Palace wouldn't even have a palace made to pass on messages. Your position as a noble consort is a bit poor. Xia Furong suppressed the anger and worry in her heart as she looked around. Although there weren't any maids, the furnishings in Pure Flowers Palace were all precious. Xia Furong suddenly felt that the heavens were unfair. They were both members of the imperial family, so why did she have to be born in such a poor country? Suwan didn't know that Princess was coming and didn't go out to welcome you. Princess, please don't blame me. Yao Suwan found the word poor unimaginable when it came out of Xia Furong's mouth. It's nothing. This consort just couldn't sleep, so I came to sit. Xia Furong wanted Yao Suwan to help, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Actually, in front of Suwan, Princess can speak frankly. As long as Suwan can help, I won't say anything else. After all, Suwan still needs to rely on Princess in order to leave the imperial palace. Yao Suwan could tell that Xia Furong wanted to say something, so she spoke up respectfully. This consort wants to kill Yao Moen. Xia Furong hesitated for a moment before throwing down this threat. Yao Suwan was slightly startled when she heard this, but she sneered inwardly. Newborn calves truly weren't afraid of tigers. Back then, she hadn't even been able to touch a single hair on Yao Moen's head. So what did Xia Furong have? Why would Princess have this kind of thought? If this was in the past, Yao Suwan naturally wouldn't let go of this chance. But now, she absolutely couldn't let Xia Furong take this risk. Xia Furong was her only hope of leaving the palace. If it wasn't for that vixen Yao Moen, how could the esteemed prince have refused the peace marriage? This consort feels that only Yao Moen's death can end the esteemed prince's thoughts. Whenever Xia Furong recalled how resolute Yi Junqing had been at the time, she felt her blood boil. She wanted nothing more than to rush into Guan Osprey Palace right now and strangle Yao Moen to death. Suwan predicted that Prince would refuse, but it's not because of Yao Moen. Yao Suwan's lips curved slightly as she changed the topic. Then who? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Suwan in confusion. The former empress, Yao Maxin. The esteemed prince's love for Yao Maxin was no longer a secret in Great Chu. To speak disrespectfully, if it weren't for Yao Maxin back then, the one sitting on the dragon throne today wouldn't be the current emperor. Now that Yao Maxin is dead, esteemed prince has placed his feelings on Yao Moen. It's just to reminisce about that dead person. Why must Princess make life difficult for a dead person? Yao Suwan earnestly tried to persuade her. So that's how it is. But Yi Junqing is determined not to return to Bactria with this consort. What should we do? Xia Furong looked towards Yao Suwan for help. Suwan does have an idea, but I'm afraid Princess won't be willing, said Yao Suwan awkwardly. Just say it, urged Xia Furong. Yao Suwan didn't say anything. She just walked into the bedroom with a smile. When she came out, she was holding a purple glass box. As long as Princess has a way to get the esteemed prince into your bedroom, once the rice is cooked, everything will fall into place. As Yao Suwan spoke, she opened the glass box to reveal 2 red pills. You dare? You actually dare to incite this consort to do such a despicable thing? Xia Furong's face instantly flushed red as she glared at Yao Suwan. Suwan was only suggesting. Since Princess isn't willing, then forget it. However, Suwan must remind Princess that the esteemed prince rarely changes his mind, not even his majesty. Yao Suwan didn't seem to mind and closed the glass box. Just as she was about to get up, Xia Furong called her back. Actually, This consort and the esteemed prince have been engaged for a long time. Those things are just a matter of time. But are you sure that Yi Junqing won't go back on his word after the matter is done? Xia Furong was moved. She had come here for Yi Junqing, so how could she return empty-handed? The esteemed prince is an upright gentleman. He still has the most basic sense of responsibility, replied Yao Sulwan confidently. Hand it over. Xia Furong decisively reached out and took the glass box from Yao Sulwan's hands. This matter needs to be discussed at length. At that time, Sulwan will definitely lend Princess a helping hand. Yao Sulwan rejoiced inwardly. If she could help Xia Furong snatch Yi Junqing away from Yao Mowen's hands, she would be able to vent her anger. The next day, after breakfast, Xia Furong went to find Yi Junqing according to the plan she had discussed with Yao Sulwan last night. Is Prince intentionally avoiding Sulwan? In the Imperial Garden, Xia Furong walked over to Yi Junqing's side with small steps. Her voice was slightly choked up. Princess is worrying too much. Junqing is only going out for a walk. Yi Junqing had intentionally kept his distance from Xia Furong. This morning, he had confessed to Yao Mowen about how he had rejected Xia Furong, but in return, Yao Mowen had said, "Are you stupid?" Furong has heard Prince's words yesterday. Since Prince isn't willing to take Furong as your wife, Furong naturally won't force you. Being able to see Prince again is already Furong's good fortune. Right now, Furong doesn't have any other requests. I only hope that Prince can come to Harmony Palace for a short visit so that Furong can personally brew a pot of butterfly fragrance that I brought from Xia and invite Prince to have a taste. Xia Furong looked towards Yi Junqing expectantly. All right. Yi Junqing already felt guilty, so it wouldn't be good to reject Xia Furong's good intentions, so he reluctantly nodded. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui handed Bin Lei's urgent secret letter to Yao Mowen. Reporting to Master, several dozen shops with the name Thousand Paths have suddenly appeared in Mongyuan. They are involved in silk, tea, ironware, rice, and many other industries. Furthermore, their prices are all 10% cheaper than Yao Manifest Store. Right now, Yao Manifest Store's income has dropped by 70%. This subordinate and the elements have been investigating in secret, but to no avail. This subordinate requests Master's instructions. As she looked at the letter in her hands, the veins on Yao Mowen's forehead bulged and her eyes turned cold. She clenched the letter into a fist. Master, what do we do now? Yin Shui looked towards Yao Mowen worriedly. Even a tenth cheaper can't make any money. It was obvious that Thousand Paths was targeting Yao Manifest crews. It seems that someone is going against this consort. Cutting off a person's path to wealth is the same as killing their parents. This consort better not let this consort find this bastard. Otherwise, this consort will slaughter his entire family, dig up his ancestors' graves. Yao Mowen growled through gritted teeth as she handed the letter to Yin Shui. Yin Shui naturally destroyed it. Yin Shui believes that this person is definitely very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly gone against Yao Manifest Store, said Yin Shui. Isn't it just throwing money? What's so great about that? Yao Mowen took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart. Master wants to throw money at him? Yin Shui tried to figure out her intentions. Do you think that Yin Nanxing would be willing to pay this amount? Yao Mowen looked towards Yin Shui seriously. Yin Shui instantly fell silent, but she was sweating for Yin Nanxing inside. Tell Bin Lei and the others to close all the shops from today onwards. Yao Mowen sighed and gave up on that idea. She didn't want to provoke Yin Nanxing too early. Just as Yao Mowen stopped talking, Ting Yu rushed in. Your Highness, Yao Sulwan is outside. She says she wants to see your Highness. When Yao Mowen heard this, she turned to look at Yin Shui. Yin Shui cupped her hands slightly and disappeared from the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. When Yao Sulwan came in, Yao Mowen was sitting on the chaise longue and hugging Jewel. Actually, calling it Jewel was already a bit inappropriate. Jewel had grown incomparably sturdy and was even bigger than Fluffy. Sulwan greets your Highness. Yao Sulwan slowly walked in front of Yao Mowen and said respectfully, You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.